Before we get into the summary here, I would just like to quickly say that going forward, every series we summarize here on the channel is going to be first done book by book over on the Patreon, uncensored. That way you can get all the glorious shits and describe the graphic scenes and sex without worrying about YouTube demonetizing these videos. There's also definitely no real subtle hint on the board right now what's going to be the next series I'm going to start summarizing that inspired this change. Nothing subtle at all. Very well-timed fall. And now into the summary of the Greenbone Saga. We're back with another series summary here on the channel, and this time we're going to be getting into one of my favorite, if not just my favorite, urban fantasy epic of all time, the Greenbone Saga. And I'm only going to be changing two things for this series summary as compared to my last, The Wheel of Time. First, I, for some reason, arbitrarily before, was limiting myself to, like, trying to fit a full book on every whiteboard. I have no idea why I was doing that. Now I'm just going to be drawing stuff as big as I like, and whenever the board gets filled, I'll record, keep drawing, keep reading, repeat. Easy peasy. I'm so excited to do this. My job rarely lets me reread books, and I get to reread possibly one of my favorite experiences ever for this one. It feels good. But the second thing we're going to be changing, for the Wheel of Time summary, I used a wand as my pointer the whole time, which just doesn't feel right. Wands aren't really a thing in the Wheel of Time much, and for the Greenbone Saga, it would just be completely wrong. So what could I use for this urban fantasy epic, the Greenbone Saga, about wars over a magical jade stone, that would fit? Well, it only seems fitting as an American that I take the I have been informed by YouTube that I cannot use such a realistic looking airsoft gun without risking being demonetized. And so instead, we're going to be using this equally fun and God damn it, other pistol that is clearly not real as our pointer for the rest of the summary. Yay! American rating systems totally make sense. It's okay if it's red for some reason, even though red guns exist. Whatever, let's go ahead and get on into it and start off this series with a bit of a cold open. That the way it reads, I won't be able to convey this perfectly in my summary, is just so stakes-raisingly delicious, because we are immediately immersed in a restaurant called the Twice Lucky, and through some internal thoughts and dialogue going on, we learned that the Twice Lucky is a restaurant that pays tribute to the No Peak clan, the strongest crime syndicate arguably in Jonloon, the main city on the island of Kekon. And we're following the perspective of one of two teenagers, they're 16, who are plotting to steal jade from a drunken gangster currently drinking at the bar. His name is Shonju, and one of the boys, a Kekonese boy, comes forward and puts a drink in front of Shonju and says, "It's on the house." Already, kid, suspicious. He's going to get sick now, and someone gave him a free drink. Not what you want to do, but they're 16, so it's very believable this would be their plan. So he's run into the bathroom and all over the place before passing out. And so the Ibuki boy and the Kekonese come in, lock the door, and the Kekonese pushes the Ibuki and goes, "Take the earrings, right? You're immune. Just take them, because if I touch them, it'll just take them. You take them. You take them." So the Ibuki boy, this is a gangster. He's got a gun in Jade, but he's passed out. And he leans over and he pulls the first earring out and he has to rip it out because it's been worn for so long. The skin has grown over it. Oh, but he didn't wake up. I gotta go for the second. Okay, and he wakes up. Uh-oh. And instead of yelling, raising alarm a normal way, Shonju just raises a pistol and So Twice Lucky's now inhabited by a bunch of No Peak clan gangsters, including Hilo, raising the stakes of them not only trying to steal from a gangster in a gang-protected restaurant. We briefly cut away to the perspective of a man named Kaul Hilo Shudan, and his leg splitting his name right there is done for a reason, because we're just gonna basically call him Hilo from now until the end of the series, though now I know exactly who I'll be using for the character of Hilo. Perfect. It's kind of Jade. That works. The reason he is drawn entirely green is Hilo has Jade embedded in his flesh, a lot of it. And he has a horn because he is the horn of the No Peak clan. What's that mean? Oh, he's in charge of their military, the fingers that serve fists, that serve him as the horn, and they're about to try and pull off a heist while he's here with two of his fists. Two of his highest ranking fists named Make, Ken, and Tar.
And you better bet your bottom dollar that these two brothers know how to handle business.
Who also are jaded the hell up. Ooh. But this is done really deliberately. We don't start in his perspective, right? We switch to it after seeing these kids are trying to pull off this heist. And so immediately, Hilo, our, not gonna call him a hero, our problematic person in the spotlight, our protagonist, is presented as a threat. And that fits Hilo's character because he's the muscle for a good goddamn reason, despite his age. He's only 27, the youngest horn in the history of the No Peak clan. There's a generational reason why that happened, but we'll get into that later. There's a reason why these kids are so motivated to try and pull off this heist. As I said, one of them is Kekanese, which is also the heritage that Hilo has. What does Kekanese mean? Well, on the island of Kekon, centuries ago, settlers came here and they began interbreeding with the natives on the island called the Ibuki. Now, the Ibuki are completely immune to Jade. 100%, it does not affect them. And they can't even access the powers within the magical stone because they spent so long here that it's just nothing but a shiny, pretty stone to them. When the settlers interbreeded, they created the Kekanese people who have the sensitivity to jade as the foreigners do because it poisons foreigners, except because of them having some Ibuki blood, they can access the powers without it essentially immediately being a death sentence. Because if you have no Ibuki blood whatsoever, and you're just a foreigner who tries to use jade, think of mercury poisoning times a billion. It'll shorten your life, it can drive you mad, it can kill you. Yeah, you get some of the powers, but you really want to be a greenbone before you start messing with jade. Notice I did not just say you want to be Kekanese, and that's going to be a problem for these boys because Hilo and every other greenbone on the island is a Kekanese who also went to an academy, a martial academy, and spent years of their lives not only learning how to be a fighter, but how to properly use jade. Now, while we're following Hilo's perspective, of course, he doesn't know this heist is going on, and he's talking to his two lieutenants, the Make brothers, about how Three Fingers has gone missing. Three Fingers was someone who was kind of working alongside the No Peak clan in the Armpit district. The name tells you what you need to know about it. Dealing in illegal jade stuff, but kind of just not stepping on toes, so No Peak let him do what he's going to do, despite them being fiercely protective of jade. He was dealing in scraps that people wallow for in the mud downstream of the actual mines where jade is harvested. And actually, these two boys who are pulling off this heist talk about the fact that they do that, they're tired of it, they want this one big score. The Kekanese kid grabs the jade earrings and just runs out of the bathroom and starts going, "Jade thief in the bathroom, holy crap, I'm gonna get out of here, bye!" And Hilo immediately starts feeling the buzzing of an untrained jade aura and just sees this kid go running. What does jade do? Well, it does, if you're untrained, create this horrid buzzing that of course is driving Hilo nuts. Hilo's aura, for example, super well trained. It's often described as just like overwhelming and strong, but this boy has just got an aura right now of that's the canon aura. But beyond that, jade makes you super strong, super fast, makes your senses spike to a ridiculous degree where experienced jade users can even like kind of see the micro movements of your face, feel your emotions, and tell if you're lying or not. And let's say I pull out a gun and just start unloading on someone who's a greenbone. If they're fast enough, they can telekinetically deflect it. Beyond that, if I try and stab them, they can harden their skin and they can heal faster. They're superhuman, kind of like a Captain American level, just da, da, da. So this boy's got two studs and he's feeling it. We're in his perspective as he's running up the stairs, about to jump out in the street, get away for freedom. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm amazing." One of the Make brothers grabs him by the shoulder after catching up to him very easily. He's martial trained and hurls him back into the Twice Lucky. things are looking bad for our thieves because Hilo's coming forward, gun drawn, and immediately the restaurateur who pays for protection of the No Peak clan is, please don't kill them here, please. Oh my God, if you kill these people in front of my customers, please. And so Hilo looks around, free entertainment for everybody tonight. Don't worry, it's all past. It's all good. It's all good. Throw them in my car. Hey, so yeah, this happened in your restaurant. Don't worry, I'm not mad. What information do you have? And so the restaurateur starts telling Hilo, look, okay, all right, here's the word on the street, Hilo. The Mountain Clan, they've been moving in on some turf, right? And Hilo knows the Mountain Clan's been moving in on some turf because the Mountain Clan's the second most powerful clan. And in this very industrializing time on the Kekon Island in the city of Janloon, there's a lot of opportunity for making money. And if you're the second most powerful clan and you see opportunity that could make you the most powerful clan, you want to take it, but you don't want to piss off the most powerful clan to the point where they kill you. So then the Mountain Clan just walks a line, a very annoying line for Hilo. Can't start a war, but he wants to retaliate, and it's driving him nuts. And Hilo's personality is perfect for this character situation. We'll talk about it. But leaving the restaurant, Hilo tells the restaurateur, bill me. And with the taken back Jade that he took from the kid who's now just passed out from Jade withdrawal, if you are untrained using Jade and someone just takes it from you and you're not trained in Greenbone, it's like his brain just took a full roundhouse to the face from Mike Tyson. He's down for a while. But Hilo takes the Jade and goes to Shonju and he unks him. He's like, uncle, maybe it's time you spend more time watching your Jade and not drinking. Yeah. And he says to himself, like, he had the right to possibly take that Jade, but he's not going to because, like, the guy's older, he's young. Let it be. He gets in his car. They go to, like, a semi-excluded area in the city, but it's very clear Hilo doesn't need to. The clans do what the clans want to do. And he tells the brothers that are his, like, closest lieutenants, teach him a lesson. You. And he's smoking a cigarette. The beating lasts as long as his cigarette. And he's thinking to himself, like, yeah, they know the perfect amount to beat these kids. They're not going to actually kill them. I love these brothers. Man, the city's changing so much. Like, there's TVs here. That's a foreign import. All these cars. Hilo does like the cars, and I don't blame him. Cars are toit. But that's why I put the beating within a TV. And we're seeing it happen twice over. But finally, the boys, as he finishes his cigarettes, are dragged back before Hilo after getting a super-powered beating because, yeah, the brothers also have Jade, so their faces are like all kinds of messed up. And Hilo's just, yeah, you really shouldn't have done that. But the Ibuki boy starts begging, like, look, he told me he was going to sell it for money. I never would have done this if he had told me he was intending to use the Jade. I'm so sorry. Please don't kill me. Look, it's gotten really hard for us to be like squallering in the mud to take Jade because there's this new person and he's like taking out the Three Fingers guy that we were used to selling to. And Hilo goes, stop, you're talking. What are you talking about? And he learns that the Three Finger guy who he's been wanting to know where he went has been killed by a new man who stepped in and is trying to take over the underground Jade dealing within the Armpit district. And he's a Stone Eye. A Stone Eye is someone of Kekanese descent who has the recessive traits to essentially just be immune to Jade, but also have the ability to somewhat suppress it. And so that's interesting. Okay, there is very few Stone Eyes. And there's some that this could be very bad if it's one of them. Hey, kid, you know I was about to shoot you in the fucking face? I'm going to take you to see the pillar of the No Peak clan. That's the guy in charge of it all. Hilo's brother, who's also young for the position. He's 35. And at this point, we cut to Lan's perspective. This is my bad. It turns out if you record about 24 to 26 hours of summarizing the Wheel of Time where the name Lan is pronounced Lan, and then you switch on over to the Greenbone Saga where the name Lan is pronounced Lon, your dumb dyslexic brain won't make the shift. And I apologize sincerely for that. Lan is in charge of this entire crime organization at a young age because we're essentially having to do a generation skip. The grandfather to Lan, Kaul Sen, is actually a revolutionary who was a big deal in a war that happened roughly a quarter century ago. It's called the Many Nations War, and the backwater island, as the rest of the world thought of it, of Kekon, was in this conflict. And Kaul was involved in like guerrilla warfare in the jungle, doing everything they could to get the people off their land. They won. After they won, they set up their clans because they're greenbones who can use this powerful stuff. They've been doing it in warfare. The government set up, and the government owns a lot to the clans. Hence why this isn't like your normal street warfare level gang wars. The pillars of these clans can go up to high up government officials and say, hey, you're gonna try and go for this law, right? Cool. Yeah, they have a lot of power, which is a really great aspect, in my opinion, to the Greenbone Saga. This is not an underdog story in any way, shape, or form. We're following the top dogs of the crime world, which puts a bend on this that Fonda Lee pulls off so well because she humanizes to so much effort to humanize every single member of the Kaul family, the head family within the No Peak clan. Many families are No Peak, but the Kaul family, hence Kaul Hilo, Kaul Lan, Kaul Sen, and Kaul Shay, who we'll meet, are all top members. And the reason we're skipping a generation from the grandfather to the grandson, Lan's father died tragically, and after he died, when Lan was quite young, his mother went off and is living well out of the city, away from the crime life. And so as Kaul Sen grew too old to do it all, it was passed down to Kaul Lan, and Kaul Sen is not cool about that. We'll talk about that. But when we cut to Lan's perspective, he's in his very luxurious backyard, looking out over the city that's being rapidly industrialized by foreign influences now that times have moved on from the war and Kekon's becoming more open to foreign influences, and he knows there's a lot of potential here. He also, okay, more lore stuff. There is a new drug called Shine that allows foreigners briefly to use Jade while nullifying some of the negative effects, though it's not as foolproof as being a Kekonese greenbone, for sure. But the weatherman of the No Peak clan joins him in the garden, and Lan's able to see him, feel him coming from far away. His Jade is so crazy, he like knows a mouse is in the grass over there. And this weatherman is in charge, that title means you're in charge of all the administrative stuff for the clan you're in. And the weatherman for the No Peak clan is Doru. He was the weatherman under Kaul Sen, and he's old, and he sucks. We'll get into why he sucks a lot, despite seeming like the voice of reason. I don't like Doru. You won't like him either. That's aggressive. But Doru keeps kind of slightly subtly shading Lan too throughout their conversation, and Lan tries to like bap him back, but Doru doesn't acknowledge it, and it's annoying. But eventually Doru asks Lan about how he feels the vote should go upcoming of whether or not the government should sell more Jade to foreign governments. And it's complicated. It's a very complicated situation where the two arguments are there's a lot of money to be made. The foreign governments do want to buy this. We mine it. We should profit off this resource. But there's also the counter argument of we don't want the bulk of Jade eventually to end up in foreign government vaults. We don't like the fact that they're studying it and trying to find ways to have their soldiers use it as well. It's complicated. And the rest of the world's view on Kekon is really strange because there is this island with magic warriors who are enhanced by Jade, and some people feel like it's a joke. Others are like, is this fucking what the hell? And the way Fonda Lee writes this island, in my interpretation of Kekon, the island is very special. It feels separate from the rest of the world, and the rest of the world starts to covet that more and more. But we'll get into that as the series progresses. Just as Lan is starting to really get tired of Doru's shit, Hilo pulls up, drags out these two kids and says, tell the pillar what you told me. And they tell the pillar about the stone eye. And after they deal with the kids, Lan says, hey, just get out of here. The guards will let you out. Just go. And Hilo says, hey, like I get letting the Ibuki kid go, but that Kekonese kid has Jade fever. He's going to be obsessed with it. He's going to want to be a superhero like all the dumb kids who have no idea what they're talking about want to be. I mean, they hear about foreigners using our stuff and they think they can without training, and no, they can't. But come on, you really aren't going to kill him? That's just cruel because he's going to be back and he's obsessed. And Hilo is kind of right. But Lan says, hey, he's 16, give him a second chance. And this is a continued pattern where Hilo is proven to have a very realistic view of the world, and he's not just as restrained morally as Lan tends to be, and Doru is the voice of peace beyond reason in many ways, and it creates this frustrating dynamic for the first part of Jade City that's so addicting to read. But after the kids are gone, they speculate that this might be Tam Ben. someone who is by family related to the Mountain Clan, their main rival. And so if our suspicions are correct, the Mountain Clan has taken out someone who was in our underground and replaced them with someone that they have like plausible deniability with, but this ain't cool. And Hilo wants to go like, we need to retaliate. They're also been stepping into our territory. Like, we gotta show them we're strong. And Lan listens to Doru, who says, hey, this is all circumstantial, right? And peace. There's no reason to just go straight to war. Let's relax. It's gang warfare, man. If they're disrespecting you, you blah. Kind of where you're positioned as the reader, where like logically, you know, like, hey, bloodshed bad. We don't want to war death, but emotionally, you can feel what's in the air. And at the end of this scene, because we know Ayat Mata, the recent woman who has taken over the Mountain Clan, is far more bloodthirsty than the last pillar of the Mountain Clan. They have motivation to try and come for the top. With all this opportunity, with all this change happening and Kick On, it seems likely that there's some shenanigans occurring, but there's no proof yet. So Lan goes with Doru, but he tells Hilo, I want you out there in full force. I want you to get to the bottom of this. I want you investigating everything right, left, up, and down. And this placates Hilo, and Doru makes a comment about Hilo being too hot-headed, and he thinks Lan did it well, and it's like, Doru, shut the fuck up. I hate Doru. Anyway, a couple character traits here. Just repeatedly, whenever Hilo walks into anywhere, people note that he saunters. This guy might be a muscly, hot-headed military dude, but he's having a good day. That's like one of the things that I really enjoy about Hilo. Unless he's having a bad day, he's usually having a pretty good time. He's just out having fun, drinking with his buddies. He likes being a gangster. He enjoys this life. Everyone else kind of not. Hilo's the one who's like, dude, sex, drugs, money, rock and roll is dope. But at the end of this conversation, Lan notes that Hilo's probably right, but he wants peace. And of course, we as the reader do too. He looks up at a window and he sees Kaul Sin looking down at him. His grandfather, the former leader of the No Peak clan. And he goes, okay, this is important stuff going on. I should probably talk to him. Yes, he gave me command, but I respect him. Let's go talk to him.
That's a bad idea.
And so he goes up and talks to him. This is a big mistake. Shouldn't have done that. Kaul Sin sucks. Kaul Sin sucks so hard in his age. Now, the generational conflict is immediately highlighted in this meeting because already this early into the story, Lan is bringing up the idea of firing Doru as the weatherman because he's as old as his dad and he's just not as sharp as he once was. And this leads to just super unnecessary antagonism from Sen. He says some really messed up stuff towards Lan that's just like personal and unrelated to the problems. Hey, you know that woman who left you for another man? She did it because you're weak like this. Also, you should have killed them, which, Jesus Christ. But you have to continue to show Kaul Sin respect. He is also, like Doru, a massive hero from this mini nations war that happened a quarter century ago, and he started the entire No Peak clan, set it up for what it is. They had good relationships with the Mountain Clan, so him being pissed that these relationships seem to be souring, like, okay, I get where you're coming from, but he starts hitting Lan, like, you bitch, like just being abusive, and it shows us that Lan is an amazingly good person for the environment he grew up in. Not only did his dad die when he was young and his mom kind of just leave him, but he's being physically abused, brought up in a crime syndicate family, and he's still trying to have a level head and lead the No Peak clan to the best of his ability. He's a good man. He's just in a really hard spot. From here, though, we are going to cut away to Hilo's perspective, where he is actually having sex with the sister of his two closest lieutenants, his two fists. He met their sister and was like, I love her. And it's not your typical like gangster, he's just got a side chick relationship. She's amazing. He loves her, trusts the hell out of her, and she's a stone eye. Her name's Windmake, and their relationship, wholesome, just so good. She's got a gun here for a reason. She's also more like Hilo than not. She hears what's going on with the Mountain Clan. She's like, let's go. And Hilo, he is turned on by that. We also hear of Andon during their conversation, who is an adopted cousin into the Kaul family whose parents died tragically. His mother of jade addiction. He came in on her in a bathtub with her wrists all shredded because of the itch of jade. More negative side effects that are horrific. His dad just left because his dad's a foreigner, so he went back to his homeland. So Andon is Kekanese with foreigner blood as well from Espana, another foreign country, but more on him very soon. I love Andon. But yes, Hilo, his love interest, is a Stone Eye as well, which actually gives her a bit of an advantage in all this crime syndicate stuff, because again, Stone Eye, they get to mute that shit. But from here, we cut to seeing Shay's return. Who is Kaul Shay, the sister of Lan and Hilo? She left 2 years ago, fell in love with a man, went overseas. That didn't pan out, though she did get a great España education, but it didn't really work out. She heard of her grandfather's poor health, and while she wanted to escape the clan warfare and this crime life, this is her home. Kekon is her home, and she is determined to return to Janloon, but not get involved in the family. And it's to the point we see even when she arrives at the airport, she thinks like, oh, I can get a no-peak limousine. No, I'm gonna call a cab. I'm not in the crime family. I'm just gonna use a cab to drive directly to the No Peak Palace, which she does. And she is welcomed back, and despite a lot of anger when she left with this foreign man, she is welcomed back into the family. The first person she runs into is Lan, who is significantly older than her. Shay is 26, 1 year younger than Hilo, and Lan is her big brother, who, even when she was abroad, would write her, the only family member who would talk to her while she was abroad. So that was kind of like her connection to home. So they have a nice reunion, and she's like, how bad's it gonna be when I see Grandpa? And Lan's like, it's gonna be bad.
It won't be fun, but I gotta do it.
Now, their dad died so young that Shay never really knew their dad. And I would say she's a bit harder than Lan, and she was really only born into this life. I don't blame her. She also was academy trained. She was like one of the best students ever. You don't mess with Shay. She's a badass, but she has no jade on her. I knew I drew her green too, but right now she's not wearing any jade whatsoever. She even went through withdrawal to get over it because she just does not want that life, which kudos to your beliefs. Turning down superpowers? Badass. And underlying the tragedy that Shay is having to walk away from coming back here to her home, she even had a job lined up back over in España. There was a future there for her, but she also never stopped being viewed as some foreign weirdo from an island with supposedly magic rocks, right? That's a feeling of othering that actually is a consistent theme throughout this story for many different characters, for many different reasons. And Shay was never fully accepted, right? You can live in cultures for very long periods of time, but there are certain cultures that will never truly accept you all the way. And to be fair though, Kekon does that to foreigners as well, even though the Kekanese are a former foreign settling group mixed with that. But she notes that, of course, even though she got the Espanian education, there were often comments like, what good would academy training do here, you weirdo? Well, she can kick your ass. But she's taken in to see her grandfather, and despite having treated her horribly for just wanting to pursue her dreams, her grandfather, Kaul Sen, says, I forgive you. I hate Kaul Sen. He wants her immediately to move back into the palace, the family home, get involved with the business. Shay's like, you don't want that. I'm going to live on my own in an apartment for a while that I haven't even lined up yet, but I don't want to be involved with gangs. Lan has her back. Actually seems to be like understanding, like you can pursue your own dreams, defends her from Kaul Sen a little bit, deflects, it's like let her go about her life. And then we see, you know, Shay's got to go unpack her stuff. She gets to a hotel because she hasn't arranged an apartment yet, and Hilo's just waiting for her.
How did you find me here?
Yep, that lines up. Probably the people who work in the hotel are loyal to No Peak. There's a lantern outside that signifies that, hence why they're called lantern men if you're loyal to the clan, but you're not exactly a Greenbone or in the clan. And Hilo, I love Shay's perspective on Hilo. It is the most accurate perspective on Hilo. We'll get more into his personality in a minute because there's an even better scene to demonstrate it. But she knows she has to like at least meet Hilo halfway on everything, because when he tries to be open and honest with you and you don't do exactly the same with him on the exact same level and give way to meet him in the middle, he's pissed. And so Hilo also, after having said terrible stuff to her when she left, calling her like a slut for a foreigner, fuck you for that, Hilo, he says, I forgive you. That's nice. But she can't offend him. She can't tell him off like she wants to because she has to recognize the power of Hilo. He's the horn. He might actually make her life miserable. So she accepts the forgive you and tells him, hey, I'm just going to live my life. Please don't try and get me back in the family, to which Hilo does not like that as much as Lan, but he's not as big a dick as Kaul Sen. But now we are going to change perspective to maybe my favorite character in this book, if not the Greenbone Saga. I really struggle with this, and that's going to be Andon, because Andon is an 18-year-old that is still at the academy that I've said that the other members of the family had to go to, and we see Andon kicks ass. There's a bunch of like Greenbones training with some stuff, punching through bricks, and all these guys have like hurt hands and everything, but Andon's just BAM! Except it's because his Greenbone potential is huge, which kind of makes what happens to his mom all the more tragic. And we see that Andon's just filled with anxiety all the time. He's kind of always given me like very Miles Morales, Peter Parker vibes, like really talented, really badass, total nerd, very anxious. And so he's even like wearing glasses. He's wonderful. I love Andon so much. Someone invites him out, and internally he immediately thinks like, they're probably just inviting me out as a last minute thing, but I'll go with them because that's nice. Dude, I get that anxiety. Every time someone invites me anywhere, I think, yeah, you're just inviting me because you're being nice, but like, I appreciate it, thank you. No, man, they like you. You're cool. And everyone who has that anxiety, I want you to know, you're cool. People invite you places because they love you. You deserve to be loved. Fucking love Andon. Anyway, his full name is Emery Andon, and he's half Kekanese, half Hispanian, as I established. And he's been welcomed straight into the family after what happened to his mom and dad. They could have treated him worse. There could be some kind of bias against him, but even Kaul Sen, yes, your family was close to the Kaul family. We love you. We look after you. He's fully lined up. And even here to visit him for his birthday is Hilo. And Hilo shows him love the way Hilo knows how to show him love. He fights him. Andon and him, Andon does not have any Jade on him yet because he's not a graduate, get into a fight, and it's brutal. Hitting ribs, and Hilo gets a split lip. Andon ends up on the ground just pummeled. But after Hilo pummels him, he's like, Andon, you split my lip. I'm so proud of you, you queer.
What did he say?
I fucking love you, dude. You're such a talented student. Yeah, I know you're gay. That's fine. I don't care. And I want to say, as someone who grew up in the South and then moved to Boston, the way Hilo treats Andon being gay in this moment strikes me exactly how, like, quote, progressive heavy Bostonians would like act when they found out I was bi. It was so funny because they always like, it's not like in, you know, the normal progressive or they get too sensitive. Bostonians are just like, oh, you a queer? That's fine. Let's go hang out. And I like that Andon, at least in his family, no one's discriminating against him for that specific reason. Don't get me wrong. It's absolutely fine to have stories about queer discrimination. It's a very unfortunate large part of queer people's lives. But not every queer character needs to have their identity defined by discrimination, especially within their family. And I appreciate that Andon's just gay and no one cares within his family. Even Hilo is like the biggest problematic one, and he's really just like, you're queer, that's fine. I love you, dog. Yet that doesn't mean that Fonda Lee forgets that, of course, being gay is going to affect Andon in some ways. And instead of just playing into blunt homophobia, it again builds on a feeling of outside that he has for this family. They've done everything they could to welcome him, but he's still a not even by blood, quote, cousin, they call him. And he looks different. He feels different. And him being gay is just used more thematically to highlight this differentiation from himself to the family. And of course, homophobia does still exist on the island. It's just not the pure motivating driving factor. This is I love drawing Hilo like this because he's just, you made me bleed. I'm proud of you. Don't feel too bad about Andon. Apparently Lan and Hilo used to fight all the time too. It's kind of a tradition in the family. So maybe he's even being welcomed and hazed in, except it's noted that Hilo and Lan fought all the time because Hilo would start fights with Lan all the time. So perhaps it is just Hilo being Hilo.
I like fighting.
But Andon breaks our heart a little bit because it's reaffirmed that he does have PTSD from finding his mom bleeding in a tub after doing stuff to her wrists over Jade itch. He's terrified to like go to the bathroom at night. Oh, that's heartbreaking. He's got incredible potential with Jade, but he's afraid it'll drive him mad. And, you know, oh, I'm a little more sensitive to it because of my father. But Hilo loves him so much. He's like, dude, there's like stuff you can take. You know, shine's a thing, right? And if you're afraid of it, Greenbones can use shine and it like just, it's fine. So shine is artificial drugs that allow foreigners to limited capacities to use Jade. If a Greenbone uses it, it can push their limit further than it would normally be, a little safer. So Hilo's essentially saying like, dude, if you need to, take a little steroids. No one's gonna judge you, that's fine. Which tells you exactly what kind of like love Hilo has. I always think of that gif where like Stewie's stopping Brian from going down the stairs.
This is, can I, I'm just messing with you, man.
I love you, I'm just being annoying. Except it's really annoying. But immediately, Hilo starts telling Andon all the details of this intense no-peak stuff that's going on, and it's Hilo, discretion. I get he's Andon, and you'll love him, but you also just were talking to, like, Hilo's the kind of person who's like, hey, I definitely shouldn't tell you about this thing I'm gonna tell you about. He does that repeatedly. Hilo, you're great, stop. But we follow Andon here, and we see later on he's going out into the town and partying with some of his academy friends, and he's wearing the uniform of the academy, except he's gone too many streets over, and he's walked into mountain territory, and some cadets that go to a mountain academy start harassing him, and Andon's like, dude, don't do what you're doing right now, okay? Don't. Except he realizes this is going to be a fight. They want to take his jersey, like his academy jersey. He's like, I'm not going to do that. So, and then just Andon, I like this, throws the first punch. Like, he sees where this is going, and he's like, all right, it's 4 guys against me. And whack!
Now, whoa, Biff. What's that?
Good job, Andon. If you know you're going to get jumped, take what advantage you can get. Except in the middle of this fight, we see someone intervene. Very big man. Very big, scary man. And this turns to be Gaunt,
Ash,
the Horn of the Mountain Clan, the Hilo equivalent for the rival clan. And he sees the cadets that are in the academy that mostly sends out mountain people, and he says, stop. You're Andon, right? Get in my car. Oh, that's bad, okay? This immediately, I think even Andon thinks to himself at this point, like, if Hilo finds out about this, this is gonna be bad. But he gets in the car of the mountain because you cannot say no, and he's taken to Ayat Mada, the pillar of the Mountain Clan. And she has one of my favorite descriptions of any urban fantasy character. Ayat Mada took over after the last leader, and she did so by blood and death. She, unlike Lan, who took over because of like transition and passing of power, Ayat Mada destroyed her competition.
I killed them all.
And she has been known to lead the Mountain Clan with an iron fist to where lesser clans that are not like No Peak. She decapitated one of their leaders. Okay, that's a scary woman. And she's got like bands of jade around her arm. Badass. Except you expect her to be some kind of femme fatale or something. But when Andon sees her for the first time, she looks normal. Just like your neighbor. She's a very normal looking person. And that is so much more terrifying to me, especially because we know Gaunt,
Ash,
the Horn of the Mountain Clan, is super intimidating. Like the muscle, oh my God. In fact, this guy is so scary. He was once a part of a thing called the Death of Consequence, where he essentially had to fight 8 guys at once. And after being rejected to a one-on-one duel, he was like, fine, I'll do this instead. And he killed all 8 of them. He's a scary man. He just beat them all. I think it was like 8 to 10 other guys. Okay, so I win. Scary man, but somehow scarier. The pillar is scarier than the horn. What? But it's clear they're taking Andon in to piss off Hilo. And we know this for sure because they even pick up the phone and call Lan. Hey, we have Andon. Don't worry, he was just in our streets. There was a little bit of a fight happening, and so now he's talking to our pillar.
Wait, what?
Bye. And Lan, not happy because this is, you know, gang warfare, clearly a sign of disrespect. You just took one of our people into what? And so he calls Hilo immediately, who already knows, by the way, and has 20 men outside of an apartment of someone within the Mountain Clan about to start some serious war. And Lan has to tell him, don't start a war. They told me they were going to drop him at this location in 2 hours. Go there, make sure he's safe. And Hilo, okay. He even kind of hangs up on Lan because he's not happy.
I want to kill you. All of you.
But the crazy part is Ayat Mada is also known for being a brilliant tactician as a pillar of the Mountain Clan. And she just straight up tells Andon a lot of stuff, including offering him to join the Mountain Clan, she knows he's not directly related to the Kaul family and, you know, you're just adopted. Maybe you want to work for us. But obviously he's not going to say yes to that. She knows that it's just a way to make an insulting proposal for an alliance. And that's the kind of political stuff she's doing where she's like, yeah, I'm trying to make an alliance. Yeah, I'm trying to make, see, I'm the good guy. But she also says, we're going to start dealing in Shine, the artificial drug that lets people use Jade War. We're going to deal in that. So cool. We're going to sell it overseas. Isn't that awesome, Andon? And Andon's like, dude, what the hell are you doing? We don't want foreigners using Jade. This is crazy. And he kind of breaks protocol and is worried he overstepped. But she says, like, it's the future. There's opportunity, right? So it's time we seize it. And clearly something is being set up. There is wider scheming afoot. And Ayat Mata is someone who, when they're scheming, you should be afraid. And so Andon's just, okay. He's dropped off at the location at the right time. He's taken in for a family meeting. Andon's there, Hilo's there, Lan's there, Doru's there. And Hilo immediately is like, war. They're stepping in our territory. They took our cousin, right? There's something, they're trying some shit. War. And Lan is much more open to like, yeah, there's blood coming. Doru is saying we should totally stop. It's peace. And Lan tells him, no, something's wrong. This isn't good. Hilo, let's start preparing. And also the fact that the mountain is going to be dealing Shine and potentially other stuff to overseas nations, that goes beyond gang war, and that gets to like war weapons. What the Mountain Clan's doing here is extremely dangerous. There's also a thing called the KJA, which I think is the Kekon Jade Alliance, which is basically how this incredibly precious resource that's the cornerstone of the island's economy with foreign trade and the power source for these clans is kept to not be monopolized within the land. And we've heard in recent years, the Mountain Clans gained a couple percentages because they've crushed other clans. And so that's a little bit of a concern. So just know the KJA is a government-sanctioned balancing of the Jade, not only with foreign sales, but with how it's distributed amongst the people on the island. It's also closely tied to the Aisho Alliance, I believe it's called, which is, yes, these clans have territories and problems with each other, but the reason they are allowed to have so much power and the reason that Greenbones as soldiers are allowed to be such big deals is the first and foremost priority of these clans is the safety and protection of Kekon. The country, Janloon, the city, quarter century ago, multiple foreign nations tried to invade this country. And it was the Greenbones and the tactics of people like Sen who were able to repel them. And so Greenbones, yes, are held up high and allowed to operate the way they do because there is an alliance where if it happens again, they will respond proportionally to any foreign threat. So from here we cut to Shay's perspective, trying to go about her life. And she's going up to one of her neighbors who she thinks cute, and he introduced himself. I'm blah, 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 blah. I forget his name in the moment. I'll have it on screen now.
My name is Khan.
And she doesn't want to say her name, Kaul, because everyone knows that name. So she just says, I'm Shay.
What a slut.
What's done here is pretty cool because there are formal, informal, and like intimate forms of introduction and all of that. And the way Shay introduces herself by leaving off the Kaul name kind of comes across like a hussy. She's like, haha, hey. Except that's not what she's trying to do. She tries to recover it and gets like super formal and walks away. Fun language play. I like that. Cool world building. But when she gets to her apartment, Lan comes to visit her and she expects him to be kind of insulting because she's living in a not great apartment. Expects him to be maybe a little brr about what's going on. But instead he just asks for some water and he's got to ask a favor of her. He doesn't want to ask it, but she's kind of the best person to do it. He doesn't trust Doru right now. He's too hard pushing for peace, and he needs to figure out what exactly is going on with the Mountain Clan. He has some suspicions, so he asked Shay to go up to the mines where Jade is being harvested and look into their records, see what's going on, because if the Mountain Clan is doing these pushes, something's afoot when it comes to Jade, and he needs to dot his I's and cross his T's. And so as much as Shay wants to stay out of the family business, this is something she accepts because she wants to help. She also understands Lan's in a really tough spot, and yeah, she's kind of someone who can get away with doing it right now because not even a lot of people know she's here. And another reason that Lan is coming to Shay, beyond just she is someone he really trusts, is there's an undercurrent throughout the book so far where Lan does come across competent. I want to make that clear. He is keeping a level head. He's balancing different opinions. It does not feel like he's misstepping, but internally we know he's feeling overwhelmed, right? He's only 35. And a bad decision can ruin the legacy, generational work that his grandfather started. So pressure's on. And so having a family member come back in like this, someone he can rely on, you can't even necessarily be mad at him for coming to Shay, despite us knowing she doesn't want to get involved because it's just a matter of perspective, right? Lan is going up against Mata, someone who, when there was a power vacuum within the Mountain Clan, butchered her way to the top and is not showing any signs of calming her ambitions. And so Shay must go off to inspect the mines.
And they call it a mine.
And from here, we see Lan's scheming continues because he goes to meet a government official. As I said, people within the No Peak clan can just do that. And he says, I have a proposal for a law. We need to make it so that no one clan can ever have a monopoly over the Jade trade. And so you're going to propose something that if ever happens, instead of being owned by any clans or anyone privately, the Jade trade becomes nationalized, right? Anti-monopoly measures, to which the commissioner's like, that would benefit the people a lot and would dissuade anyone from gaining a monopoly and kind of force things to stay the way they are. And Lan's like, yeah, we're on top, baby. We also learn at this point that this government official tried to get the No Peak clan to bust up some unions that were doing some protesting, but because they're dope, the No Peak clan was like, hell no, unions are awesome, fuck you. So they have substantial ability with the government. And also some of those union people may have been paying off the No Peak clan as well. It's not all on the up and up. Money is money. It's crime. But that is my first whiteboard for the Greenbone Saga. And we're going to cut to a whole new whiteboard right now. I am so excited to start covering this part of the story because the seeds of Greenbone Saga growing from just an interesting fantasy crime novel into the amazing adventure that it is start to bloom. And we're going to go ahead and pick up with Shay because she heads on up to these mines that are supposed to be well regulated. Every drop of jade that comes through registered and distributed according to agreements, and gets access to evidence that things are not entirely on the up and up. Simplifying quite a bit, she finds Gaunt Ash's signature on some documents. Why in the hell would the Horn of the Mountain Clan be signing off on anything in here? And in addition to that, there is evidence that certain amounts of jade that have come as a result of increased technologies being used in jade mining are unaccounted for. They're not in the vaults, they have not been sold, they're not distributed amongst the clans. Uh-oh. And so from here, we're going to go ahead and cut to Hilo, because in the aftermath of Andon being taken and the Mountain Clan repeatedly stepping into No Peak's territory, he's decided to take the most direct counteraction he can that does not disobey Lan's orders, but is certainly pushing the line of, you think you can step on our turf? Let me flex right back on you. And so he actually goes to a gang that is not affiliated with the clans, that is not filled with green bones, and just walks into their, kicks open the door, boom. Hey guys, nice hangout here. Who drives the really expensive car outside? Which is a smart way to get the leader of this gang to step forward. And as soon as the guy does, Hilo breaks his nose.
Punch him in the face!
And after that, he says, look, we are having some mysteries percolate within the world, and I want them solved. I'm paraphrasing. And I would like you gangsters to find me Tam Ben. Figure out all this little mountain stuff creeping into our territory, and as a result, I give you free reign to go fuck around in mountain territory, screw stuff up, essentially do the equivalent they've been doing to us, and if you flee back into our turf, we'll keep you protected while you're here. Essentially just allowing like a secondary, if this was a company, LLC to do your dirty work, which is just something we all accept happening in capitalism. I don't know why. And he's with, of course, the Make brothers.
But let's get back to the brothers because they have a strong bond.
And Tarmake speaks up and kind of takes it too far because Hilo has handled this really well, collecting the weapons from the gangsters and then at the end, like getting ready to actually show the leader of the gang some respect and, you know, have a little bit of, but then Tar calls him a dog and Hilo's like, man, I'm playing a delicate game. And so he picks up the bag of weapons, hands it back over to the gang leader and he's like, let's work together. All right, let's do this. Sorry about the nose, but not really. Now we're going to cut over to Lan, and we see he is going to a brothel where Fonda Lee writes quite a few sex scenes in this series, and they are always, I don't know how to say this, exceptionally well done. There are good sex scenes, there are bad sex scenes, there are just erotic scenes, and the Greenbone Saga is filled with...
Those are details that I wouldn't care to disclose with a refined group of women such as yourselves.
And here we see that Lan is showing the signs of a man who is hyper stressed out, really needing the relief of a professional, I guess is how I will phrase that, and kind of buying too much into the whole, oh, they love me so much deal, but he also is kind of aware of it. So yeah, Lan, he's not doing too great under pressure. So he releases some pressure. But his no stressy time is interrupted when someone comes knocking on the door, which should never be done when the boss is having his wang wonged. And someone says, the mountain has whispered Hilo's name. What the fuck does that mean? Well, before we find out what a whisper means, it's time for family squabble up time. What does that mean? Well, we learn a bit of the mythos of the creation of the world on the Kekan Island. And part of that has to do with the fact that there were these supreme gods who made the world. And all conflict and war, bad things come from the fact that their children would not stop fighting on the paradise they made for them, Earth. And so as a result, they took away the powers of their children and left them to just have it out in conflict on Earth, occasionally intervening to help if they were good gods or hurt if they were bad gods, like the Typhoon god, for example. You gotta do some sacrifices to make sure he's not mad. An interesting other bit of lore we find out during this time is that Jade is said to be the actual bones, hence the Greenbone Saga, of a dead god that after creating all of this died and fell to Earth. And so they are actually mining the bones of this god to take their powers, is at least what some people might believe. But hence why, like, they're taking some, they're skimming some off the top. I took a rib out and yoink, Mountain Clan yoink. Things are gonna get real fast because we cut back over to Hilo, who has heard that a storefront that pays protection to them on the border of their territory was just attacked by the Mountain Clan directly. Well, they did the gang thing again, but this is a huge overstepping, particularly because these gangsters were saying you need to pay for protection from the Mountain Clan. Motherfucker, this is no peak turf. And so that's kind of just the first shot in an all-out war. Hilo, though, before he goes to investigate this, is hanging out with Wen and just... I don't know how Hilo also manages to be wholesome while also being who he is. He is telling Wen, like, I want to marry your ass and I want to help redeem the Make family. We get this trickle fed to us a bit more throughout the story, but essentially the Make family, including Tar and Khan as well as Wen, are the descendants of people who were traitors during the Many Nations War, so their family is looked down on. And the fact that Hilo, a member of the Kaul family, wants to get her officially wifeyed is kind of a difficult thing for the No Peak clan, and with her even being a Stone Eyes, which of course has all this superstition around it, it could really lower some things in some people's eyes for dumb reasons that we as the reader know don't actually matter when it comes to love. He leaves to go investigate that shop getting roughed up, and with what happens next, we even have this lovely framing device where towards the end of this investigation, because we already know we're kind of back in time because Lan has been warned about what just happened, it said, and these shopkeepers were later investigated to see if they were a part of what's about to occur. I love that. It's like in a gangster movie, for example, like Boondock Saints does this, where the cop is investigating the firefight. We narratively are now positioned to know something is about to happen big time, and there's these little phrasings that just give you little goosebumps of Now, investigating which exact gangsters carried out this shop ruffification brings Hilo into the Armpit District. He gets on out of the car, and you know things are about to go down because I'm talking about individual character movements. With Tar, they're walking towards where they think these guys are going to be. Hilo wanting to investigate this on his own because he's tired of escalating BS, and motorcycles whiz by their car, and Khan, seeing them from a car, knows exactly what's about to happen. It's just that vibes. Uh-oh, and he yells a warning. Hilo turns around. It was not the blare of noise, however, but the surge of Kin's visceral alarm that reached Hilo first, a fraction of a second before he perceived the murderous intent of the assassins as they opened fire with handguns. One bullet tore the shoulder of Hilo's jacket, and another whined past his ear as he fell into a crouch and threw up a wall of deflection that veered the shots to either side around him. They punched into car doors and the walls of nearby buildings. Screams erupted as people ran from the scene, pushing and shoving each other to get out of the way. The salvo of gunfire was just an opening meant to stun. Both the attackers leapt light from the backs of their motorcycles as Yin Ao and Chandal appeared from the parked car they had been laying in ambush. Hilo rose, tallow knife in a fighting grip, Jade energy surging alongside adrenaline. The two men flew straight at him, moonblades cutting down in vicious arcs. Hilo slid aside and slammed his cross wrist into one of the man's upraised arms, cleaving into it with his talon knife. Redirecting the momentum of the opponent's blade, he pivoted out of the way and sent the man stumbling forward as he jerked the talon knife across the elbow, severing tendons. The second man's moonblade slashed across Hilo's midsection. He barely had time to focus his steel. As he curved his torso away from the cut, the length of the white metal flexed with the enormous tension, opening a bloody gash across Hilo's stomach with grisly slowness. As the attacker's strength met and strained against his defenses, Hilo met the assassin's eyes. He recognized him. Gam Oben, second fist to Gaunt Ash. Only narrowly did Hilo escape disembowelment. With a snarl of effort, he leapt backward, light, onto the top of a parked car. Gam released a powerful wave of deflection, and Hilo's feet were knocked out from under him as he landed. He slammed chest first into the roof. His chin smacked metal, and his vision wavered. He heard Make Tar howling in pain and rage. The Duchess Prisa, with Ken at the wheel, barreled into the street like a rhino. It clipped one of the motorcycles, sending it spinning, then plowed into Chandal. Gam barely leapt out of the way as the boy flipped over the silver grille and bounced off the hood of the car. Chan's steel body shattered the windshield, then flew through the air into the sidewalk as Ken slammed on the brakes. The elder Make burst from the driver's side door, bellowing. Hilo rolled, hit the ground, and was up again. He lunged at Gam, but before he could reach him, the other mountain fighter, the one whose elbow he rended with a knife, careened into Hilo with a determined roar and dragged him down. As they both crashed into the asphalt, Hilo struggled, managing to wrap his arm around the man's torso. The Greenbone's aura spiked wild as he twisted in Hilo's grip, and Hilo took all of it, all the Jade power he could gather, and with a sharp thrust of his palm, channeled into the opponent's heart. The assassin's steel buckled like balsa wood, and his heart spasmed and burst. The blowback of energy from the Greenbone's death rocked Hilo hard. With explosive force, the man's life lit out of the confines of his body. The resulting Jade amplified rush was worse than a physical battering against Hilo's skull. He reeled. For a second, he could barely breathe, and his mouth filled with a bitterly sharp metallic taste. Only because he knew what was happening was he able to keep his wits intact. He tore himself off the body before he could become addled. Talon knife still firmly clutched. He clambered to his feet and looked for the next man to kill. Instead, he saw that Inyo lay dead on the road by Meg's hands. Gam and Chow, who'd somehow survived being thrown from the hood of the Duchess, had fled. Less than 2 minutes had passed from the start of the attack. Tar was leaning against the twisted grill of the car, bent over, a hand on his side. He'd taken bullets from the diverted gunshots meant for Hilo. His shirt was soaked with blood. Ken pulled his younger brother into the back seat of the car. Hilo could see him pressing on the wound with both hands, channeling his own energy into Tar. But he was no doctor, and could only slow the bleeding, not stop it. It's so well done, so short. This is actually a tiny chapter, and Fonda Lee knows action like this that's a hit should punch. Punch is good. It's such a good punch. Hilo, to the people watching after he puts this motherfucker down, says, anyone who has any information on anything that just happened here, come talk to me, I'll make it worth your while. That's my gangster voice for some reason, and it's like, hello, my little friend. That's my Italian. Ugh. What am I doing bringing Italians into this? But unfortunately, Hilo notices that when he did his deflections of bullets, Tar's laying bleeding on the ground. He's been shot. So Khan drags Tar into the back of the car and they speed off, knowing they have to get him to the hospital. But Hilo does take the time to remove the Jade from the people he just took down. They were Greenbones, and by God, that's his right.
A $10,000 bounty put on my neck. I hope you didn't pay them because they didn't have no success.
Yeah, I'm taking this. Okay, yeah, he's bleeding out. Sorry, let's go. And with him working with his love interest brothers, there's additional emotional stakes where that's maybe your future brother-in-law if Lan approves the marriage. Anyway, what happens as a response to an attempted assassination with the question, did the Mountain Clan know Hilo was going to be investigating personally himself? This is a very fast escalation where maybe they just knew Greenbones were investigating this and assassins were sent to like just hit some guys, a fist, but no, you took a shot at the horn. You shot the horn, now you get the bull? No, some variation of that. We cut to Shay, though, unaware of all of this, arriving at the temple to bring back her lawyered report. There's no lawyers involved, but the official report of everything she found at the mine. And she runs into Doru. No one likes running into Doru. And from Shay's perspective, if you didn't get how much I hate Doru, you will now. Putting it as YouTube friendly as I can, the guy loves the file format PDF. And he did some stuff to one of Shay's friends in the past, and it also ruined her view of her grandfather, because when she came forward to tell her grandfather, he's like, every man has their inclination. What the f? So Shay left the country for very good reason, and it destroyed her view of her grandfather, but with him being who he is, she couldn't exactly do anything about it. But her wanting to not be a part of the clan and the warfare goes beyond just a sense of self-preservation and gets into the fact that that is kind of the ultimate betrayal. This takes us to Hilo arriving back at the base. Lan's there as well, and an all hands on board action call begins where Shay is saying like, hey, how can I help? What can I do? And Lan's saying, okay, get all the soldiers, Hilo, let's get ready to go. We're going to find out exactly where these people are. We're going to take them out. Shay, just take care, watch after Kaul Sen. You don't want to be involved in the crime. Just, stay here. We're going to handle this. Oh, we know where that's going. Oh, Shay don't like that feeling at all. But before they can go, Kaul Sen is just yelling at them, saying, the Mountain Clan would have never declared war with me. Ayet would not have declared war with me, the friend he had that also started the Mountain Clan. This is your fault. And if something bad happened, you deserved it. And Hilo's like, they tried to kill me. And he goes, then you must have deserved. Dude, Kaul Sen, you suck. All the sucks. The only person who sucks more sucks than you is Daru. But I love this moment because we see the DNA within these three siblings solidifies, because they may not want to do this job, but they are damn good at it. And with their soldiers watching them, they essentially are like, Grandpa, we're in charge. Shay, babysit his ass. And so Shay is left behind to babysit their senile, going insane from possibly long green bone jade exposure asshole grandpa. But with this occurring in front of a bunch of the gathered forces of the No Peak clan, and them effectively just putting their grandpa out to be babysat, not to pasture, that's got a different meaning, but you know what I'm saying? The generational shift really feels like it's complete now.
Future's now, old man.
And it's definitely going to be the biggest testing moment for Lan and how he's going to handle what's about to come. Because building up throughout all of this book so far, we have seen that many of the fists and fingers are certainly more loyal to Hilo than Lan. And it's not any disrespect to Lan. Again, it just comes down to the fact that Hilo, one, super charismatic guy, and also is just out and about with the people far more. And Lan is this reserved, contemplative leader who's not doing, I guess, the internal PR he should be. So there is opportunity in what's to come because they arrive at a factory. They know many of the Mountain Clan members are within, most likely Ayat Mata and people under her command as well. And they send in their own messenger who says, like, I'm willing to die for you. And the message is simple. You will send us the heads of the 2 men who tried to kill my brother and surrender the rest of the armpit district to our control unequivocally for payment of this transgression if you'd like to avoid a war. And they send someone in and quite a bit of time passes. Okay. Also, Hilo just jawing off. He is walking around outside like, I'm alive. Oh, I'm alive.
I never yielded! And as you can see, I am not dead!
Come and get it. So love that for Hilo. But the 2 men who were involved in the assassination do come out. Hilo confirms that's them. That one's name's Chon. That one's name's Gam. And the Mountain makes concessions immediately. They respond with saying, hey, we agree that despite Hilo's massive oversteps into our territory recently, Mountain Clan, okay, we understand that this was too much. And so you may have these 2 men's lives, the 2 men who have come out have to say. And in addition to that, we will leave the armpit district except for 2 little areas that we've always held. Don't talk about it. And Lan, I guess he makes the concession on the second part, but the execution of these 2, as you noticed, not just heads came out, the 2 full guys. And Gam propositions Lan, I offer you a clean blade, which means instead of just you executing me, you and I duel to the death. And as a fist of the mountain, that's how I want to die. And if it's a clean blade duel, there can be no retribution for the result. So I guess it also could add in a layer of like cooling things over, but things are not going to cool over. There was an assassination attempt on a horn. Shit's about to go down. This is Lan's opportunity. He is standing here in front of a bunch of his most important fists and Hilo, and he's just been challenged to a fight. Something that even Hilo's like, dude, oh, tap me in. I got this. Boom, let's go. But Lan says, no, I accept your challenge. And Lan's gonna take him on because he needs to establish that he is also the badass Greenbone pillar who deserves this position. He's willing to put down his life for the clan, and his own family was insulted by this. Him shouldering it, optics-wise, truly does put him as the head of the family. After Hilo says, you're the pillar, you can't do this, Lan responds, I can't be the pillar if I don't. Ooh, good moment. And so we get our first full aura Jade duel. Let's read it. Perceiving Lan's instant of uncertainty, Gam chose that moment to attack. He stepped into a classic opening high sweep, then changed his direction deftly and sliced low. Lan caught the misdirection in time and deflected the blade. He circled his own weapon around in an upward piercing strike. Gam twisted away, throwing his arm up against the side of his head. Lan's blade sheared against his steeled arm. Lan launched into an offensive fury of quick cuts. Their blades sang together in a lethal duet, blocking and deflecting. Gam gave ground, then pivoted sharply and slammed a kick into the pillar's side. Lan felt his ribs compress and heave under the man's strength. He pulled himself light and flew back, landing on his feet. The watching men hurried backward to make more space. Out of range now to reach his opponent with the blade, Lan remembered Hilo's warning just as Gam flung his left arm forward with a shout and a heaving burst of Jade energy, ripping a wave of deflection through the air strong enough to hurl a grown man to the ground. Lan rooted into a forward stance and threw up his own deflection in a vertical shield that parted the other Greenbone's attack like the prow of a boat. He felt the clash of energy reverberate through his frame, clattering his clenched teeth as he skidded backward into his planted heel. Like the suck of a receding tide, he felt Gam pull his aura in, readying another spear of deflection. Lan rushed his opponent, lightness and strength, turning him into a blur of speed. His moonblade carved a deadly path toward the side of Gam's neck. The other Greenbone whirled under the slice and slammed a palm strike to Lan's sternum. All the energy the fist had gathered for the deflection, he channeled into the blow. Lan gave every fiber of his being into steel, knowing in that instant he would live or die based on whether the other man's force could break him. He felt Gam's energy batter and buckle him. It pierced his rib cage and seized his heart. Lan felt death tickle the edge of his mind. His steel splintered, but it did not break. It held a moment of stalemate, and then it roared outward, scattering the force of the killing blow. He was, after all, a Kaul. Gam had given all of himself to the attempt. He swayed on his feet for an instant, his jade aura wafting pale and flimsy. Lan sunk his blade into the man's side like it was a block of soft bean curd. He had almost nothing left either, but he pulled across, parting tissue and arteries. His perception clamored white, as if drowning in psychic noise. The final spike of pain and fear from Gam, the backwash of energy as the man's life fled him. The multitudinous rush of triumphant elation from the watching warriors of No Peak, and then the second fist of the mountain slumped to the ground. Lan fell to his knees, gasping. "Thank you, Old Uncle Jinshu, for your favor," he whispered. Then, raising his voice so all could hear, he spoke to his opponent's body. "You carried your jade well, and you died a fist death. You were a worthy opponent, Gam, a loss to your horn." He wiped both sides of his moonblade down the inside sleeve of his left arm, and raising it high, rose to his feet. "My blade is clean." From the sidelines, Kaul Hilo gave a curt nod to Make Khan. The first stepped around Chandal, who knelt in resignation of his fate. Make pulled the man's head back and opened his throat from ear to ear with a deep, swift stroke of a talon knife, then pushed him face forward into the asphalt. "No peak! No peak!" The green bones erupted in cheers. "Call Lin Jin! Our blood for the pillar!" They dropped to their knees and beat their fists to the ground in a drumbeat of applause, their exuberant pent-up strength denting the pavement. Lan cut off his enemy's jade chokers, bracelets, and tore the studs from his face. So much jade in his hand made his throat feel dry with heat, his scalp tingle as if the roots of his hair were charged with electricity. He was moving as if in a dream, dizzy with relief. He stood. "We're leaving," he shouted, "but let our enemies know this. No Peak defends and avenges our own. You wrong any one of us, you wrong all of us. You seek to war with us, and we will return in 100-fold. No one will take from us what is ours." Lan thrust the fistful of jade he'd won above his head, and the din increased. He saw Hilo cross his arm and rock back on his heels, smiling. I love so much that Hilo is just openly proud, like, "That's my brother."
Yes! That's awesome!
And something that I think is a brilliant narrative choice from Fonda Lee in this scene is we don't necessarily hear from anyone in the Mountain Clan directly, aside from Gam, who comes out and is just the second fist of the clan. He's not the top dogs, and it kind of keeps this aura of what's going on in there, really. We have our people out front, unified, calling them out, and are they freaking out inside, or is this all part of Atmata's plan? Keep in mind, we're almost denied the gratification as the reader of seeing any reaction from the Mountain Clan, any internal turmoil. We just see two people sent out who, were they planned to die all along? Who knows? Atmata is a terrifying antagonist, and sometimes it's because of how little she is on the page. But there is problems that come about from this. Not only to the fact that Lan just referred to the mountain as enemies openly, but he's now holding a shite ton of jade. He pulled a bunch off of the second fist of the mountain, and it affects him. He's got a bit more anger, and they're showing sides of like jade going on. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute, because first they get back to their home and have a sit down with Shay and close Doru and Sen out of it. Ooh, the generation is in charge. And Shay brings her findings up despite the chaos of everything because of how important it is. And how in the hell did Doru not catch this? This is such a blatant violation of what the established law should be, and wasn't even hidden too well. Is Doru a traitor or just old, senile, and bad at his job? We already know, though, Lan wants a new weatherman, and it's been like hinted that it's going to be Shay because, ooh, everyone thought she would be when they were kids, and Doru certainly needs to go out, but we'll talk about that in a minute, because they note, Lan, you should probably go to the hospital because that still was a jade fight, so my guy, you're in rough shape. Lan ignores their concern, though, and tells Shay, make 3 copies of your finding, send it to this politician, it's going to be very important, and go ahead and feel free to come for dinner anytime. We're definitely setting up Shay being more involved. But Hilo notices this and even kind of calls Lan out on it, saying, is she going to be back in or not, right? We can't have someone half in, half out. We need clarity. We need cohesiveness. Everyone thinks she's going to be the weatherman. What are you going to do? And Lan says, I will not bring Shay back in unless she specifically wants to. Which, like, yeah, but at the same time, Lan, what did you already do, right? He's believing what he's saying, but there's a bit of an obvious contradiction between what he thinks and his emotional actions. But now that Shay is gone, Hilo and Lan also talk about for sure there's going to be open war. This is not going to be the end of it. Yes, we got our technical retaliation, but the Mountain has showed their hand. They're intending war, and they probably want us to know that. There is some sketchy, tricky stuff going on. Hilo, get ready. And Hilo says this is going to be a very dangerous time. Wynn can't live with me until we're married. Lan, can I marry a make, someone whose family is so looked down on, but I deeply, deeply love? And we see a little bit of sin in Lan because, one, he also knows that love is not always enough because of what happened with him with his ex leaving him. But it also would be hard for the Kaul family. And yeah, Lan's the pillar. He's got to be considerate of the fact that there would be other families who would be resentful seeing a family that's been accused of being traitors raised so high to marry Hilo, and it could be a point of contention. There's also an additional angle added to this where apparently Wynn does not even truly know who her father is. She could be a bastard. But looking at his brother, and Hilo's really pushing him for it, Lan relents and gives his blessing. Even after saying to Hilo, like, you don't need my blessing. And Hilo's like, no, you are the pillar. What did we just do? You are the pillar. I would have asked grandfather. I'm going to ask you. And so Lan says yes. And Hilo gives him an incredible sign of respect. Basically swearing an oath to be able to die, but to be very willing to die for Lan. And so that just shows like this was a huge moment for Lan's leadership. His Mountain is absolutely not only his loving brother, but loyal soldier. And so it looks like despite whatever the Mountain's doing being very convoluted and us not seeing their full hand yet, the ranks within the palace are forming up right for our perspective as a reader. But please don't take any of her family's betrayals as a negative for Wynn. Wynn is down, and she actually is really grateful to Hilo and the Kaul family for not outright rejecting and banishing her or her brothers and being brought in so close to the fold. But I want to close off this whiteboard by just talking about how I think the Greenbone Saga is also a really fantastic example of the heavy is the crown trope. It's not talked about in those conversations a whole lot because it's not literal king royalty, and it feels like a lot of people just assume that that's required for it to be considered that. But this whole first book is really, at least emotionally for Lan, the pillar of the clan, about the pressure that you have to feel internally, the anxiety and the trauma you're just pushing down so that you can be an effective leader in what is a situation where there are no good guys. And I think it's brilliantly put forward not only through the political maneuverings between the No Peak and Mountain clan, but how Lan is internally dealing with the contradictions of how he wants to treat his family, what he wants to do with him, and what we actually see him do, and how often his actions do not entirely match his words, which is a very human thing. They're going to be investigating Doru to be a traitor. In fact, Hilo's even going to put men on him, but it's got to be kept on the DL because there is still the slim chance they are wrong. And if Sen found out that they were investigating his best friend and like the last person of the generation watching over the clan, maybe being the reason that Sen is even willing to step down, it could kill him. So they got to keep it on the DL for now. Okay. All that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump on into giving just the final notes of this scene between Lan and Hilo, because Lan is truly having trouble with Jade. And like most people who are struggling with a drug, which Jade is coded to be throughout the whole series, he's kind of in, like, he knows how bad it is, but hey, I can handle, I'm good. But we're seeing even here in these final scenes with Hilo, he's feeling so much more than he should. His senses are on fire. And not only is it affecting emotionally his interactions with Hilo, but it additionally frames Hilo for us, the audience, again, of despite being the hothead, the thug, stereotypically being the horn, he's kind of more sympathetic. Because again, he's saying stuff about Wen when he's asking to marry her, like she's a good person, right? Like the Meg family may have betrayed us, But she's a good person. She should not pay for her father's crimes. And he's right. No one should pay for their parents' crimes. They're not yours. And so Lon actually kind of comes across like Sin during this bit. Also saying, you know, it's just the way it's framed, I think, is really beautiful because Lin is an immensely complex character. And with the context of the pressure he's under and the one leading example he has to follow is Ganda, we get it. We totally get his reasoning and thinking. But on a human level, I'm on Hilo's side. Hilo is also not a psycho. It would be so easy to write a dumber version of his character that's just a brooding, crazy, but he's so sweet to win. He's such a like genuinely caring person for those he loves, maybe more than anyone else in the story. We love Hilo. And he's gonna go through an arc. A moment of silence passed before Hilo said, Lon, I didn't notice until I was sitting closer to you, but your aura doesn't seem right. He squeezed his eyes shut, turning his face aside, concentrating his perception. It's flaring, pulsing, kind of. It feels off, not like you. It's all the new Jade, Lon said. It's taking a little getting used to. You know how it is. He was sitting still, but his heart was beating fast. Hilo opened his eyes. I don't think you should wear it. I won this Jade. Lon was startled by his own sudden defensiveness. It's mine by right. You wear all the Jade you've won, don't you? His brother shrugged. Sure. What did you take last night? Hilo leaned back and shifted his hip off the chair so he could reach into his pockets and pull out his spoils. The rings, bracelet, and pendant. I'll get them reset, obviously. He held them out for Lon's inspection. The watch and these studs belong to the makes. There's a belt in my car that's theirs by right, too. He returned them to his pocket and sat back. It's not as much as Gam's. You still have more overall. Lon blinked. Had he just said that? Hila's eyes widened, surprised as well. Is that what this is about? He ran his tongue over his lips. I'm the Horde, brother. People don't expect me to be smart. They do expect me to carry a shitload of Jade. Everyone's different. Some people are better, thicker-blooded. Lon wondered what was wrong with him, that he was sounding so bitter and testy. The fatigue from staying up for more than 36 hours straight, the fight in front of the factory, and now the Jade, it was all getting to him too much, too quickly. It's been years since I've dueled Hilo, he said. I had killed her father's own horn and 2 of his fists. Today I had to fight in front of our men, and I had to win. Tomorrow, people will be paying attention to see if I'm wearing the proof that I'm thick-blooded enough for no peak to stand up to the mountain in a war. You know better than anyone that it's true. Hilo's gaze was straight. You're right. It's true. He glanced down at the carpet, lips pursed, then back up again. You know, you don't have to do it right now, though. After what Gam hit you with, you're hurt. Put it down, Lon. Give yourself a break. He got up and held out his hand, offering to take it. In a surge of possessiveness, Lon's fist tightened around the Jade, his Jade. How dare his little brother think to take it from him? Hilo's aura was too harsh and close, mentally blinding. He kept standing there, though, hand extended. And Lon perceived no greed, only concern. In a burst of clarity, he knew the Jade was doing this, setting him on edge, skewing his emotions. He'd been taught the early warning signs of Jade overexposure since he was a child. Every Greenbone had. Severe mood swings, sensory disorientation, shaking, sweating, fever, a racing heart, anxiety, and paranoia. The appearance of symptoms could be sudden or gradual. That might come and go for months or years, or exacerbated by stress, poor health, or injury. If left unaddressed, they could progress into itches, which were almost always fatal. Hilo was looking at him intently now. Lon forced himself to open his hand and set the Jade studs on the side table. He removed the choker from his breast pocket and pushed all of Gam's Jade away from himself. A few seconds passed before the change kicked in, and then it was dramatic. As if a high fever had suddenly broken, his heart rate came down, the painful sharpness of the room receded. Hilo's aura returned to its usual smooth hum. Lon took a slow, deep breath and let it out again, trying not to let his relief appear too palpable. Hilo nodded and sat back down, but there was an uncertainty in his eyes that Lon did not like. So even Hilo doubted his ability. Kaul Sin was a decrepit old man. Doru might be a traitor, and Shay refused to even wear Jade. It was only him and Hilo now. What was happening to the great Kaul family? This is going to take us back to our good buddy Barrow. You remember him. He's one of the 2 teenagers at the start of the book that tried to do a Jade heist by pulling it out of someone's ear. Well, it seems he's doing a little bit better. Perhaps he's 17 now. I don't know. They think a little bit better when they turn 17. Because Barrow has been teaming up with a couple of his buds, and they've been going around the Armpit District, pulling off some petty crime, but doing it well enough that the Horn of the Mountain Clan perhaps does notice, because not him showing up, that would be like a way overkill, but someone from the Mountain Clan brings Barrow and his one remaining friend who still wants to continue to do crime into a car. And I gotta say, it's kind of realistic that in the middle of this book, we see Barrow as he gets older, just have a friend walk away. Maintaining friendships when you're an adult sucks so hard. I got so much to do. Back to the book. But this member of the Mountain Clan, who deliberately remains nameless, just decides to put some submachine guns on the table and says, you know, don't do anything too stupid and reckless with that, but there you go. Hot damn. That's one hell of a way to take a petty gang that's not affiliated with the Mountain Clan and make them loyal to you and have very certain plausible deniability. What do you mean? They're just some gangsters in your streets with submachine guns. Yeah, of course they're saying I gave it to them. They just don't want to get in trouble. But from here, we're going to cut to see our boy Andon, because he is actually out helping the normal people because John Loon is suffering the effects of a typhoon. And it's a part of Greenbone culture that, yes, we are super and many of us clan affiliated. If something bad is happening to the common man, that's a natural disaster or a result of one of these many god stories we've been talking about, you go out and you do your part. And it's a leftover thing from the Many Nations War too, obviously, because the Greenbones were the ones who pushed the foreign invaders from the shore, even though if you look back in time not too long ago, we were the foreign invaders. Shut up! But the reason this rain is turning to blood is Andon is overhearing some of his classmates talk about the rising violence in the streets between the No Peak clan and the Mountain clan. And they're even putting forward that perhaps Lon be the one who is responsible. You know, he's a good peacetime pillar, but why is he going to do good during this? And man, Hilo is a bloodthirsty dude. Like, it's just a result. Like, we know as the reader, no, that's not the whole case, but perhaps there be some disinformation from the Mountain Clan involved. And on top of that, rumors and gossip are never right. At least not like 100% true. And there's this awkward dynamic because Andon is not the kind of guy to go, hey, shut the fuck up, that's my family. But at the same time, shut the hell up, that's his family. They're the ones who took him in, and you're just sitting there yapping away about these people, and it's a bit uncomfortable, but Andon has something else to think about. Not only because there's another boy here named Lot that maybe is into Andon and gay. We, the reader, kind of get to figure out absolutely, but Andon's too shy to do too much about it, and love.
Love is in the air.
But another thing that happens is the Horn of the Mountain Clan's here handing out cake. And makes no contact with Andon again. And there's two angles to this. One, he's like, I'm disappointed you said no to our offer, which, like, this offer, weird. Two, he's deliberately doing this because they know Andon will go back and tell the No Peak clan that they made contact again, which will piss off Hilo and hopefully foment greater division. Speaking of the devil, we're actually going to cut over to Hilo because we see he's getting
Ready.
Lock and load, bitches.
Not only is he visiting Tar in the hospital, who we've seen has had some of the best in the business come to give him some medical aid and Greenbone enhanced healing, but on top of that, Hilo's on the phone, and we just get, okay, let the one who's talking go and kill the rest. Yeah, all right, they're definitely working for the Mountain Clan. It's not Barrow, but it's proof to us that this is something that's going to be a regular problem. Also, Hilo, damn! But he then sees Wynn and tells her of the good news that Lon has approved of their wedding. Fantastic. And after the attempt on Hilo's life, she agrees to move in with the clan because obviously things are getting really dangerous, and Wynn, being a Meg, is obviously affiliated with No Peak, and the fact that she's dating Hilo is not exactly a secret. We also see she is really smart, once again, having observations that we, the reader, know is true about the potential escalating violence and really wanting to get involved. Wynn wants to prove herself beyond just loving Hilo. There's a vibe to Wynn where she also wants to redeem her family. She wants to prove that they are in this. They are also grateful to the Kaul family letting them become so affiliated with No Peak. And despite Tar being in a hospital bed and possibly going to die, still, I mean, you know, things happen in hospitals where like a blood, what am I saying? Anyway, she's down, but we actually get our first signs of maybe Hilo's not all he's been cut out to be from what I've been saying, because he, in a tone that I don't even appreciate, Hilo. Wynn was silent for a moment. Now that I'm going to be part of the family, there's no reason why I shouldn't work in the clan. Ken and Tar are your fists and second fist. You could use me too. Put me somewhere in No Peak where I'll be of help in the war when it comes. Hilo shook his head. This war's not for you to worry about. Because I'm a woman? Because you're a Stone Eye, he said. This is between green bones. Wind let her arms fall over her side and stepped back, opening space between them. I come from a greenbone family. You said yourself, I have the heart and mind of a Jade warrior. That doesn't make you one. Hilo was disturbed by the direction this conversation had taken. You know I don't believe the bullshit about Jade bringing people closer to the gods or Stone Eyes being bad luck. None of that. But if you're not a greenbone, then there's a different life for you. Not better or worse, but a green bone's life. You can do anything else you want, but not this. Other clans have made use of their Stone Eyes. Stone Eyes can move freely through the city. We can handle Jade without giving off an aura. You told me that Tambin the Carver is a Stone Eye from the mountain, and does their bidding still. A sense of terror and rage rose and coated the inside of Hilo's nose and mouth. You're not anything like Tambin, he said in a low voice. Tambin is a puppet. I'm going to follow every one of his strings back to the mountain and cut them off. He's a dead man. You will never be like him. He seized Wynn by the arms so quickly that she didn't even have time to flinch. He was aware at all times of how slow and soft she was, how vulnerable, how easily he could hurt her. And the thought of her in peril from his enemies, other greenbones, filled him with a fear he did not have for his own life. The mountain will do anything. They'll recruit common thieves. They'll send a Stone Eye to smuggle inside. No Peak territory. I suppose next they'll send children against us. I won't do that. I won't send a Stone Eye into a greenbone war. I won't ever use you like that. Nothing will change my mind on this. Understood? He shook her. Yes, she said meekly. He softened and folded her again with a sigh. I think maybe you're bored at your job. Wynn worked as a secretary in a legal office. You're too smart for that kind of work. After we're married, you can quit and do what you want. You want to go back to school, you can do that. Or you want to start your own business, doing interior design type stuff, you're good at that for sure. We can think about it. Yes, Wynn said. We can think about it more later. Hilo? It's a big turn on that she's willing to pull a gun on a motherfucker. Don't in the real world, you discourage that behavior, but in this book, embrace it, it's badass. 2, maybe he, as well as Lon, does not handle pressure the best. But we also get an additional observation from Hilo that, again, reaffirms that he's at least a realistic and observant horn for No Peak, because yes, despite the fact that it's absolutely true, you cannot deny that No Peak is the biggest and baddest, Mountain's been pretty aggressive recently. They squashed 2 other clans, they have greater experienced fighters, and while we have a great crop of graduates coming soon from the academy, the people we have out in the streets right now are a bit rusty. And experience matters. Is Mountain coming to hit its peak? In fact, the danger around Hilo at this point is so great. We learned that he's sleeping in his car at random locations to make sure that no one can be able to track him down and do that one scene from that gangster movie. You know the one. These insecurities are reaffirmed when we see Lon is in a meeting with some high-up city officials, and he is just straight losing it. They're bringing concerns, because a lot of them are lantern men, about whether or not their businesses will be as profitable if a full-on gang war erupts, which Lon is just not denying too much at all is going to happen. But on top of that, his Jade issues are getting bad. I am talking in the bathroom going, oh, how much time has passed? 7 years? 6 minutes? He's feeling Jade from people out in the street. He's having these feverish, nauseous, but he's keeping it stoned, keeping it cool, not letting the business leaders with him notice this. He leans over to his second next to him and goes, act like you're talking to me and distracting me. Okay, we're going back. Sorry, fellas, I was just needing to get a quick message from my friend here. We cut to Shay, and we see that before she actually initially left Kekon, some foreign high-up military officials were kind of unbeknownst to her, but I mean, what they were doing is pretty obvious, and like she knew it, but just didn't know the full context of it. They were grilling her about information, culture, and political insights for Kekon as a whole, John Loon specifically, and obviously she ended up giving away information for the No Peak clan because of the guy she loved, Gerald, that she ended up split with, which after getting to know Shay, dude, you lost out big.
Because you are dangerous and sexy.
She's thinking about this because she has actually gone outside the city and met up with her, Lon, and Hilo's mom, the woman who just kind of decided to go, nah, I'm good, and leave John Loon, which after seeing how the culture is there, like, don't abandon your kids. But also, if they're mobbed up and you know they're not going to leave, Don't abandon your kids, but damn, that's a tricky situation. Jesus. Named Colwyn Rhea, we see she's a little stitious. She's not full on saying like, oh yeah, stone eyes are bad luck, but she does a little gesture that's like buying into that belief. She's given mixed signals. If I had to give one kind of summation of Colwyn Rhea as a character, not always the most firm in her positions person, and clearly is in denial as well. Like, she knows her family's mobbed up, but she's saying things along the lines of like, I can't believe Lon and Hilo are getting in fights. Well, I guess I should believe Hilo's getting in fights. He always did in schools, which in the full context, your family makes a living off blood, death, and murder, right? That's a weird comment to make. We get greater details of the fallout from when Shay left as well, like her grandfather calling her a selfish idiot girl, as well as much worse things I can't say without YouTube putting me in jail. But once she's done visiting her mother and goes back to Jong-Loon, approaching her apartment, she remembers, I don't have my keys. I locked myself out. So okay, there's that cute neighbor. All right, I'll go to his window, knock, see if he's there. And why is he not moved in? He's been here for as long as I have months, 4 months. Just one sleeping bag, that's what we call very stitious. So she breaks into his apartment, sits on, I think, like one of the few chairs, if not the only chair, and just waits. And so then Khan gets home and opens the door to, oh, you are bringing a knife to my throat and are very angry.
Can you put the knife down?
Hilo, I'm Hilo's guy. He just wanted me to look after you. I'm very sorry. And they still kind of flirt a little bit, but Shay, that love interest gone. And, okay, call Hilo. Call Hilo immediately. Hilo comes on down and he apparently like laughed on the phone when Khan called, and Hilo, god damn it, man. We also learned during this time that Khan is a Greenbone who's got a tiny little bit on him as well. And Shay couldn't detect it because it was such a small trace amount. He's not a super amped up Greenbone. But when he gets to Shay's apartment, Hilo and her get into a big fight. Kaul leaves before this, but it gets to the point where Shay is saying, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm not wearing Jade and I know Hilo could just absolutely destroy me in a fight, I would beat his ass. Like, it escalates. But Hilo also makes a couple points, like, you haven't even gone to visit Andon since you've been back. What's that about? You don't want to be a part of the business? Fine. You haven't invited me over for dinner once. Like, I get you don't want to be clanned up, but do you not even want to be family? And so, you know, you get why Hilo is a bit hurt. He's got a big bleeding heart. We're aware of that. Shay, still valid. Like, I get you don't want to be super close to the crime family. Speaking of Andon, though, we're going to cut back to his perspective because we see he's coming to visit Lon, and he actually picked up a package for him on the way. You know, they don't have Amazon same-day delivery in Jong-Loon, I guess. And he shows up, hands it over to Lon. Lon takes the suspicious package, drops it in a drawer, and then actually takes Andon over to do some training. He says, like, what are you best at? What are you worst at? And Andon shows him what he's best at, and Lon's really impressed. He's like, good job, man. God, this is going to be a good crop of graduates from the academy. Nice. All right, now what are you worst at? His worst thing is the deflection Jade. He can't push bullets and stuff well, so Lon wants to help him. And they start with something pretty easy. He's throwing, like, darts at him. You know, there's actually throwing like knives, and Andon's doing a pretty good job. Lon even compliments him, says he's proud at some point, and Andon does a big like swing push throwback with one of the knives. Cool. But then Lon asks him to do something where he has to like push bottles over, and Andon can't even manage that. And this is where Lon starts to lose it, and not only clearly give across under pressure, maybe going through some Jade fever issues, though he's not at the point where he's having like the itch. Want to be that clear? That's like the final stage. You're screwed with Jade sickness. But he's giving off Sin vibes. He's saying like, how are you supposed to be a soldier for the clan if you can't even push over bottles? You're gonna push a man? Well, what the hell? And he eventually, he cools down. He's like, I'm sorry. That's my bad. You don't even have to join the No Peak clan when you graduate. You know that. You don't owe us your life. I'm sorry. And they have a little bit of a like, I'm always going to love you, Andon. I'm sorry about that. And Andon's, of course, a little freaked out. Like, Jesus, man. I have anxiety, but don't take advantage of it. But Lon is called away real quick for some business, and Andon remembers that was a weird package he just dropped to I'm gonna go on over to this desk, open it, and that's Shine. That is the drug that lets people use more jade. And as he's looking in, Lon walks back in the room. Oh, bad. And this actually really hurts Lon, because he says, I would have never thought you, Andon, would go through my stuff and break my trust. And then when he sees the look on Andon's face, he remembers that his mom died from jade poisoning. And yeah, he's probably having some issues with the idea of me eventually dying from the same thing. Okay, I get why he's scared. But that doesn't mean Andon's cool with it. And Andon, to his credit, asks some questions, gives some pushback. Like the pillar, a Kaul of the No Peak clan, is using this. Like, what's going on? You should probably get out of the city, take a break, to just heal from the new enormous amount of jade you've got going on that's swelling your aura to the point where it's possibly killing you, and then come back. But with everything going on, Len knows he cannot do that. But the seed has been planted for Andon to kind of let this slide, because not only did earlier Hilo tell him, hey, even if you need to use some shine because of how crazy sensitive you are to jade at some point, it's all right. It's only when the foreigners use it that we don't really like it, because we don't want them using our jade. Lon then adds on top of that, shine is a plague on society. It's used by people with no natural jade tolerance or training whatsoever. Foreigners, criminals, jade-fevered addicts. That's why the illegal shine trade has to be stamped out. But SN1 isn't all bad. As a drug that blunts the detrimental effects of jade exposure, it can be useful. There are times when a greenbone's natural tolerance needs a boost. He paused. You can understand that, can't you? It's all the new jade you're wearing, isn't it? And his voice was an agitated whisper. Is there something wrong with it? Is it dangerous because it used to belong to Gom? Lon managed a humorless smile. No. Jade is an amplifier. It doesn't retain energy from its previous owners, no matter what old superstitions you've heard. He turned his face away slightly, and his voice fell. I didn't get out of the duel unscathed, Andon. He tapped his chest above his heart. Gam disrupted something when he channeled into me. I haven't been feeling quite right since then. It's made carrying new jade harder than it should be. Worry crowned in. Have you seen a doctor? The one at the academy is I've seen Dr. Tro. The healing sessions help, but there's nothing else to be done for it besides time and rest. He grimaced, acknowledging that he was in short supply of both these things. Andon understood now why his cousin was so edgy, volatile. He'd been carrying a secret injury along with a new Greene and the pressures of being a wartime pillar, and now the shame of needing SN1 to be able to bear the jade he'd won in a public duel. Don't wear it then, Andon insisted. Not until you're better. It's too much. Lon shook his head. I can't disappear from sight right now. Every day I meet with people, councilmen, lanternmen, luck bringers, fists and fingers, all of them looking for assurances and evidence that no peak can stand up to the mountain. Meanwhile, our enemies are searching for any sign of weakness on our part, waiting for another chance to strike. I can't give that to them. His expression was wary as he backed off from Andon. This isn't your concern. When you leave this room, I want you to forget about it. But the shine, it's bad for you. It's addictive, right? And it's temporary, Lon snapped, eyes lighting up again in the way that made Andon shrink back and shut his mouth. I'm not going to get addicted, and I can't have anyone else in the clan even thinking that might happen. I had Woon arrange for a private supply of SN1 because it would be suspicious for me to be visiting Dr. Tro too often. It's even too much of a risk to have my pillarmen seen picking up unusual packages. People are watching closely. I'm trusting you, Andon. Despite what you just did, your uncle was one of my best friends, and I've always thought of you as my littlest brother. You're more like me than Hilo ever was. I've never asked you for anything, but I'm asking you now to keep this secret. Andon swallowed, then nodded. As soon as he did so, he thought, I should break this promise. I should tell Hilo. He wasn't even sure how to reach Hilo these days. The Horn was out patrolling No Peak territory with his fists at all hours. And what would Hilo say? Oopsie, Hilo, you accidentally put an idea in the boy's head that's gonna keep him from telling you something that you should know. After this event, though, it's actually time for us to cut back to Barrow, because Barrow gets one more mission. And he's told by the member of the Mountain Clan that if he pulls this one off, he'll be cut in, meaning brought into the Mountain Clan, which, ooh, that's what he wants. Jade, Greenbone, Kekani's child, he's in there for it. But this last job, he's ordered to go to the brothel deep within No Peak territory that many high-ranking members of the No Peak clan, including Lon himself, are known to go to, take these submachine guns and just start like that one scene in that one gangster movie. And they're even told if you see some really fancy cars, shoot them up too. And so we're calling this Chekhov's submachine guns aimed at a brothel. It really rolls off the tongue. It's reaffirmed at this point that the events of Jade City so far have happened over a span of many weeks. And finally, we are seeing Shay go to Andon's sports event. There is a sport that they play at the academy between the Greenbone trainees and other school kids. Obviously, they're not allowed to use jade during this. And Andon's quite the athlete. Yeah, not wearing any jade. He's doing a damn good job. And he's humble about it, doesn't get super angry or pissed when something goes wrong, and just seems to be an overall good sport. Good for you, Andon. After the game's over, Shay invites him out to dinner, and Andon really wants to tell Shay about Lon using Shine. He doesn't though, and instead they have a conversation where it becomes clear Andon has concerns and might know something. At first, Shay's like telling him, leave Lon alone, leave clan business only. Like me, you don't gotta get involved, right? But then she realizes something could be really wrong, and it's a awkward-ish dinner, but also these two clearly have a lot in common. Andon really is a blend character-wise between Shay and Lon. Many of their best attributes. Speak of the devil, though, we actually cut to Lon's perspective, and this chapter starts off with a bang because he's on the phone with Hilo, and Hilo's got bad news. Lon was in his study when the phone call came in from Hilo. It was on a line that was separate from the others. Only Hilo was aware of the number, and he knew to use it only for urgent matters that required an absolutely secure connection. I found the proof you wanted, the horn said, without preamble. Doru's been in regular contact with the mountain. He's been taking payment from them through secret accounts. Lon felt a heaviness descend. Are you sure? I'm sure. Reluctance kept the pillar silent for a second. We'll handle this tonight then. He looked over at the clock. The workday was almost over. Doru would soon be leaving his office on Ship Street. There was no point in delaying. That would only spook the traitor and make the whole affair more painful for everyone. After hearing this, Lon only has one real solid course of action, and that's to turn to Woon, an officer he's been kind of grooming to take over as weatherman, but he's not sure he'll do a great job, and go ahead and promote him, but say, don't tell anyone until we give you the clear to do so, because we got to clean up some stuff. And yeah, they got to clean up some stuff, but it's about to get a whole lot messier first, because Lon also gets a letter from his ex-wife, and it feels thicker than the rest. He doesn't want to hear about how great her life is going. Yeah, that's wonderful, and he loves her still. He wants to get a letter from her one day begging to come back and begging for forgiveness, but he just drops it in his desk drawer and decides to go to the brothel. My guy, therapy, way better option. He goes and sees the same woman that he's been sleeping with and actually is a little more rude than her than he typically is and sends her away as he would like a common street hoe is how it's put in the book instead of the high-class escort that she is. And he puts back on all of the jade that he has to, and he hates doing it because it's just an ocean of power that, yeah, is having really negative effects on him. But we then see he pulls out a syringe of shine and gives himself a dose after thinking about how he's tried to wean off of it after Andon walked in on him and he felt bad when Andon walked. Ooh, this is a lot of shine. Okay, let's get back in a cab and go home. He came here quiet. He did not want to draw attention. He didn't bring all of his guards. He just came in an unmarked cab so he wouldn't even be spotted, and now he's leaving. And we cut to Barrow. Barrow and his partner, who he openly refers to as a pussy, which I kind of find funny because he's really easy to manipulate. This guy has the same issue that apparently Marty McFly has in Back to the Future, where if you call him a pussy, he has to follow through with it, even if it's an assassination attempt on a gangster. My guy, have standards. But as they're about to step out and shoot up the brothel, he sees Lon get in a cab. Oh, that's why I was sent here. It's not to just shoot up the brothel, it's to kill him. Hey, driver, because they were sent a driver from the Mountain Clan, follow that cab. And okay, now we have two guys with submachine guns following Lon, who is on a high dose of shine, except also wearing an extreme amount of jade. And we cut to Lon's perspective, and he is already aware of them. His senses are so crazy powerful with the amount of jade he has. He straight up just hears like the wrinkle and jinkle of their submachine guns and the rapid breathing and oh, there's definitely some people who are gonna do some bad stuff following me in that car. So with his cab and not wanting to, get jumped and surprised, tells him to pull over, let me out here. And he gets out and he starts running. And we cut back to Barrow's perspective, and he just steps out of his car holding a submachine gun in a busy street. Dude, don't do that. And he thinks Greenbones can move fast. He's out of the car. He's probably gone. Oh, there he is. And he tells his friend, we gotta go. We're gonna follow Lon. We're gonna take him out. He's a well-trained Greenbone who knows you're on him. I would be 100% on the side of the hesitant friend in this situation, but okay. I wouldn't try and assassinate the head. I wouldn't be a criminal. Okay, I would not be in this situation. We cut back to Lon's perspective, and he mentally is just, okay, something's bad. He's doing high physical activity after taking a dose of shine and wearing this massive amount of jade. And he's not doing well. He's forgetting where he is and stumbling and falling over. He ran out into the beach of John Loon, and so there's water nearby, and he's so feverish and and then he realizes there's two gunmen behind him. Okay, and so he turns around, and when they open fire, he unleashes a devastating deflection, recognizes Barrow, walks up to him, takes his gun and bends it, breaking the weapon, and starts yelling at him, saying like, you want this? You want Jade? I'm gonna break your goddamn neck. I'll show you Jade. Just as he's about to kill Barrow, the shine just makes him do the full, camera does the zoom out while it pushes closer, fall back, and he's completely out of it. Barrow freaked the hell out, gets up and just starts running. And then we cut to Lon overdosing and just thinking he needs the water. He needs to cool down in the water. He's gotta cool down in the water. Cool down. Before what happens to Lon is revealed to us, we get a little bit of an aside. After hearing the mythos of how the young gods were depowered and that's resulted in humanity, there's a story told of a person who was so good, so great, of a Greenbone, that the gods chose him to be the one that everyone should strive to be like. On the morning of the day she expected to go to the family house for dinner with her grandfather and brothers, when she picked up the phone, she was astounded to hear Hilo's voice. "Stay where you are," he said. "I'm sending a car to pick you up." Hilo? For a second, she was not sure it was him. "You have to come to the house, Shay." "Why? What's wrong?" The grogginess of sleep fled at once. She'd never heard Hilo sound near panic. "Is it Granda?" There was silence on the end, so deep she might have heard her own voice echoing down a well. She squeezed the phone's receiver. "Hilo, if you won't talk to me, hand the phone to Lon." Something in the pause that followed filled her with the truth, a split second before she heard the words. "Lon's dead." Shay sat down, the phone cord pulled taut, and Hilo's words stretched thin as thread, barely reaching her from the other side of a vast gulf. "They got him last night at the docks. Workers found his body in the water, drowned." She was staggered by the depth of her grief, the suddenness with which it arrived. "Send the car, I'll be ready," she said. She hung up and waited. When Hilo's large white Duchess Prisa pulled up in front of the apartment building, she walked out without locking the door or turning out the light. She got in the back seat. Make Ken turned over his shoulder, sliding her a look of compassion so sincere she would have wept if it had not been too early for that yet. "I need to stop by the bank," she said. Make said, "I'm supposed to take you straight home. It's important. Hilo will understand." Make nodded and pulled the car away from the curb. She gave him directions to the bank, and when they arrived, he parked and got out of the car with her. He was loaded with weaponry, moon blade, talon knife, and 2 handguns. "You can't come into the bank like that," she said. "I'll wait outside the door." The bank had just opened. She went in and requested access to her safe deposit box. The manager said, "Of course, Miss Kaul. Come with me," and showed Shay into the back room with its wall of small steel doors, then left her alone. Shay had not unlocked her safe in 2.5 years. When she turned the key and opened it, irrational fear gripped her for an instant. What if it was not there? But it was. Her jade. All of it. Even before she reached inside, she felt the tug of its power setting off a tide in her blood, like the moon's gravity pulling on the ocean. She counted every stone as she put on the earrings, the bracelets up both of her forearms, anklets, choker. Then she closed the safe deposit box door and sat down on the ground, her back to the wall, and hugged her knees to her chest. It had been so long since she'd worn Jade that she felt the rush coming like the wave of tsunami looming before it engulfs the beach. She did not tense or cringe from it. She raced alongside, let it sweep her up in its inexorable path. She rode it high, let it carry her simultaneously above her own body and more deeply inside of it. She was inside the storm. She was the storm. Her mind spun in elated disorientation, the kind that comes from returning to an old house and opening the drawers, touching the walls, sitting in the furniture, remembering what was once forgotten. Guilt and doubt rose in opposition and then fell, carried swiftly away by the flood. Shay got up. She walked out of the bank and back to the Duchess with Make Ken. She got in the passenger side front seat, and Make asked, "You want me to take you to the house now, called Jen?" Shay nodded. They did not speak during the drive. Shay's mind was being torn asunder, so that her face and body did not know how to react. Someone observing her, such as Make Ken, who occasionally slid a glance in her direction, would think that she was frozen, that she felt nothing at all. Land being dead opened a chasm of desolation in Shay so vast she could not see the other side. Her eldest brother was a rock in the family, the one she felt she could always count on no matter what. He had never been unkind or judging toward her. He had always given his attention to her and respected her, even though she was much younger than he was. She wanted to be alone with the pain of her loss, but could also not help reveling in the rediscovery of her Jade senses. The sense of euphoria in her own reclaimed power was inescapable, and it suffused her with terrible remorse. All the while, another part of her was thinking clearly, if feverishly, toward vengeance. When they arrived at the house, she walked past the sentries and found Hilo standing in the kitchen, his hands leaning heavily on the table, so his shoulder blades jutted up, and his head seemed to hang between them. Like Make, he dripped with weaponry. He appeared in control of himself, almost thoughtful, but his Jade aura heaved and roiled with the fiery consistency of explosive lava. Fists flanked him left and right, so the family kitchen was crowded with ferocious waiting men. The collective aura clamor of their jade-adored bodies, assaulting Shade's reawakened sense of perception so much so that she paused to brace herself before entering. Elsewhere in the house, she heard Kenyala quietly sobbing. Hilo raised his head to look at her, but didn't move. "I'm going with you," she said. "I know where we should go." Hilo straightened and came around the table toward her. She tried to see into his eyes, but they were as black and as distant as she felt. The Horn placed his hands on her shoulder and pulled her close and laid his cheek against hers. "Heaven help me, Shay," he whispered into her ear. "I'm gonna kill them all." The death of Lon is one of my favorites in all of fiction for many reasons. The first of which is it's incredibly well foreshadowed and set up once you go back through the book. And I've tried to include some of those sprinklings here. But on top of that, it still manages to be immensely jarring. The last real personal update we got from him was literally not opening a letter. It was taking a mystery box and putting it in a drawer and showing us emotionally how much more he had to grow and do. I mean, he's in the middle of a war that hasn't even really started yet. Like, it's initiating, and his life's cut short by, yes, aggressive action by the other clan, but not anything deliberate. It is in every sense of the word jarring because it's meant to be unsatisfying, and all of that makes it feel so much more real. I don't know how many people watching this have had someone close to them die, but it never feels like it's something set up. And so Jade City both manages to make it feel surprising, yet understandable. And then the emotional impact of what follows, with us following Shay and Hilo right before they go on this spree, it's pitch perfect emotionally. There is this numb that can hit you when you lose someone close to you. Not everyone the same, of course, but grieving does not start right away. Very often you see people try and finish what they're doing or just process for a moment. It takes such a strange switch going off in the human brain to fully begin to comprehend someone dying. And you see that process stuttering in its start in Shay's. And part of that reason is because she immediately, without having to speak a word to Hilo, knows what she's got to do. All of the if they, will they, won't they for Shay of possibly joining the clan or not is out the window. And something that is still in the middle of kind of feeling like it needs to be developed one way or the other just ka-chunks to a conclusion because of the lack of conclusion that's happening within Lan. It's so explosive that it takes something that Shay should still be mulling over, and she dons her jade again, undoing all of the withdrawal she had to go through and effort to put it down for 2.5 years, because of course, it does not feel inappropriate. It gets us emotional catharsis by exploiting the shock of grief. And it's just one of the best deaths in fantasy. And seeing Lan succumb to the true source of this simmering conflict, it's the perfect initiating incident for everything that's about to happen. Because in the back of your mind as a reader, you're able to enjoy this blow No Peak is about to respond with. There's this gnawing mystery of who's in charge now. So, the Mountain Clan wanted war. They got it. Not in the timetable they wanted, but they got it. Shay immediately shows how beneficial her presence will be to the clan, because obviously Hilo being Hilo, he wants to just all-out assault the central location of the Mountain Clan, and he's ready to die in a bloodbath just so he can take out Gaunt Ash and as many others as he can, including Ayat Mata. But Shay has a better idea. You see, they send a misdirect, and we actually cut to the Horn of the Mountain Clan, hearing that an assault is coming from the No Peak, and he's thinking, God damn, why is this happening? Holy hell, this isn't a part of the plan. Okay, get ready for war. Crap! Everyone buckle down, dig in, let's get ready to fight. That's not where they're going. It's a misdirect. And instead, do you remember how the Mountain Clan said, like, yes, we'll give up the Armpit District, except for these couple very key locations that are hyper valuable to us that are casinos. You can have the rest of the Armpit because we fucked up, but we're keeping those. Those casinos are about to get raided. And the whole thing felt like a violent fever dream to Shay. The car pulled up right in front of the casino. Shay got out and strode past the shocked valet attendant who shrank aside at the sight of them, past the lighted fountain with the statue of the dancing lady in the center, up the marble steps to the revolving glass doors. No hiding in the crowd now. The waning sunlight flashed on her jade bracelets, and fearfully expectant eyes followed her every move. She felt sick with eagerness and powerful in a way she hadn't felt in years. The foreigners were right. The Kekanese were savages. Lan had not been a savage, not at heart, but he was dead now. The senior fist next to her, a gray-eyed man named Eaton, seemed unsure of how to deal with her presence. He was one of Hilo's higher-ranked lieutenants, but she was a Kaul. He couldn't decide whether to order her around or defer to her. "What's the plan, Kaul Jin?" he asked just before they reached the doors. She drew her moonblade and held it out to him. He spat on it for luck. "Kill anyone wearing jade," she said. That was simple enough to agree upon. Screams erupted when they came through the doors. Shay picked out the 4 other jade auras in the room like a cobra sensing body heat. They stood out like beacons amidst the rest of the irrelevant motion and noise. A couple of them had already perceived the murderous approach and were ready. They leapt upon the intruders at once with drawn moonblades. It had been years since Shay had last fought to kill. For a few minutes on the drive over, she wondered if she still had the skills, the reflexes, the instinct for it, or if 2.5 years of jadelessness and peaceable Aspidian life had ruined her. So she was almost surprised when she cut the first man down in a few seconds. She deflected his first attack, white metal singing against white metal, then made an obvious swing for his abdomen. The man steeled and curved his spine away from her attack, his head tilted forward with the motion, and Shay's left hand whipped up to thrust her talon knife into his unprotected throat. She bounded light over his body, yanking out the knife and already moving on to the next target. It felt like an exercise in the academy, another time trial. Training and expertise took over. She became focused and efficient, and the jade energy playing through her body was like a song she hadn't heard for a while but knew by heart. She fought another man on the first floor until Eaton cut his throat from behind. Shay leapt lightly onto the balcony of the second floor. A woman fist guarded the room where the staff had taken refuge. She greeted Shay with a battery of hurled deflections that overturned chairs, sent cards and betting chips into the air like confetti, and rattled the walls. Shay weaved through the barrage, scattering the attacks with her own deflections until she closed in, and they matched talon knives in the narrow hallway. The woman's steel could not be broken by the knife. In the end, Shay landed a crushing, stomping kick on the woman's kneecap. As her opponent buckled forward in agony, Shay dropped her elbow onto the back of the fist's head with all the strength she could summon, caving in the skull. When every green bone in the building was dead, 6 in all, they tore the door to the back room off its hinges, and Shay addressed the huddled, cowering staff members of the Kong Lady. All the businesses on Poor Man's Street are now the property of the No Peak clan, she said. You can leave with your lives, or you can swear allegiance and tribute, keep your jobs with equal terms, and pay under new management. Make your choice quickly. She gathered the Jade from the enemy fighters she'd killed, then walked outside, leaving Eaton and the rest of Hilo's men in charge. She found her brother in the street, shouting orders, pointing here and there with the tip of his bloody talon knife, his face and aura bright with battle mania. The double-double was on fire, whether it had been set accidentally or deliberately by the mountain as it fled, or by an overzealous No Peak fighter. No one seemed able to tell. The smoke curled out of the upper story windows, mingling with the washed-out hues of the sky. Hilo glanced at her as she approached, at the handful of jade she clutched, and his mouth moved in something that was not quite a smile. He turned his face back toward the melee, the fire, the running people, the intermittent sounds of continued fighting. Not just from Greenbones, people from the No Peak side of the armpit were pouring across Patriot Street. There was shouting and clashing in the streets between civilians rallying in support of one clan or another. It's not enough, Hilo muttered. Shay was not sure what he was referring to, the amount of jade in her hands, the betting houses themselves, or the number of mountain Greenbones killed that evening. She was too rattled to respond. It took another 30 minutes for the fire of the double-double to be put out, and for the chaos to fade in the silence of an eerie aftermath. At some point, when the sun sank out of the smoky sky, Hilo organized his people to carry on through the night, and Shay ended up in the rear seat of a car headed back to the Kaul house. It was all a blur to her by that point, a surreal art house film of revenge and brutality. Gaunt Ash took the phone call in silence, but every one of his men with any skill and perception shifted away from him. Gaunt Ash felt cold with astonishment, that his neck flushed red with rage. 21 members of the Mountain Clan were dead in the surprise attack. Fingers and Junior Fists, who'd hastened to defend the trio of betting houses on Poor Man's Street, but were no match for the killers Kaul Hilo had assembled from No Peak. A couple of foolish lantern men who had fired on the attackers were in the hospital. Every square inch of the armpit was under No Peak control. It was an outbreak of clan-on-clan violence such as John Lute had never seen. Gaunt hung up. For several seconds he was motionless. Then he tore the phone and its casing off the wall and hurled it across the room with such force that it embedded into the far wall on the other side of the silver spur. His men froze, shocked by the uncharacteristic outburst. Kaul Lan is dead, Gaunt said. His family has come down from the forest. We are now at open war with No Peak. Their lives and livelihoods are for the taking, and Jade goes to the victor. Jade to the victor. Y'all, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be so good, though. And with this and the previous action, there is no turning back. It will be all-out clan warfare for the first time ever. And the pillar's gone. It's just Hilo and Shay now in charge who need to handle this entire war. And the weatherman, Doru, is a traitor and still has not been dealt with. And they're not exactly thinking clear-headedly. I love this goddamn book so much. And now it is time for another whiteboard trend. From here, we are going to finish Jade City with one hell of a climax. And I'm so sorry that it took me a while to figure out the right pre-settings on my mixer to get this microphone sounding right. I overcomplicated things, tried to do a custom pre-setting thing, then just went back to what I was doing before, and it sounds better. But hey, we got it where it needs to be now, and all it took was the ending of the first book. Haha. After a night of spree killing mountain Greenbones, and we're hearing now that war is spreading across the entire gang land, Shay wakes up in her bed, and it feels like a fever dream, something that wasn't real, but she's waking up in her childhood bed, and of course the world comes crashing back to her. The reality that Lan was murdered, and her older brother that she loves so much is gone forever. And so we see that, of course, Sen is going to be terrible about this and starts saying how it is Hilo's fault. My guy, shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up, old man. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, old man. Shut up, old man. Would you just shut up?
Shut the fuck up.
Could you please shut the fuck up?
Now shut the fuck up and let me do my job.
Shut up. Making things worse for the older generation than just being generally awful. We also see that Doru has had his jade stripped from him and is being locked in his home and watched over by two of Hilo's men. And he's going to be kept there, and shut up, Daru, you traitorous PDF file. And of course, Hilo is feeling the maximum pressure of being now the youngest pillar ever after already the youngest pillar ever, which isn't saying too much because there's not been like hundreds of years of No Peak history, but still, they're getting exponentially more babied. But Shay, knowing that there is now no other option, agrees to be Hilo's weatherman, and we're really hoping these two can balance each other's out because they may have done a bloody, unexpected round of retribution the night before, but that doesn't change the fact that the Mountain Clan has been preparing for war and is economically way better positioned for sustained conflict than No Peak is. Though there's not immediate retribution, because in the wake of Lan's death and this slaughtering of green bones on the mountainside, there is peace. It's bad luck to attack someone while they're having funeral services. They're preparing to put Lan in the ground, despite most people apparently being cremated. Lan, because he's so important, gonna be buried. There's a brief cutaway where we see after his accidental kind of murdering of Lan, Burrow is going to meet up with someone he's been working with named Munt, and Munt is like, "What did you do? What the fuck did you were supposed to shoot into a building, not kill the pillar of the No Peak clan. What did you do?" And so he shoves him into a smuggling tunnel and tells him to get out of the city. Burrow sees a whole bunch of crates that he's like, "Huh, that looks like valuable stuff, but I gotta run." So he runs out from the city. We see he spends a few weeks not as far from the city as he's advised to go. We'll catch up more with him later. Hilo, of course, is just trying to meditate. We see he even reaches out with all the jade he gained from the night before and tries to feel Lan's spirit, except all he hears is his brother's voice telling him he's unworthy, which isn't real. It's just what he's internally dealing with right now, with more pressure than anyone else in this series has had to deal with so far, in addition to grieving his best bro's death. At the actual funeral, we see Sen break down and begin weeping. The children's mother, Rhea, shows up and is just numb, which is kind of a general sense we get. Andon, feeling immensely guilty for not letting people know that Lan was using Shine, tries to go up and tell Hilo, and Hilo's just, "Do not say that! Ever. Lan died a warrior's death, and no one needs to know that one of the most respected members of the Kaul family was using Shine, Andon. Yeah?" And Andon goes, "Yeah, okay." And Hilo's like, "It's okay. It's not your fault." But we see internally Andon's thinking it's everybody's fault. We all have failed. And Andon, kind of right. I'm not trying to say Lan's death is anyone's fault. Addict's death is never anyone outside of that addict's fault, because that's a horrible thing to say. But on the whole scale of this situation being made, everyone could have done a bit better. And the morality of this series is only about to get more complicated. But as the funeral continues on, a whole bunch of lantern men come to Hilo and start giving cash donations, and we see some of them are giving not as much respect to Hilo as they should, as well as politicians not giving as much respect to Hilo as they should, though it being Hilo, all of his fists and fingers are absolutely in line and down to die for the clan for what the mountain has done. And so while politically, No Peak looking a little weak, militarily, they're ready to fight. And a lot of them die. I'm not going to go over each instance, and well, I'm sure there's also deaths happening within the Mountain Clan as well, on top of the ones that Shay, Hilo, and his best fighters did the night before. We see many fists die in the coming conflict. So many of them. The balance between Shay and Hilo, not immediately figured out. They're clashing heads, definitely coming across like siblings, even right after the funeral. We see Hilo has made Tar his first man, and he's made Ken, his brother, the new horn. I'm gonna keep the horn on Hilo though, and just put a tiny horn on Ken just to keep everyone from being confused. I don't want to change drawings too much. But in a moment I really like, they didn't let Jade strip Doru go to Lan's funeral. And in fact, Shay goes to what's soon going to be her house, the Weatherman's house that Doru's been kept in. And while he's going through withdrawal on the couch, is like, "You disgust me.
You got what you deserved.
Oh, I hate you so goddamn much. But I'm not gonna kill you if you agree to take your old wrinkly ass and keep my granda company, because he's slipping fast and we're slowly stripping his jade away to keep him alive, but he just needs some kind of joy in his life. And so we're going to keep you under 24/7 surveillance, and if you ever bring up anything that's not on the up and up to our granda, they will kill you instantly, but just keep him company and I'll stop Hilo from killing you. Shay, big mistake. Big mistake. He does agree. And then on top of that, Shay starts to be like, also, what the fuck? Why? Why would you betray us after spending a quarter of a century setting up the No Peak clan? And it turns out Doru's logic, I hate Doru. Gonna make that very clear. I'm not justifying anything this guy does at all. But it's not without its merit, because Doru believes in a one clan solution for Kekon to find its international security. He also knows that Ayat Mata is the big brain on the island. Politically, she is a better pillar than Lan. And so, Doru did not know they were going to kill Lan, not that they meant to, but he saw Hilo dying as a sacrifice, a worthwhile cost to eventually make Lan surrender after his horn died and let Ayat Mata lead Kekon in a world where she would then take on essentially the rest of the nations. And you can kind of see where he's coming from, being a veteran of an inter-war that happened. But at the same time, dude, I get you don't like Hilo, but dude! But from here we cut to the ongoing motorboating from my lips. But from here we cut to the ongoing conflict, because peacetime over. And over at the Twice Lucky, that's right, the restaurant that is a crown jewel for the No Peak clan, we see that Khan, not Ken, the one who was looking after Shay, is retreating back from a fight with some mountains, and he goes into the Twice Lucky and he gets Mr. Un, the leader of it, to go hide in the back, the staffers to stay in the back, and him and his green bones kind of hold up, and we hear from Mr. Un the perspective of just a bloodbath happening outside. And then eventually Gaunt Ash, the horn of the mountain clan, asks for the staff and everyone to come out, and we see Khan's dead. Severed heads are being carried around. Mountain Clan just took this. And he asks for the world famous
Good soup.
Good soup. Squid ball. It's some kind of soup squid dish. I don't like squid. I'm sorry. I'll eat almost anything. I cannot do squid. I'll eat any culture's food as long as it is specifically not the animal of squid. One, because they're very intelligent and I think they're adorable. And two, that texture, just not for me. But apparently, I would actually like this. This is some damn fine squid deliciousness that Gaunt Ash gets served.
It's very good soup.
And then afterward, he says, okay, you're going to pay 1.5 the amount of dollars you paid to the No Peak clan, to the Mountain clan, for protection. My gun just broke. I'm very sad about that. Something just fell out of it. It won't rack! Something just shut off my gun! YouTube, I need you to be really chill. This is an airsoft gun. Look, there's not even a chamber to be rounded, okay? So let's just relax and be cool with it. Let's be okay with it. This is an airsoft weapon. Very similar to the real weapons that the Mountain Clan are bearing while they look at the owner of the restaurant as he says, look, there's an established rule that if a clan takes over territory from another clan, you let the business owners, if they've been longtime loyal to the former clan, to just leave, right? So just let me leave, and I'm going to shut down the business. And then Gaunt Ash says, we're going to burn it if you don't come over. And then he goes, all right, I'm not going to let you burn down this building that's been in my family for generations. I'll serve the Mountain Clan. Oh, I don't like that. So the Mountain Clan's not playing no games, and they don't want to miss out on trying to set up and establish a new business. They're just straight up like, okay, you're not going to be here. We're going to burn it down. Oh, that means all the staff is out of a job. The family legacy's over. Yeah, they're not playing games. Then we see Shay is having to step into possibly even more complicated boots than the pillar. She has to be the new weatherman, the eyes and ears, management, administration, and so much more for the No Peak clan. And she's smoking immediately. Cigarettes, I don't blame her. This is a stressful time. She's also having to deal with stuff like finding out that Woon, who we know Lon had just promoted to the new weatherman in response to Daru being found out to be a traitor. Interestingly enough, though, Woon's just not going to be that now because Shay is, and instead he's going to be Shay's first. And he actually feels really responsible for Lon's death, so he's just relieved that he's just going to be put in this position, and he wants to do a really, really good job. No Peak Clan has ride or die homies.
You son of a bitch.
Shay does a good job of kind of dissuading a lot of the sexism and ageism leveled her way because she straight up addresses stuff with people in the financial district and other parts of the actual like managing of No Peak Clan and says, yeah, I'm not supposed to be here for 15 years, but I was trained for my whole life to do that. I've lived overseas, gotten an education, and I'm a Kaul. And she puts some of the most trusted people in her like right and left sides and asks them straight up, who's gonna be willing to accept me and who not? Who do I gotta fire? Shay is badass. I cannot stress that enough. She even does little like stuff to make herself look older. Although after all these accomplishments, at the end of this section, she gets a phone call and it's a politician who works with Lon, and he's talking like, why is this going on? I need to talk to the weatherman. Where? And she goes, I'm the weatherman. And the guy at the other end just goes, and hang up the phone on her. Okay, sexism. But weeks of this reorganization are going by, and we see Hilo's extra mad at Shay because of her order to not have Doru killed. They're giving off sibling energy, but the way it's presented from Fonda Lee I find quite interesting because it's the kind of sibling squabbling where they're showing they know each other extremely well while having skewed views of one another, and that gives hope that eventually they'll get past this, and they kind of do. Their chemistry comes out, and they're behaving a little bit better towards each other as these weeks have gone by. And Hilo's not good at the political stuff when he's asked to do things that are like, oh, talk to these congressmen. He's like, can you guys fight good? No, I don't want to talk to you. It's not that bad, but it's close. The balance still off. And they've learned that the Mountain Clan has a tremendous financial advantage, not only because they made sure before this war started that their on-island finances are not as tied to things that would be affected as a war, like they don't own a whole lot of tourism-focused lanternmen businesses. Well, the No Peaks do. On top of that, they're getting a lot of offshore investments that, of course, are not going to be that affected by the war. In some ways, because they're smuggling Jade off, and now the Jade trade and Jade mining's been halted because of this war, they're making more money. So while they're spending a bunch of their coffers, probably fine. Meanwhile, No Peak,
it's not looking good.
Financially, yeah, they got a bunch of money at the funeral, but not that much. Not enough for a war. But in some good news, you know, only in a few months, this graduating class from the academy is going to come out. Most of them are loyal to No Peak. And we cut to Andon at his pre-trials. And one of his best abilities with Jade makes me so sad because we see for one of his trials, he picks up a bunch of mice from a box and like gives them burst blood vessels in their brain, pops them and drops them down. I don't like rats, but Jesus. And even Andon's thinking this was not a great thing, but he's numb after Lon's death. He is going through the pre-trials, which should be really stressful, and, you know, like the SAT, ACTs, whatever your country's equivalent is, but times 10, oh my God, pressure, and instead he's just performing top of his class because he's feeling none of that stress and just numb grieving, which is one, showing us the emotional impact on this young kid of what he's dealing with, and two, setting up Andon to be a baller. Because he's extra sensitive to Jade while still having the training of the academy. He actually ends up having a bit of a confrontation with Lot, the possible love interest, because he hears Lot popping off about No Peak because more people are thinking, yeah, not a lot of people are actually going to sign up from this class to join No Peak. Who wants to join a clan during a war? Hilo's probably dumb, to which Andon finally... What did you say? He doesn't have a gun. And he starts jawing off to Lot, saying, like, your father's in the clan. You don't know what you're talking about. Also, do you have no loyalty? And Hilo arrives at that point, and my first thought is, oh, Hilo's going to beat the hell out of Lot, but he doesn't. And instead, he takes Andon aside, and he goes, hey, you were chewing that guy out. And Andon says, well, he was bad-mouthing the clan and you. And Hilo's response is, some of the stuff he said's right. We're not going to get as many people signing up to be fingers from the academy because, yeah, there's a war going on, and that's bad. But on top of that, Andon, you don't inspire people to follow you by berating them and putting them down. You need to be able to criticize them and make them love you for it. And we've actually seen examples of Hilo doing this in a way that's written that I'm really impressed by. You get that like exact emotion from how Hilo will discipline Ken when he's not living up to being the new Horn, or when Tar is, you know, still being a little too ambitious. But Tar, actually, you like him to be ambitious. You'll see why soon. Because Andon did such a good job, he gets the most amount of Jade he could from this pre-trial, and he gets 4 Jade stones. And Hilo, really proud in a nice moment, living up to what Lon would, because as we saw at the pre-trials, Hilo wasn't there at first, and Andon was thinking, like, of course Hilo wouldn't come. He's the pillar. He's really busy. Lon probably would have, though. And now Hilo's here, and so you're like, oh. On top of that, Hilo puts the Jade on him, and they have a conversation about Jade where Andon's like, this is amazing. And Hilo's like, yeah, your first high's the best. Okay. Dude, look who you're talking to. So that sours Andon's first real putting on the Jade. But I think this is one of Hilo's best moments as a character, because it shows his strengths and his weaknesses, his blindness towards Jade in some ways, but on top of that, his genuine love for Andon and his charismatic, when it's able to shine, ass leadership. But now, let's talk about why you do want Tar to have some ambition, because Tar starts kicking some ass. Remember Tam Ben, that guy who was dealing, and they were trying to figure out what's going on there? Just goes into the store he knows this guy's operating out of, and Tam Ben locks himself in the back room when he sees a Greenbone coming, and he had just bought like Jade he shouldn't have bought, so he's like, oh no, let's stay quiet. I'm gonna load this big ass gun. All right, I'm gonna stand at the door. Don't you come in here. Oh wait, I need a gun. Why am I not using the gun? Don't you come in here. And in one of my favorite tropes for an action sequence for superpowered people, Tar doesn't use said door, and instead throws him down, puts a tape recorder on the table, and he's like, boom, easy way or hard way. You're gonna tell me exactly what's going on with the Mountain and Jade and how they're breaking the KJA pact and all of that, or, you know, hard way. And after some reaffirmations of we're going to do this the hard way, we cut to black knowing Tar's going to do some torture. Why am I so excited for that? God damn, Greenbone's good at making you root for stuff you shouldn't root for. But essentially, Tam Ben's been considered being a white rat, a spy, which is a violation of the Shido. Can you tell Wheel of Time's on my mind? The honor that the clans are supposed to interact with each other. But now we cut to Shay as she meets up with Wen, Hilo's fiancé. And Wen is like begging, let me help in this war. I'm not just some woman who can sit and do a phenomenal job of decorating this house. We all need to take a moment and admit that Wen did an incredible job of decorating this house. But come on, I'm better than that. And Shay, not ever having really gotten along with Wen, realizes she's probably pretty smart. And I'm just going to say, throughout the rest of this book, Shay and Wen become buds. Not only because Wen does a really good job of acting as a white rat. Uh-oh, now we're not doing the honorable thing. But it's kind of like we're on the same playing field now. They do just start having genuine chemistry, and Shay recognizes real. There's also a beat of like she says something that's like two powerful women in a man's world either need to end up allies or will end up hating each other. I'll let people more knowledgeable than me discuss that observation in the comments below. We cut to Burrow again as he's come back into the city. Dude, you just killed the pillar. Get out! But he doesn't. He comes back into the city and he wants to open those crates he saw in the tunnel. And after breaking back into Month's stop, he sees it's been totally raided, but he notices the file cabinet that was hiding the smuggler's tunnel has not been disturbed. He moves it on over, opens it. What's in these crates? It's an ungodly amount of shine. That's a lot of shine.
A treasure from a sunken pirate wreck.
That's a lot of drugs. Okay, that's drugs. That's so many drugs. Oh, that's Month's 13-year-old kid holding a gun on me. Hey, you want to work together to kill these Greenbones that have screwed you and I over? You just recruited a child soldier. You are the worst person in this whole story aside from Doru. But this takes us to the most realistically, politically obnoxious beat of this story, which is the city officials and the government who are trying to make this clan war end so that trade and the economy on the island and John Loon stops being so disrupted, declare there needs to be a 5-day negotiation span where Ayat Mata, Shay, Hilo all come to this meeting with politicians that have been paid off on both sides and attempt to negotiate peace. Note, while actively people are still murdering each other out in the streets. First of all, no truce is going to be found during that. Second of all, when Ayat Mata first shows up to this meeting, she's just walking down the hall, not even in sight yet, and Hilo feels her Jade aura and is like, oh, that bitch hates me. There is never going to be a truce reached here. This is all for show. and stupid. And then Ayat Mata comes in. We see for the first time she is just the most average-looking, non-assuming woman who we know has murdered so many oceans of blood to get where she is. And it's op-pudding. I said op-pudding. It's op-pudding, a new flavor. Shay tells Hilo to keep it in check, though, because we're waiting for an audit to come out that it'll be out in like the last couple of days of this that'll show the Mountain Clan has been dealing in bad faith and breaking laws, which will sway public opinion and hopefully political votes and all that in our favor. So just chill. We need the hard evidence. And Hilo, patience, it might be a virtue, but it's one he don't got. But also this 5 days of reduced warfare, to say the least, is helpful to the No Peak clan because they need new recruits, and the more they can delay the height of the war until graduation happens, the better. But while this is going on, we also see that Hilo has to go talk to the politician that Lan was working with to get new laws passed, and the guy does not like Hilo. He's barely even trying to hide it. Like, just, okay, this dumb thug compared to Sin and Lan. But this is where Hilo actually starts to show he's got a bit of a brain, and he's not a politician. And he even like just straight up kind of says this to the politician. Like, you and me are different people. Like, we are just totally not going to vibe. And I disrespected you by not seeing you for weeks after Lan died. But I was busy. And you've disrespected me. And I'm going to forgive that if you forgive me. And we decide to work together because, surprise, if No Peak loses, you are the most No Peak affiliated politician in Janloon. What do you think Mountain's going to do to you? Oh, you're saying we need to reduce the amount of money we're taking from the Lantern Men? What's all this talk they constantly have about being loyal to No Peak and being willing to make sacrifices? No, we're going to keep taking the higher percentage to fund this war, and you're going to do whatever you can, because if you don't, we all die. How about that? And it's delivered much more charismatically in the Hilo way. And at the end of that, respect. And I like that Hilo finds his way to be a pillar by utilizing his strengths as a horn. It doesn't make him a perfect pillar, but he kind of just transfers the skills of charisma over. He's not going to be nuanced, but we also see during this time he starts thinking a few beats ahead, more than just the next day, next hour blunt schloctitude, which is a little bit of a contradicted by the fact that he goes into the next day of meeting after hearing from Tar and goes, hey, you know, I'm not supposed to say this yet, but the Mountain Clan's doing all kinds of illegal stuff, selling Jade to people overseas, and it's bad. And Shay's like, what are you doing? We don't have the evidence yet, and you're gonna like dull the impact of the report. But then Hilo's, wait, Tar did some torture, and here's an audio recording of Tambin admitting all of this. We have evidence.
Jordan fades back, swoosh, and that's the game! Nothing further, Your Honor.
And this is actually a really good showcasing in the coming moments of how exactly this conflict can never actually be resolved. Because beyond just, yes, they murdered Lan, that's not going to be forgivable. There's a collision of cold sociopathic reason and emotion that's oil and water. What do I mean? Well, after this, Shay goes back to a temple she's been going to repeatedly. She's kind of found religion during this book, interestingly enough. And it's actually because she's been asked to meet by Ayat Mata, which she kind of saw coming. And she keeps this secret, goes to the temple, does her like prayer ritual. Ayat Mata comes in, does not do any signs of respect. Is she an atheist? As an agnostic, chill, be respectful. Ayat Mata politely puts forward, how about some fratricide? If you kill Hilo, or arrange it so that I can kill him, I'll let you be my weatherman. I'm tired of mine. And then we can unite the clans. And this is where Ayat Mata's level of ambition becomes kind of scary. And also, yeah, that cold, psychotic reasoning. She doesn't just want to be like the one clan that rules Kekon. If she manages to get herself in that position, she'll have enough sway to essentially be the unchallenged authority of the island. She got goals. Go for it, sister, but don't. How could we ever find peace with that when there's emotion so clearly driving both Hilo and Shay for revenge, but also tradition and so much more that has been an undercurrent from their characters from start to finish? They really do believe in the traditions of this island, and this comes to like kind of a great crescendo where Ayat Mata says, looking at Shay, you remind me of a younger me, and I see that potential. And Shay responds, cold-blooded, I see in you someone I don't want to become. Oh!
But you fucked up the moment you called out my family's name.
And so the final bit here is that Ayadmata claims to Shay that it wasn't my order that killed Lon. I don't know what happened, but think about it. No one has claimed as Jade. Any Greenbone warrior who claimed him, any Kekanese kid who killed him would claim as Jade. But, you know, Shay can put that off and say, whatever, just maybe no one claimed it. Shut up. But we have another showdown between Hilo and Shay, and it's triggered by the fact that unfortunately it seems Doru skedaddled. How'd he manage to get on out? Well, he was under guard, was not allowed access to any Jade, but he was seeing Sen. And Sen gave Doru some of his own Jade because he saw his kids were taking it from him, and he just straight up tells Hilo, like, I did it. Doru killed 2 of Hilo's men when he escaped.
Wow, no. Right, you came at me, go and fuck off.
Kill Sen. I believe in respecting your parents and all that, but like, kill Sen. Kill him. Hilo, kill him. Shay even is still like, God, don't be mad. Kill him. Kill Sen. But in this conflict, Hilo and Shay, one, Hilo is really respecting the job that Shay is doing, and Shay is seeing Hilo is doing better and better. And so they have this kind of stand down, I do respect you, let's get through this together, we're stronger together vibe. And it's gonna escalate though. They're more solid, but the world around them lit on fire. Because after talking to a bunch of the other smaller clans that are nowhere near the level of No Peak and Mountain, it becomes clear that no one is coming to help No Peak. No one really outside their clan thinks they have a chance of winning, and death has just been haunting Hilo. Fists near him are dying, and he is so paranoid about being assassinated. I don't know, I'm not going to say he's paranoid. He's very rightfully afraid he's going to be assassinated. So he's moving around, constantly guarded, trying to keep on the DL, while also out there in the field, which he shouldn't be doing as a pillar, but it's Hilo, so you bet your ass he's going to be out there in the field. And so he takes a meditative moment and starts remembering some stories of people, and it's amazing what one man can do even when he thinks he's about to die, bleeding out on the ground. And that's kind of setting up a metaphorical, they're not out for the count, let's see what they can pull off. Developing from what we saw earlier, Wen has actually gotten some Jade on her as a Stone Eye, undetectable, smuggles it off the island, and meets with some Espenian foreigners that Shay used to have contact with because she used to deal them information about Kekan without realizing how bad it was. She drops a code phrase that essentially means she's being reactivated as an informant, and, hey, do you want to buy all this really nice Jade off us to solve our financial straits during this war? Shay just figured out a way to actually make a bunch of money during the war. Good job, Shay. It just involves doing what Mountain Clan's doing as well. But hey, if your enemy's doing it and you're about to lose, you better start doing it. There's a little detail here dropped that I think is crazy, where apparently the foreigners, if Jade trade isn't restarted at some point, are planning to invade possibly. They're like, hey, we need that. And hey, just some clan warfare shouldn't stop. This is a very European-American coded foreigners. Let's just be totally real here. But speaking of more people dying in No Peak Clan, Lot, I forgot a T here. I always forget a T with his name. His dad died. Hilo goes to pay respects to the family, give them money, and let them know that No Peak will take care of them forever. It's a job that normally should be done by the Horn, but Hilo refuses to let it go, just kind of showing the person Hilo is. If he has to tell people that a fist died or even a finger, he wants to be the one to do it. And that makes this next scene hurt a bit more, because Hilo, tired of seeing all these people die for him, is sent a message by Gaunt Ash, who has taken one of his fists and cut off both of his arms before sending him back to Hilo. Oh my God. It is a horrific scene with how it's written, with this man begging to die after he communicates to Hilo that Gaunt Ash is allowing Hilo the opportunity to die a death of consequence. Remember from earlier where you essentially just show up and fight to the death, and it's like really honorable, and Gaunt Ash is saying if he does so, then like there can be a peaceful merging of clans, etc., etc. Don't die like a dog, come die in a death of consequence. Things are going that badly for No Peak. They can drag out the war and make it super bloody, but it's heading a direction. And Make Ken actually almost agrees to kill this guy, but Hilo says no. You're still a trained Greenbone. Yeah, you don't have your arms. We can heal you. We can fix you up. You have a wife and you have a kid on the way. If in 1 year you still feel this way, I'll do it myself, but you're going to give me that year. And then he takes Ken aside And he goes, you are going to kill him. That's a bad thing. He didn't want to die. He wanted honor. He wanted to be able to he wanted to be able to look his wife in the eye. And he's not thinking clearly right now. You can't do that. And it's just another great moment of Hilo understanding people. That's one of the things that I think is Hilo's strongest suit. When he really gets a read on somebody and he cares about them, he can get into their head, and he understands beyond this the emotional reaction on the surface, which is a bit of a contradiction with his character I enjoy, because he is often very unaware of his own immediate reactions, except that's one of the things he continues to grow with throughout the series. With this more responsibility on him, he's becoming better at judging his own immediate emotions. His brain is growing. We saw it get a little bit still hot-headed when he came in through the tape down, but it was the right move. Now we're seeing his ability to stay on the field with his fists is also probably a significant contributing factor to why a bunch of them have not betrayed them, run away. It's because Hilo will walk out on the front line with them, even as the pillar. Remember the story of Jenshu, the person who lived so holy they were risen up to being like the pinnacle of what every Greenbone should be. There's a saying that you should pray to Jenshu, but be like his son, Beijin, who was the greatest warrior ever. And after dying on the battlefield in a really heroic way, fighting invaders, he saw that his family was going to be massacred in the afterlife after the gods had also chosen to rise him above. And he said, please, he begged, return me and give my place in the afterlife to someone else. And the gods, after he was super persistent, agreed and sent him back. And now he has to wander the world as a spirit. But after he was able to kill the general of the invading army in his tent, terrifying. And so you pray to Jenshu, but you be like Beijin, the greatest warrior, who was such a great warrior, he came back from the dead and was able to finish off the other leader. Is that perhaps foreshadowing? But this offer was made to Hilo, and it's seeming like he may actually accept it, because he's having conversations with Shay that are just brutally honest. One of them being where she asks, did anyone claim Lan's Jade? And Hilo tells her, no. No one did. It was all found on him where he was drowned, and there was a ton of shine in his system. It looks like he OD'd and just drowned on the beach, but there were killers after him, so it's Ayatmata's fault. And she asks where his jade is, and Hilo says, I buried it under him. Underneath his coffin, no one will take Lan's jade from him. It's with him there, which that's kind of a really good Hilo move. I like that for him. But we get more sweet moments from Hilo where he's going to do this death of consequence, and as a result, by Kekon Law, he needs to marry Wen now. Because if he doesn't, she won't necessarily inherit everything she needs to, and he's mourning the fact that he can't give her the big elaborate wedding she deserves. He looks around the house she's made that, yes, is a stunningly decorated house. Have I emphasized that enough? And he thinks this would have been an amazing home to raise a family with her. And they talk, and he says like he always pictured her wearing this like beautiful dress that would have emphasized her legs, and she already says she had the dress picked out. And it's just sad that this war, like it's just one of those personal beats where like, of course, people are dying, all this awful stuff, but you could take it to that next level personal sacrifice where you take the most important moments in these characters' lives, their relationship to each other, and you see how that's spoiled because they just get married unceremoniously in the backyard of the Kaul estate, and it's done, but they still love each other. They still get an amazing wedding night together. Fonda Lee writes another hella erotic scene. Turns out Hilo into... Am I demonetized for saying that? I don't know. But like, you do. That shit's fun. He's arranged for visas for everyone important to him to be able to get out of the country. So if they need to flee, everything goes poorly, they absolutely can. And they end up having a last supper. Jay, Sin, Hilo, Andon, Win, a few others are there. And Hilo is actually kind of seeming a little bit less stressed than he's been, at least putting on a show of that. Andon arrives a bit late, and Hilo, big hug, welcomes him in. And he says, hey, man, we got a plan, and I need you here for it. And Andon actually early ends up swearing to no peak, which, holy crap. And they need to set off to the death of consequence. And when Andon questions, like, do we have to do this? Hilo's like, yes, it's too much death. We could drag this out. We could make this a bloody war that lasts years and give up block by block by block, but I'm not going to do that. And so they go to the Twice Lucky, the restaurant where so much of this has been circulating around. Ignore the bomb. And Hilo starts the death of consequence and is just looking at all these fists, and he's like, let's do it. And he takes out so many fists in this fight. Before the fight starts, though, I want to make it clear. Even Gaunt Ash, the Horn of the Mountain Clan, agrees. Really good soup at this place.
Soup.
Squid soup. Squid ball. I don't know dishes. I'm very ignorant with food. But Hilo manages to piss off Gaunt Ash, specifically coming to attack him when Gaunt Ash comes over to do a finishing move. Of course, this is Gaunt motherfucking Ash, so Hilo is getting his ass kicked because he's already been really bloodied. But something that has been so well set up ends up happening here. And actually, you can pay attention to the bomb behind the Twice Lucky, because this whole time, I actually remember the first time I read this book, I was thinking, no one's used a bomb. This whole time, no one's used a bomb. It seems like a common thing in like high up gang warfare to just blow people up. Well, they've made a human bomb, and his name is Andon, because Hilo took an incredibly smart step where he disconnected a lot of the jade on himself that is not like visible on his collarbone and made it like a pull-offable little chain that he can swap on over to somebody else. And during this war, guess what? Hilo
got a lot of jade.
And so Andon, when he says now, leaps on over, grabs this chain. And do you remember how he's good at making people's brains pop?
Nothing for you.
Gaunt Ash has really tired himself out coming at Hilo and is very focused on Hilo. And so Andon, in his strongest suit as someone who's super sensitive to Jade, using the full Jade arsenal of the Horn Pillar of the No Peak clan, just makes Gaunt Ash have the biggest stroke in history. Just whap!
Nothing for you.
And then it's such an intense bomb of Jade power that he's able to expand it over to killing a bunch of the fists of the Mountain Clan. God damn! And I actually think this is a really great narrative joke set up and paid off by Fonda Lee, because earlier we had that moment where Hilo was thinking, what can a man do even when he's in his dying moments? And you're supposed to take that as like metaphorical, like, okay, what's this gonna happen? And it is that, but it's also, he can scream now and have his cousin blow up someone's head. That worked. He wanted to get to the point where he had pushed Gaunt Ash as far as he could. He wanted to get to the point where he was just at the verge of death. And then he set off a human bomb. And we see, waking up in a hospital bed, Andon did almost die from doing this because this is a drug, and he went from having a very small amount to basically overdosing. And what Hilo has done to Andon here is going to have severe consequences. Though, in the aftermath of the Horn of the Mountain Clan dying, and so many of their fists, the No Peak have taken the full Armpit District and just beat back the mountain left, right, up, and down because their strategic general is out for the count, dead, head exploded like a rat picked up from a box. That was still really messed up. But Hilo promises Andon he'll be better by the time graduation comes. You did it, kid. You did good. And don't worry, they pumped you full of shine, so you're going to be okay with all that new addiction. Isn't that wonderful? And Andon's in his hospital bed like, Jesus Christ, my mom died from this. And from here we go to graduation, which should be this great, happy scenario. But Andon internally this whole time has been craving more Jade and the power and the rush from it. Oh my God, he went from like a low hit to a maximum hit, and it's totally skewed his mind, his body. And during this graduation ceremony, Hilo actually takes a little bit of a like inappropriate step and gives this speech in front of the graduates. That's clearly a way to get more people to sign up, because Hilo, charismatic salesman. And even Lote does take the oaths there and swears himself to the No Peak clan. But there's this internal turmoil with Andon where he sees a future where he just wants more Jade, and he kills people for it, and he becomes a weapon for the No Peak clan. And so when he gets up there and it's time for him to take his graduation, he says no. and in front of literally everybody, Andon, the person taken in by the Kauls, the person who took down Gaunt Ash, who had so much respect going into this ceremony, turns it down, runs off the stage, and can't handle it. And of course, Hilo catches up to him. What the hell are you doing? You just humiliated the whole family. I'm not like you, Hilo. Andon burst out, anguished. Everything he'd feared about himself, every doubt he'd tamed, with strict training and faith in the clan, every nightmare involving bloody bathtub water and his mother's screams had seemed in one instant to rise out of that small box on the stage, overwhelming even the horrible knowledge that he was ruining all that he'd ever wanted. I'm not someone who should have Jade, who was ever meant to have Jade. If I start wearing it today, I'll only want more and more, as much as I had when I killed Gaunt. I'll become worse than my ma, the crazy mad witch. I know I will. I can feel it in my blood now, no matter what you say. He could barely breathe enough to speak. You could dope me up on shine, on that poisonous Aspidian stuff that killed Lon. That's not how I want to live. I don't want to be what you're making me. A what? Hilo demanded angrily. A greenbone? Part of a family? A weapon? Andon finished in a whisper. Hilo released him with a jerk and stepped back, his face contorted in a baffling mix of emotions, foremost among them, hurt. His eyes widened in deeply wounded surprise, as if Andon had pulled out a knife and cut him across the cheek. Behind Hilo's shoulder, Andon glimpsed Shay approaching, Ken and Wynn following her, but stopping some distance away, holding back from intruding. The pillar took a step forward and raised his hands to seize his cousins by the shoulders. Andon flinched, concerned for a second that Hilo would really hurt him now, but Hilo merely said in a calm, forced voice, "This is my fault, Andy." He gave Andon a firm shake to force him to look up. "That fight, it was too much, too quickly. And landing you in the hospital afterward, that's a scary thing. You scared yourself. I'm the one to blame, but I had to do it because we needed you. I couldn't have done it myself, couldn't have saved the clan without you. We still need you." Andon felt terrible guilt searing his face as Hilo said in a quiet voice that was both entreating and reproving, "You humiliated both of us just now, but I know you didn't mean it. I'm not going to hold it against you. Let's go back out there to find Grandmaster Lee and get your graduation jade. It's what you worked for all these years. We'll forget this happened, and we'll do it right this time. Build you up slowly. You remember the family, Andy. You were raised to be a Greenbone." Andon felt his resolve quaver, but then he shook his head vehemently. "I'm too sensitive to Jade. It makes me too powerful. It makes me enjoy killing too much." He swallowed thickly. "The mountain knows how much of a threat I am now. If I wear any green at all, I will do whatever she can to have me killed. And I'll have to kill so many others just to stay alive." His words are rushing out in a torrent of desperation. "And every time I kill them, I'll enjoy it more and earn more jade. And all the shine in the world won't help me in the end. I know it." Hilo threw up his hands. "The mountains wanted me dead for years. We live with death and madness angling for us, but we do what we have to do. We deal with it. You think I had it any easier than you last week? I had to go through fucking jade withdrawal when I was most of the way to being a corpse, and still I wake up to be the goddamn pillar." His voice rose. He forced it back down with visible effort. "Being powerful makes you a target. Being a Kaul makes you a target, but a Greenbone never turns his back on his family or his clan." The light in Hilo's dilated pupils was dangerous. "Think about what you're doing, Andy." Shay appeared next to them suddenly. She spoke in a voice that was low and resolute and carried a current of cold reproach that she turned on her brother. "This is Andon's decision, Hilo. He graduated and taken oaths. He's a man now." "Who do you think those oaths are to?" Hilo demanded. "Those are clan oaths, made to the pillar. They're what we live and die by. If you do this, Andy, you're betraying me." The grimace on Hilo's face was terrible. "How could you say I made you into a weapon, like I didn't love you and treat you like my little brother, like you were nothing to me but a tool? How could you say that?" He took a step backwards, shoulders trembling, as if it was physically painful to hold himself back from murdering his miserable cousin where he stood. His face and voice turned suddenly cold and remote with scorn. "You do this and you're out of the family." "Hilo!" Shay hissed, looking as if she would strike him. "Stop this!" "Hilo Jen," Andon pleaded, his body turning cold. "Get out of my sight," Hilo said. When Andon didn't move, he roared, "Get out of my sight! You ungrateful, traitorous mongrel! I never want to see you again!" Andon stumbled back, stricken, the force of Hilo's flushed fury strangling whatever words might have tried to escape his throat. He turned and he ran. So he runs, and he runs through the woods. He's grieving. He feels like he betrayed. He failed. Even after this great accomplishment, now he's spat in the face of the family that did so much for him. And he doesn't even know where he's going until he ends up at Lon's grave. And he's just losing it, grieving so much emotion, and such a young boy, obviously just not processing all that he has to. But a hand comes and tells him, Lon would have been really proud of you today, and it's Shay. She knew where he was going to go, and she tells Andon exactly what I think is true. Lon would have been really, really proud. It's just that Hilo is not Lon. And while he's grown and become a lot more reasonable, he's still rightfully a Horn. We hear that Shay is going to be taking care of Andon, setting him up to just recover, figure out what he's going to do for his life. She's putting him in a place. He's fine. But she also receives a warning from Doru saying, you're not going to find me, don't look for me, but also, this is not over. Ayatmata has been put on her back heel, but we also hear she's gone to recruit a new Horn who used to be her father's Horn, who's like this old grizzled veteran, smart, who was given a nice retirement in exchange for allowing Ayatmata to take power, but because of what happened, it seems like that old dog is coming back into play. Ugh. We're getting experienced older people versus our still young crew. That's going to be an interesting turn. Shay, though, is telling herself, like, we're absolutely going to hunt you down, Doru. But Jade City ends with, back in the Twice Lucky, Hilo eating his favorite damn fine good soup, and Shay realizing that there is only one way this war can end, and it's with one clan standing. God damn. And then the owner of the Twice Lucky comes over and apologizes for swearing over to the Mountain Clan and puts a plate down with his ear on it. And Hilo forgives him. Jesus Christ, these people are crazy. Hilo is barely even willing to acknowledge the fact that Shay is bringing up Andon. He's clearly furious with Andon still. And so there are still deep flaws and schisms within the No Peak clan that the Mountain might be able to work in Jade War. Because if Jade City was the battle, the war is yet to come. I could have said that cooler. This is gonna take us to Jade War! No, it's still Jade, it's still Greene. I just wanted to match the book cover, hence why I've gone red, red, red. And I guess for all the bloodshed that is yet to follow, despite what the first act of this book might lead you to believe if you're not very good at seeing where things are headed after mild peace agreements. But I'm actually going to start off this summary with a little bit of follow-up here with our buddy Burrow, because he's decided to burrow his way into Lon's grave with his child soldier Munt and steal the jade he knows no one has claimed from Lon's body. And we are in a book about a crime syndicate family that is in open warfare at this point, and somehow he has managed to do the two most morally repugnant things in the series so far. Good job being a piece of shit. And it gets even worse because they paid off a guard to be able to do this without immediately being, plop, plop, oh my god, plop, plopped. Except while they're doing it, Fonda Lee is quite tactfully setting up just how far down this disgusting rabbit hole Burrow's willing to go. And would you guess he's thinking about the fact that he might have to kill his little child soldier because he's just a little leech tagging along and no one wants him. He just doesn't even deserve any of the jade. Burrow, I hate you. But this is used to foreshadow the fact that as the guard they paid off is like, guys, you gotta get out of here. They just kill him, grab just as much jade as they can to definitely be top dogs of the underground, not all of Lon's jade, and then scoop-boop-boop-boodle-oodle-oodle out of the graveyard. And if that put a sour taste in your stomach, as it should, they just did a little bit of Edgainen. They didn't actually take the body, but grave digging's just wrong. I'm not even someone who wants to be buried, but don't dig up dead bodies. Also, total side note, if you watch that new Ed Gein show on Netflix, that is a vile show. Not because of the terrible stuff that's in it, but as someone who's a bit of a true crime aficionado, the blatant lies it tells about Ed Gein: he did not have sex with dead bodies, he did not have consensual sex with one of his victims, he did not help catch Ted Bundy, which, yes, is something that the Monster series claims Ed Gein does, which wouldn't bother me so much, except when I went on threads to see what people are saying about the show, a ton of people were now believing Ed Gein did that. That's why true crime, yes, as a genre, should be allowed to exist, but has a responsibility to be accurate. So let's talk about some fantasy crime. Anyway, sorry, that was just really bugging me. But this tombstone, yes, it's also a tombstone next to the other tombstone they're digging up, is because Sen died. Oh no. Oh, also Shad Sen died. The grandpa of the No Peak clan. That's tragic. That's a tragic death right there. Oh man, I'm so sad. That's why it's definitely a gravestone right there. But we go to his funeral with Hilo and Shay, and because it's a leader of, you know, so much of important history in Kekhan, also people from the Mountain Clan are showing up, like Doru and Ayat Mata and her new horn named Na Swinzen. And I'm sorry, y'all, I do mess up names in fantasy books a lot. It's a dyslexia thing, but not directly. It's like an ingrained childhood trauma from having to read in front of classes and getting nervous, even though I know the pronunciation, so I doubt myself. Then I switch to the wrong one, and I say the wrong one, and it's weird. Who's an old guy that she had to recruit from back in the days where people ruled the Mountain Clan that she slaughtered to take over. So that's gotta be an awkward relationship. And Hilo, obviously not doing 100%. It's been some time, about a year, since the ending of the last book, and he's doing mentally stressed out. But it's Hilo, he's growing, he's still getting into the shoes of a pillar surprisingly well. Shay is genuinely mourning Sen's death. I guess someone had to, Shay. And from here, we cut to Hilo doing some pillar business, and we're following up with something that was set up in the last book. Do you remember the guy that the Mountain Clan took the arms of? He's actually doing pretty well. Look at him smiling. Not only did Hilo handle that one-on-one situation extraordinarily well to make the guy not die and want to die, but Hilo made sure that he had purpose, he's still working and doing meaningful stuff for the clan, and possibly, most helpful mentally of all, he has a helper monkey, and that makes me happy, and also think of that one episode of Malcolm in the Middle. You know the one.
You've got to help me. My monkey butler is trying to kill me. I don't know how much time I have.
But this severe strength of Hilo for handling people and always being willing to treat someone who he views as an equal, because there are some people he doesn't, with respect, does not wash away the weaknesses that still exist with him as a pillar. And that's something where I do see some weaker writers. Overall, they'll just make people either competent or not and miss the nuance of competence is not an all-consuming thing, and I appreciate that. Although I've met some people who are just competent at like everything they do, and it's fucking annoying, and I love them. God. But the guy even explicitly says, like, no, I don't want you to kill me like I said, and thank you, Hilo, for convincing me for a second chance, and just hell yeah. But following up this meeting, a distant relative arrives and tells Hilo, hey, you know your distant relative Teji? Teji. He's been living up his life, squandering the family's fortune on tropical islands, and apparently he broke the law and was a big enough nuisance for that government down there that he's in jail. And there's a powerful crime family leader on that island who is in no way on the same level as like No Peak Clan or Mountain Clan, but just like they do some smuggling and stuff, who's holding him hostage and won't let him go unless you come yourself in person, Hilo. To which Hilo goes, okay. And Shay's like, no, this is a trap. Don't do it. And Hilo's like, I love when people think they can trap me. That's Hilo, baby. Kicking off the emotional gut punches early, we also see that Andon is back from living on a beach house that Shay has set him up in and is trying to find some form of resolution to the conflict between him and Hilo, because yeah, he massively disrespected the family and Hilo banished him as a result. Andon compares his experience with Jade to a sexual experience. Okay. And Hilo kinda rightfully berates him for how much it's costing them to constantly watch over him in this distant town and make sure that Ayat Mata doesn't target him for assassination because of how big a threat Andon showed himself to be in that moment, where he's Super Saiyan level 5 to the point where the hair's not golden, it's doing other stuff. Gaunt Ash's head.
Nothing for you!
And they gotta look out for him. Andon's like, hey, just don't, I'll handle myself. To which Hilo's like, that's not how the real world works, doofus butt, because what if they took you hostage, and then I got to deal with that. And yeah, he's completely correct. So he says he's going to send Andon to España, where Shay went. Andon originally kind of wanted to be like, no, don't do it, Shay. You got my back. To which Shay's like, my idea. You should go. And they're right.
You're a wanted man.
Like, understand if I was in a less mature headspace, I could understand where Andon's coming from. But in the full context of all that's going on, he will be safer there. It will cost the clan less resources while they're in active warfare that's kind of reached a stalemate, but is still bloody. And it's just another worry you can remove from their minds when they need to be focused on not losing to a psychopath. But at this point, Hilo meets with Tar and Ken and these two brothers. They bring him the news that Lon's grave has been robbed. And Hilo, actually really demonstrating the fact that he can put 2 and 2 together on his own after a moment of silence, goes, yeah, this wasn't the Mountain Clan. They would not do that. This is whoever his killer is. They went back to his grave, knowing it would be there. They can be the only people who would know it was there, and they dug it up. And I want you two to find them and bring them to me so I can do all kinds of fun stuff. And immediately we see
Seko, Mud Spas,
is captured and being tortured by Tar, and he is just having him tied to a chair, doing his full blah, 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 tell me all you know. And eventually he does give up Munt's name, not the child soldier, but the guardian who abandoned was killed and resulted in Burrow being able to adopt this child soldier. So the one who was actually helping Burrow just be a low-level criminal. And after that information is given up, he does a little crushing pill, dead. I don't know what cyanide pills look like, so that's my cyanide pill. But this is where we cut to, again, seeing Shay kind of even more comfortably come into the weatherman's shoes, because she is working with Woon and complaining about how a lot of the people she is having to compromise with are just Nepo babies who have ended up in positions of power because that's who their family is, to which Woon is like, what do you think you are? And Shay goes, touche. And she's kind of happy that he's willing to push back at her. That's the sign of a good second. You absolutely want a strong second who's willing to say, hey, you're stepping in a place you don't want to step. There's poop there. But there's an ongoing issue of a vote whether or not to reopen the mining facilities, which are still on pause due to the ongoing war, and which means the whole country economically is suffering. Shay ends up getting a phone call, and it's the weatherman for the Mountain Clan who is specifically saying, you guys are dealing with España, and so you should vote to reopen the mines because you don't want it to become public that you're dealing to España under the table. To which Shay says, you're double dealing. You're supposed to exclusively be selling jade illegally to this one nation, and we know you're selling it to their enemies as well. To which the weatherman of the Mountain Clan goes, touche, pussycat. But cutting back to Burrow, I know you're thinking, obviously, he is going to be keeping a very low profile after digging up the grave of the pillar he killed, one of the most important people in all of Kekon, and not showing off the fact that he's showing off going to places where people who have illegal jade go to train and just decked out. Oh yeah, look at how much jade my boy wearing. And he's even using shine on top of it so he doesn't need to train as hard to control the amount of power he gets from this jade. It's such a believable stupid guy thing to do. When you become an adult, you realize stupidity is both more complicated and simpler than you thought when you were a kid. Because someone who's stupid will not just do one stupid thing, right? That's just called a mistake. Smart people make mistakes. Stupid people just continually make a pattern of mistakes, and you realize it's just them as a person. Case point, very well written, stupid character, because we internally see him being driven by ego and things along those lines to want to do this, thinking he'll somehow become a top dog in this world when anyone with 2 brain cells in their head is just looking at him like, that's a huge target. And he eventually, in this, what is called a rat house, I think, he's approached by someone who's saying, hey, you've got a lot of jade going on there. Perhaps, do you want to do some jade smuggling? You can make a lot of money that way. And this is something that Burrow's kind of been struggling with, because, well, he's all jaded out and injecting himself with shine. it's not really rich yet. So this has been a good way to do that and get out of just slinging small qualities of shine. And this is where we see Burrow really double down in the idea that he's just going to kill the Munt Kid because he's just like, this is a leech. And the Munt Kid's actually giving him a very valid warning. Like, hey, we don't need that. We don't need all this extra money. Let's play it safe. Let's play it slow. We have a really good card in our hands. Ride that to a sustainable place where maybe we can have some protection. And Burrow's like, shut up! You have no idea how to make yourself a big target who will be murdered very quickly like I do. But this opening to Jade War has been pretty rough so far. It's time for us to have some wholesomeness interjected, and that's accomplished by Shay getting a love interest. Oh my god!
I'm in danger!
It's presented in a way that makes you genuinely really happy for Shay, because this guy is not clanned up, and instead he's a professor and a consultant, a really successful one with a charming mustache. His name is Morrow, and around him Shay's guard goes down and her feelings and heart start pumping. Though, while they're on a really nice date together, not having to worry too much, Shay is continually reminded, well, he's saying, like, you're a strong warrior, and I like the fact that you are the weatherman of the No Peak clan, because after seeing how smart you are, I think you can affect real good. Except he is the weakest level of Greenbone warrior. He just barely graduated from the academy a couple years ahead of Shay, and she's thinking, you have no idea. This is so bloody and bad. But yeah, sure, peace and love. This date goes so well, though, that they end up doing some smoochy smooching. Shay realizing she hadn't had a tumble for 2 years, so they're like, okay, let's get a cab, and we're going back to your place. And they go to Pound Town. Actually, there's some... Do I want to get into details? I don't know. I don't know at what point I'll get demonetized, but you know what I mean? Like, that's the detail you'll get.
What are we doing here?
We also get information during this time that John Loon as a whole has been made far, far weaker during this time. And because they are the sole source of Jade in the world, this results in mounting pressure for peace to be found between the clans. Yeah, Lon was murdered and the Mountain had his head splodified, but the government at large, and especially the people after a year of the economy suffering, are adding more and more public pressure for the clans to somehow put this to rest. The KJA is just completely falling apart. Other nations like España and ones that are less relevant are finding peace with each other. Smuggling is on the rise, with other gangs managing to actually find a foothold because No Peak and Mountain are not doing their typical, okay, new gang, bop! Okay, new gang, bop! They clean up the streets. And so I drew a tiny little adorable raccoon here because they're like known as thieves. And I get me up, power up. But after her date and successful orgasmic time, we have a meeting between Shay and Hilo where they're going over all the fact that they need to let it go and find a way to balance out all their problems because it's what Lon would want them to do.
The new peace treaty?
Now comes a time, though, when not only do we learn that Gwen is pregnant, Hilo gonna be a daddy, but they decide to open a letter that was found in Lon's old desk, and they find out, oh, that thick letter his ex who cheated on him sent was letting Lon know that she was pregnant when she left the island, and it's Lon's.
In the words of the great Moripovich, you are the father.
Hilo's got a nephew. Shay has a nephew. And the woman wants to come back and introduce the child to the family. This is a really bad time for that. But family's important. They want to bring it in. It is Lon's kid. So it's also like we need to look out for that kid. Holy shit. But Wynn steps up and says, hey, I'm already building a nursery. And she'll probably respond better to me, a woman reaching out and saying it's safe to come here, rather than you, Hilo.
No offense. None taken.
Who openly hated her, so I'll take care of it as I'm building a nursery. The funniest beat during this time, though, is Hilo is wondering whether or not Amy will bring the man she cheated on Lon with and calls that guy a man whore. That's funny. I like that.
He's a man whore now.
But now it's time to address what was set up before. Hilo has to go save Teji, his distant relative, from being held captive in these tropical islands. And so he boards a plane, heads on out, and they land in the tropics, and boy oh boy do these people really wish they were Greenbones. They're wearing what's called bluff jade. I don't need to describe that. The name tells you what it is. Fool's gold equivalent. Hello! Future Daniel here, realizing that I need to clarify a couple of things. You'll know I'm from the future because I have a golden gun, like 007. That will make sense soon. Anyway, the person that Hilo is getting on a plane to go see's name is Zapoinio. He is important because this is the guy who, off of Kekon, safe from retaliation from the clans because he's in his own fortified estate, has been funding the smugglers that people like Seko, Munt, and Burrow have been involved with. He is trying to make himself into a force in the Jade world, well, not being Kekanese, and operating as a straight-up criminal rather than this clan-style life that Hilo and his lot are a part of. So if he is the, quote, pillar of his gang, don't think of him that way, the person under him would be individuals like Seko, who we saw Tar torturing. Seko was the one who was getting Munt work, and that's the guy who eventually got Burrow involved in all this. And while he has absolutely no authority in the government or laws like the clans do on Kekon, he is still dangerous because he is an outright all-out, nothing's off the table, no honor code criminal. And so the vibe between him and Hilo is interesting. And they invite Hilo into his house. He's there with Make Tar, Make Ken.
Because they have a strong bond.
He's got Lot with him, who's of course a recent ad. He's got Dune with him, a pretty like just small party. The crime family who's welcome into their compound has 22 men around the facility, to which Hilo's like, all right.
That's cute.
They sit down, and the way the meeting is positioned by the owner of this estate that's been kind of made an oasis, he's trying to position himself as equal to Hilo. Like, oh, this is a meeting between equals, to which internally Hilo's like, I'm not going to drink your water, not because I think you would dare poison it, but I think your society has yet to purify its water. You disgust me. This is where I was mentioning, you know, Hilo's a little bit racist. He's a little bit racist. What this guy's asking, though, for essentially is to kind of be a Lantern Man equivalent, where he'll operate a Jade business and give the No Peak clan a cut, to which Hilo, in kind of the ultimate disrespectful move, says, yeah, your illegal smuggling with stonefish you put in our lands, you want me to kind of approve of it. No, I don't even consider you on the same level as Lantern Men. I think you're disgusting. I'm not even going to drink the water you put before me, not because I think you would dare poison it, but because your society I look down on so harshly that I don't even think you can make clean water.
And I swear to fucking God, I will stop being so polite. Get the fuck out of my sight before I demolish you.
And you know how I was saying Hilo's a little bit racist? Hilo's a little bit racist. Advice for people out there. Don't be a little bit racist. Don't be a lot racist. I'm going to make that clear. Though we know this society and the way it's been set up is the people who are offering Burrow a job earlier. Also, at one point, the guy asks Hilo if he's going to be a father, and Hilo just hides the fact that Wynn is pregnant. Like, no, I'm not going to tell you that. Hilo, smart. Smart. But my favorite detail here is the final chance of a threat this person puts forward to Hilo is like, if you say no, I'll go to the Mountain Clan. And Hilo's like, you think I'm racist? Ayatmata will destroy you. And that's true. Yeah, the clans may be at war, but they will always view themselves as super superior. And that's kind of Ayatmata's whole thing. She wants to rule the island and be the one sole person because she thinks the Greenbones are the best and is tired of just, yeah, no fucking way. It's a laughable idea. From here, Hilo goes out to a pool that's on the estate where Teji, his cousin, is relaxing. Turns out the reason he was arrested is he got a little too rowdy. Also tried to pay 3 women for sex in a night where the limit is 2. I have so many questions in regards to those laws and whether or not this was just a weird excuse. I don't know. But all you need to know is that Teji went from sunbathing, trying to have a chill day with like a hoe, for lack of a better word, next to him. I mean, we just called a guy a man whore. Let's keep it going, I guess. And Hilo comes up to him and is like, hey, buddy. only bit of mercy you can say that Hilo gave in this public meeting, or even Tar, once again, being a little bit too into it, is saying things that Hilo's like, can you just let me beat the guy? Is he didn't break any bones. But they get in the car, they drive to the airport, they're getting ready to head off as they're dragging the still bleeding Teji, who's holding ice to his face, like, I'm so sorry, onto the plane when a whole bunch of cop cars arrive. And Hilo's going, okay, so the guy, because I disrespected him, was too cowardly to use his own people and try and assassinate me, so he's going to send the local corrupt cops. Hey guys, big mistake. Stay back, everyone. I'm gonna walk towards them so they all aim at me, because if they cluster their fire, it's easier for me to deflect it. So just, he doesn't say this, but it's told to us, the reader. And so he walks out in front of the cars. Hey, don't do it. Don't do it. And a whole team of police officers, like lots of them, open fire on Hilo, and he just... His green bones rushed in. Tar and Juin's auras blazed with strength and lightness as they bounded over the row of squad cars, Tar landing amid the cluster of officers with a drawn talon knife, Juin warping the roof of one of the vehicles as he dropped onto it in a crouch, straightening up with a pistol in each hand and began firing precise shots into the line. Dunvin and Lot were not far behind their fists. Two of the Yuiwans turned and fled toward the airplane. Lot drew a pair of slim throwing knives he carried, sheathed against the small of his back, and hurled them together, along with a razor-thin deflection that deftly parted the trajectory of the blades. They sailed through the air like twin prongs, catching one man between the shoulders and another at the back of the neck. Hilo strolled into the melee, talon knife in hand. He seized one man and cut his throat from behind. Another policeman abandoned his empty handgun and swung a black truncheon at Hilo's skull with whistling force. Hilo slid his head under the arc and slashed the man across the inside of his forearm. The truncheon fell from the man's nerveless grasp, and Hilo caught it in his left hand before it hit the ground. With a burst of strength, he twisted his weight into a strike that smashed the Yuiwan across the knees with the length of the steel. Then he uncoiled and slammed the butt of his weapon into his opponent's chin, breaking the man's jaw as he fell. Hilo looked around for the next adversary. There was nothing left for him to do. The men were accustomed to fighting other greenbones, and this had not been anything similar to that. Their opponents were poorly trained and had no real abilities. They were not even Kekanese. Looking around at the bodies, Hilo was struck by a swift and powerful hatred for the smugglers of Ponyo, nearly as strong as what he felt for his enemy Ayatmata. The Yuiwan criminal kingpin sat safe in his luxurious stronghold, guarded by a Borukan, who might have been a real contest for greenbones, but he did not risk them or himself. He had ordered corrupt policemen to see to it that Hilo was killed resisting arrest. Such a ridiculous waste. Except, we quickly learn as the reader that might not have been the intent, because Hilo can no longer return to this island without risking a far greater welcoming party. The only thing that ends up happening to their group in terms of damage is one bullet that was deflected accidentally tagged someone in the leg. Ugh! And that person feels great shame because they're, oh, damn it. Hilo, I promise I'll do better. And Hilo's like, it's fine. But it makes international news. The crime syndicate owner guy tries to really pump this up, especially in the foreign press, but their island has such a negative reputation. What we're told is Hilo's like, they're going to hear I killed all those cops. Okay, I don't care. The important emotional beat here is Lot, Endon's former friend, kind of not now have beef, but is showing promise as a no-peak member and is a finger currently, killed his first individual here, and he's apparently wicked good at hurling knives using Jade. And so Hilo tells him, hey man, that second guy, I don't even think you really killed him. You absolutely did though. The first guy, you didn't have any other choice. It's okay. Here's an orange soda. You're good. It's actually a really nice scene where Hilo does kind of take him under his wing and tell him, like, some people enjoy killing, some people get numb by it, have no reaction, some are hurt, like you. Each one's understandable. Basically, good kill, another example of Hilo just being like a fantastic one-on-one mentor, and he has a really funny quote during this, though. I want to read it, hold up. I didn't bring you on this trip to make you prove yourself. I brought you because you stood in front of me, ahead of all your classmates last year, and took your oaths first. That's something I'd remember. When it comes to which brothers I want to get to know, which ones I want fighting next to me if it comes to life or death, that sort of thing is important. Lot did not look back up, but after a second, he gave a nod, and his jade aura settled into a grudging but calmer hum. Hilo turned around in his seat and reached for a cooler to pull out 2 mango sodas. He opened them and handed one to Lot, who accepted it and drained half the bottle. Hilo said, those men you fought today, you didn't know them, and they'd done you no personal offense. That's why it bothers you to have killed them. It's only natural to feel that way. If we didn't, we'd be no better than animals. There are some people who are like that, of course, even some greenbones, but thankfully, not too many. He drank from his own soda bottle. People are born selfish. Babies are the most selfish creatures, even though they're helpless and wouldn't survive a day on their own. Growing up and losing that selfishness, that's what civilization is. That's what sets us above beasts. If someone harms my brother, they harm me. That's what our clan oaths are about. Those men weren't your enemies. They were our enemies. You can understand that. Can't you, Lot Jin? The finger hesitated. Yes, Kaul Jin. Hilo put a warm hand on Lot's shoulder and left it there for a moment, then rose and went to another seat to give the young man space to be by himself and think. When he'd been Horn, Hilo had considered a vital part of his job to see to it that new fingers were coached along and that those with the most promise were noticed and mentored. He was still unsure about Lot, but he was glad he had this chance to speak to the young man personally. Sometimes those few words mattered. That little bit about babies and selfishness, I don't know why. I adore that. Here, though, we get a quick cutaway to seeing how Andon is managing in España. And he's getting exposed, of course, to trying to, as quickly as possible, learn their language. There's a lot of culture work here. We're not going to have time to get into between the different islands and how España is actually different from Kekon, John Loon. But one of the real impacts and effect of it on the story is they do feel so much more casual over there that it almost amplifies the feeling of tradition, brotherhood, and honor that dominates John Loon and the clan. And there's almost a, because we're in Andon's perspective, pretty insightful view of how this lack of honor and discipline has its negatives among their culture. Granted, we've seen a lot of negatives of what can be the result of that in Kekon as well. But it's a nice, no objective good or bad, just a realistic breathing world observation that we get from this cutaway in Andon. And there's also a little bit of a mystery, little thing introduced where he sees someone about to beat a woman and someone just uses Jade to screw with the guy and let the woman get away. And Andon goes, "You're a greenbone," to which the person responds, "Not everyone with Jade who's Kekonese is a greenbone. Didn't go to academy, learned on my own, you weirdo." Bikes off. But Andon specifically thinks of the clans that are operating here as dirty clans, and they are more just straight up what we know in our world gangs, because they don't have this rigid system dictating their behaviors. And I actually had a patron point something out in regards to the first video being posted early on Patreon, where they kind of made the argument like, are these gangs, is No Peak Clan and the Mountain Clan gangs? I would say, yeah, they're just reached a point of power and are backed by superpowers to the point where they have been integrated into society. And the way they operate in terms of having people's arms cut off and stuff at various points certainly makes me think that's what I've seen in gang activity, if not cartel. But I also want to relent, that's a fair point. Calling them gangs, I would go as far as to say, is misleading, if not wrong. It's kind of like calling the Italian mafia a gang. You're not wrong, but they were certainly more than that too. And No Peak and the Mountain Clan are more than just gangs. They are a society that dominates life, and nearly everyone within Kekon has some form of affiliation to both, to the point where Andon, when he's asked by the elderly couple he's living with in España what his level of affiliation is with the No Peak Clan, it is specifically that question. They don't ask, are you affiliated? They're just, what's your connection? Because it's assumed. And he keeps his level of connection cloaked. But now it is time for, we all knew it had to happen so that a false peace could take hold. Hilo has to meet with Ayat Mada. And at first, it's kind of a bigger meeting with more people in the room and some details are hammered out. And actually, Ayat Mada is willing to immediately make some concessions that Hilo did not think she would for the Mountain Clan. In terms of, one, Andon is going to be left alone entirely. The Mountain Clan will take less money from the KJA and the mining once it resumes and the peace is declared to make up for the unfair amount they were illegally taking before. And publicly, they're just going to say, oh, our weatherman made a mistake. And he'll step down in disgrace. The guy was going to retire anyway. But after some of this back and forth, Ayat Mada asks to be alone with Hilo. And Hilo in this meeting has been intentionally a bit arrogant. He knows Ayat Mada thinks of him as like a thug. So he's like just eating food and just playing into it a little bit. Like, hey, underestimate me. Great. And Yeah. But Ayatmata gives a big sign of seeing through that, because after they're alone, she says, be my horn. Come on. We know we need one clan unifying the island to deal with everything developing out there in the big wide world. And you were born to be a horn. You are not meant to be a pillar. My new horn is old, right? I'm not going to take any more retribution against your family. You guys don't try and screw with us anymore. Let's find peace. Let's merge. And Hilo's response to that is,
But you fucked up the moment you called out my family's name.
Hilo sat back and tilted his head slightly to one side. You're an unusual sort of person, Ayat, he said at last. I wonder what it's like to think like a machine and not care about anyone. Ayat's manner hardened instantly at Hilo's words. Her thick jade aura rolled like a wave. She did not raise her voice, but it emerged slowly and deadly. Don't presume to know me, Kaul Hilo. Hilo rose from his seat in one smooth motion and stalked forward. I know a few things about you. You whispered the name of your own brother. You colluded with a traitor in my clan and seated criminals in No Peak territory. You stole and sold Jade behind our backs. You're the reason Lan's dead. You tried to have me assassinated, and you tried to convince my own sister to kill me. Are those enough things, Ayat? Each of Hilo's words came out as distinct as a slowly drawn knife. I will never swear oaths to you. Ayat's expression simmered with a scorn that suggested she was fed up with predictable reactions. I'm extending a hand instead of a blade. Refuse it, and it won't happen again. So we understand each other, Hilo said. It's obvious you're still dreaming of a one-clan rule in Kekon, which means that, truce or no truce, you're going to have to kill me eventually. Hilo shrugged, but there's nothing nonchalant about the motion. If I don't get to you first.
You are a worthless, friendless little piece of shit.
And so, yes, they end up having this press conference announcement where it does kind of feel like Ayatmata is a stone-cold psycho sitting just waiting for her shot to take all power, and Hilo might as well just be holding a gun behind his back the whole time. But they take questions and promise they'll go to like crush the black market together, because the black market during this war has become so strong that no one clan could manage that without making themselves so weak that the other clan would just overtake them. So they have to like really share the responsibilities. But they end up taking questions. Ayatmata is asked how they're going to deal with the fact that they got caught stealing, and she, without admitting that they got caught stealing, says their weatherman's going to step down. Again, he was going to retire anyway. And Hilo is asked whether or not he's going to seek revenge for what happened to his family. And in a kind of clever Hilo moment, he doesn't say he's not, but he does say, well, that's not what my brother would have wanted. But at family dinner that night, they're talking about how much of a terrible day this was, and they are not happy. They know war is coming. Surprisingly, Hilo's mom, very happy with how he handled the island incident, apparently, hears of the massacre and is like, yeah, you need to get your cousin back.
It was a good kill, Sam.
I know she's not like in the clan, but damn, woman. Well, okay. And Hilo's got a plan. Yeah, for the foreseeable future, there's not going to be a direct warfare between the clans. And so that means it's time to set up a whole bunch of white rats and do their best to just be well aware of everything Ayatmata's doing and prepare for countering it. Now, we've reached the point in this series where I have to warn you, things are going to get... Ha ha ha, what do you mean? People have already been dying. There's a difference, and you will see. Though, unlike some stories, which is a perfectly fine tactic to take, we're not going to be relying on just shock value and gore, and instead I'm talking about dark emotionally. Let's kick it off, shall we? Because it's time to finally deal with Doru.
God, I hate that guy.
Shay is aware he's been hiding out in a village that traditionally takes care of greenbones. She needs to go there to, you know, finish the job, but when she arrives, Doru has a little kid with him, a little girl in a sheer outfit, washing his feet. It was a murder. Murder!
Kill this man in particular!
He continues to minimize his actions and damage that he's done, and also says the way to take down Ayatmata, the mountain clan, is, well, she doesn't have an heir. I mean, it kind of makes sense that this bloodthirsty person who massacred their way through the ranks to take the top spot isn't exactly eager to appoint someone to be the next top dog. Fair enough, but that obviously, like many empires and kingdoms that failed to have proper succession, puts a weakness in your whole structure and makes it so that everything relies on Mara continuing to be who she is. But when the time comes for Shay to put down Doru, she can't bring herself to do it, and it brings a lot of shame. It's just that this is an old man who helped raise her, and when Doru sees her hesitating, he just pulls a gun from his desk and gets me demonetized. So we're gonna move on from there, and I am so frustrated by the fact that he's given an honorable greenbone burial near like a famous place that him and his rebels fought at during the war. Like, I get it, but maybe throw him in the ocean too? All right, moving on. Cutting to Hilo, we see him having thoughts about the strength of modern communication and TV, violence and bloodshed, and it also reframes a little bit how people, especially abroad, see greenbones, because they're in action movies and there's different genre changes where at first they're always the like heroic saviors, but maybe now there's this new darker genre where greenbones are the source of like blood, and it's just media, but weird.
Okay, hold on. I'm not the bad guy here.
But the more important thing is we see that Hilo gets a message back from Lan's ex-wife, Amy, and instead of being willing to bring her child over back to Janloon, the city on Kekan, she just says, no, Lan's not there. We're going to keep bye forever. Bye. No. You're killers. And there's probably a part in the back of your head that's tickling right now like, yeah, I wouldn't want my child to be around clan warfare either, even if it's their family. But that obviously kind of hurts, especially because it's a curt letter responding to Win, and it's just not the level of respect the clan expects. And now Win has been super busy going to spas with her whole rat network, passing on information to Shay. But this is going to take us to cutting over to Andon, who is in España setting up his whole new life. And wouldn't you guess it, he ends up running into some racist assholes. One of them thinks Andon is stealing his bike. They just happen to look very similar, and Andon grabbed the wrong bike. He tries to apologize. The guy calls Andon a thief. Andon's like, okay, duel time, because that's disrespectful as shit. There's no dueling in this country, so Andon just ends up getting in a brawl with a street gangster. Note, it's a gangster, not a clan member. Andon, you're kicking a hornet's nest, and when he gets back to his host family, this lovely elderly couple looking after him, they're immediately like, shit! That's bad. And so they take him to see kind of a local pillar. People refer to Doc in this unofficial clan that exists for immigrant Kekanese who are setting up new lives in España. He's the person who helps solve disputes. He's often seen at the community center, and he maybe has a horn. A person that Andon meets named Roan, who Andon's like, this is the first guy who feels like he could be clanned up that I've met here. That's the aura. But an interesting note is these Kekanese that are living across the seas in España actually have Bluffer's Jade quite often. And while Bluffer's Jade back in Janloon is looked down on and kind of scoffed at, here it's what they can get their hands on, because jade is obviously not common in España, and it allows them to just have some form of connection back home. I like that cultural detail. Quite predictably, though, there is all kinds of discrimination happening against the Kekanese, who are called offensively Keks by people local to España, in terms of just being othered. The police harass them, constantly needing to be paid off to look the other way for them expressing their culture. Granted, in some ways where I am not a fan. Cockfighting is inhumane and disgusting. Don't make animals kill each other, but apparently Kekanese are going to do that here. And also they have to hide their jade because it's illegal for civilians to own jade in España. More importantly, though, Andon goes from having little crushes to getting his first real boyfriend, and that would be the son of Doc the Pillar here, Corey. And I don't know how to say this without really being graphic, but Andon gets his first sloppy toppy, and then they start exploring each other physically. Good on you, Andon. And they really develop a fun dynamic where Andon is this Kekanese academy trained, more prim, proper, individual. Well, Corey, he's grown up the son of a pillar, but not with nearly the same expectations that would have been put on him if he was the son of a pillar back in Janloon. And so he has this more, I'm privileged, yeah, but I'm in a group that's not, but my life been pretty dope. Continuing on, we see that Shay has a meeting with some foreign diplomats from España, and she gives them evidence of SN1 manufacturing happening among their enemies connected to the mountains. Oh, shit! That's right. Oh, there may be a peace treaty in place, but it's being disrespected all over. And yeah, you're going to do this kind of espionage to try and screw with how the mountain's able to develop. Granted, though, everyone's going to be having a whole lot of development overseas because that's the age of economics that Kekon Janlun is in. And this is where Win comes in clutch. The individual who is able to dig up a lot of dirt through traders of the Mountain Clan at a low level that the No Peak Clan can leverage. But now it's time for Hilo to show how much he's grown from the hothead he once was and put his prejudice against Amy aside, fly to where she is in Liban, and try and convince her to at least let them split time with Lan's kid. And Hilo specifically feels a special bond with Nico, that's Lan's son's name, because he also lost his dad, if you remember, extremely young, doesn't really remember him. And amplifying that all the more, the kid is the spitting image of Lan. And while Hilo couldn't at first see it when he just looked at a baby photo, he looks at that and he's, that's my brother's boy. Quick note, he arrives uninvited, unannounced, by the way. And so he wants to be able to help Nico be folded into the culture, know what it means to be Kekanese, a part of the No Peak clan. And after a first meeting with Amy and her husband, who just comes across kind of French to me. I don't know why that's the case, but I drew him here going, oui. Hilo decides to stay in Liban for 6 days. They'll be getting dinner with Amy, just talking things over, and he even floats an idea of like a 50-50 split. You obviously keep Nico here, protect him, raise him amongst the people he was born with, but during academy training, things like that, we fold him back into the clan business, and that way we can kind of help with some of these identity issues that otherwise would come about. And Amy still pisses off Hilo personality-wise and is nervous around Hilo. Cannot blame her. Hilo is Hilo. But this gets somewhat interrupted, unfortunately, because they hear of growing violence happening between some of the nations that are incredibly powerful around Kekon.
Did I do that? Did I do that? Did I do that? Did I do that?
And this, of course, raises red flags that makes Hilo go, I gotta go do clan business. I'm the pillar. Obviously, the clans are highly connected to the defense of Kekon, Janlun. And so he decides to go back and talk to Amy and see what they can work out. And he arrives there. Remember how I said things were gonna get... The first thing he saw was the 2 suitcases and a folded stroller sitting in the living room. One of the suitcases was latched shut and upright. The other was open, on the floor, and partially packed with toddler's clothing, a stuffed monkey, and a few children's board books. Enyi's open purse lay next to the suitcase, wallet, and passport, visible. Cold understanding filled Hilo. Enyi came out of the bedroom, arms full with baby blankets, towels, and a pack of diapers. She froze when she saw Hilo, standing in the foyer. Sister Enyi, Hilo said softly, it seems you're about to take a trip. Enyi blurted out, we're not meeting until tomorrow. Hilo looked at the suitcases and the pile of supplies in her arms. You're overpacking if you plan to be back in time for dinner tomorrow night. Where's that foreign boyfriend of yours? The blankets trembled in Enyi's arms. He went out for a minute. He's tying things up at work because he doesn't expect to be back for a while, Hilo inferred. His voice turned hard. Where were you planning to go? You were going to disappear without telling me. You figured you'd leave me waiting around, like a fool. Go home, Hilo. Enyi's voice rose, pleading and angry. I didn't reply to those letters of yours for a reason, and you still showed up at my house uninvited. Loris doesn't know what you and the clan are like. You would have convinced him to let you have what you wanted and to take my son back to Kekon and raise him as a killer. That's right, a Jade-obsessed killer destined to die young, just like his father and his grandfather, and like you. That's how you talk about your husband, and my brother, and my father, who gave his life for his country. Hilo's lips drew back. What happened to you, Enyi? Enyi set the items down and straightened to her full height. She'd always been a proud and elegant woman, a former dancer, and now, in an effort to reclaim some of that status she'd once held over Hilo, when he'd been a young fist and she the wife of the pillar, she lifted her chin and glared at him. You haven't changed at all, Hilo. You were always a vicious thug at heart, an arrogant boy, obsessed with Jade and his own ego. You don't care about Nico. You only want to turn him into one of your followers. She breathed hard. Do you know that in España, Civilian possession of Jade is now banned. That other countries, including Stepeland, are now likely to follow suit. People associate Jade with soldiers and mercenaries and gangsters. And that's how you want to raise my son. No, Hilo. Nothing you can offer will sway me. I want Nicholas to grow up Stepanish, with Stepanish friends and siblings and a Stepanish education. I don't want him to have anything to do with you. For one of the few times in his life, Hilo was speechless. For some seconds, he felt nothing except an initial shock, as disorienting as being stabbed in the stomach. Then hurt flooded in, and with it rage. Go home to your fists and turf wars, Enyi said. I won't ever let Nico become a greenbone. She stepped backward to the kitchen and picked up the receiver of the phone. Hovering her finger over the dial, he saw her eyes flicker to the block of kitchen knives that lay within her easy reach. Go, or I'll call the police. They'll be here in minutes. You're a foreign tourist with no power or authority in this country, and if I tell them you broke into my house, they'll put you in jail. Let me see Nico, Hilo said. Enyi's finger moved, dialing a single number. I'll go, Hilo promised in a low voice that bordered on a plea. At least let me see my nephew. For a second, the defeat in Hilo's voice and the open hurt in his expression seemed to have an effect on Enyi. She depressed the phone cradle, then, as if remembering her determination not to give her former brother-in-law even a sliver of leverage, she set her lips together in a line and shook her head. From the nursery, Nicholas began to cry, Ma! Enyi turned toward the sound and took 2 steps, and Hilo moved with the sort of speed that only a heavily jaded greenbone can call upon. He wrapped one arm around the front of her body, holding her in place. Pressing his palm to her back, he channeled with all of his might in one sharp, violent thrust. Enyi's head snapped back, and the top of her skull smacked Hilo in the chin. His jade energy tore through her with the destructive precision of a metal shaft, and she died without uttering a sound. Hilo's vision wavered. He sank to his knees on the kitchen floor, still holding Enyi, as if in a lover's embrace. The energy blowback of her death crashed over him, and then washed out, leaving him momentarily dazed and rattled. He cut the inside of his lip on his teeth, where her head had smacked into his mouth, the sharp tang of blood on his tongue, along with the droning sound of the telephone dial near his ear, brought him back to himself. He reached up and set the telephone receiver back into its cradle. Standing up, he lifted Enyi and carried her to the sofa. He laid her down lengthwise on the cushions, then stood back, wiping sweat from his brow, the cuff of his sleeve. She didn't look pained or awkward in death, just soft and limp, and he arranged her arms across her stomach so she looked even more natural. Hilo walked back to the kitchen and took a long drink of water directly from the kitchen faucet. Then he stood with his hands leaning against the counter and stared for a long moment at the body of the woman on the sofa. She hadn't suffered or struggled at all, had not even seen death coming, which only showed that she was still an ignorant and haughty person at heart, to not understand her own position clearly and anticipate what Greenbones were capable of and what he was capable of when grievously pushed and insulted. He'd gone to every length to meet her more than halfway, offered every reasonable allowance, kept his temper so firm and checked, all to no avail. Hilo had never liked Enyi and always thought Lan was wrong to let her and her lover walk away with no consequences in the first place, but looking at her now, he felt sad. He knew Lan would not have wanted her killed, even for the sake of his own son. Ma! Came the cry again from the other room down the hall. Hilo followed the sound. He stepped over the child gate, blocking the way, and went into the nursery, where he found Nico standing up, holding onto the slats of the crib. He was calling out in an impatient, but not tearful way. And when Hilo came into the room, he stopped making noise and stared up at his uncle with wide eyes and an open mouth. Hilo lifted the child out of the crib and set him on the ground. The boy sat down, picking up a toy car, and began pushing it along the carpet. Hilo crouched down next to him. "Ar," Nico said in Kekanese, then sang a nursery song in Stepanish and looked to Hilo for approval. Hilo smiled and held out his hand. "Come with me, Nico-yan." The name came to him at once. Perfect Kekanese name. He led the boy out of the nursery and into the living room, opening and closing the child gate for him to pass through. Nico went to Enyi. Ma, he said. "Your ma is sleeping," Hilo said gently. He placed the supplies Enyi had been carrying into the smaller suitcase, along with the child's other packed belongings, then shut and latched it. He searched inside the open purse and found Nico's birth certificate tucked inside Enyi's passport. When he unfolded it, he saw the field for his father's name had been left blank. He refolded the certificate and tucked it into his jacket pocket. He knelt down and pointed to the toy car in Nico's hand. "Would you like to go for a ride in a car?" The boy's expression brightened. He stopped trying to rouse his mother and held out his arms to be picked up. Hilo kissed the child on the top of the head, then scooped him up in one arm and picked up the suitcase in the other. He carried Nico out of the house into the car where Tar was still waiting. He threw the suitcase into the rear seat, then got in the front passenger side, holding the 2-year-old in his lap. "Nico, see?" he said. "This is your Uncle Tar." "It's nice to meet you," Tar said, ruffling the toddler's hair. "You're a good-looking boy." The pillarman was surprised to see Hilo emerge from the house with the child. It showed only as a shift of alertness in his jade aura, a beat of hesitation as he looked at the pillar questioningly. Hilo said, "We need to call the airline to transfer your plane ticket to Nico, and I need you to find a typewriter to fill in his birth certificate, so he can board the plane with me. You'll have to stay behind to deal with the boyfriend. Be quick and careful about it. He's not so bad. He shouldn't suffer at all." Tar nodded, then handed the car keys to Hilo. "You better put the kid in the back seat and take the car back to the hotel. I'll wait here. See you in a few days." 6 weeks later, Wynn gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Hilo brought his nephew into the room where Wynn was resting. Kaul Rulin Shin, 3 hours old, lay in his mother's breast. Bouquets of chrysanthemums and yellow heaven's breath flowers, symbolizing joy and good health, had been sent by the clan faithful and crowded every available surface in the room. "Baby!" Nico exclaimed. "Little baby!" He had begun to string Kekani's words together into short sentences. After several frustrated tantrums, he no longer tried to speak Steppanish. Hilo swung the toddler up in his arms and set him on the edge of the bed. After 16 hours of labor, Wynn's eyes were ringed with exhaustion but shone bright with triumph. Hilo leaned over and placed a kiss on Wynn's brow, then on the baby's head, breathing in his son's indescribable sweetness. Nico reached out to pat the infant's wispy hair. "That's your little cousin," Hilo told him. "The two of you have to take care of each other from now on." I am personally of the opinion that Fonda Lee might take it as a bit of an insult if you were to say you were comfortable with her cast of characters. And don't get me wrong, I know I've been super praising of the Greenbone Saga throughout this summary, and there have been some things on this reread that have kind of irked me, right? Fonda Lee does not let you breathe in these books. There's a reason we're on book 2, and this summary is about 5 hours long in the edit so far. But that almost becomes a part of the illusion. Things are happening so quickly, and our characters are developing so fast that you don't really take the time to sit and think, was that a mistake or their intent? And you might let some torture slide by without going, wait. Is Tar enjoying that? And it gets less and less subtle as the books go on until we reach this point where our main character, who already is an outside-the-box protagonist in a traditional urban fantasy epic of this variety, Lan would still be alive, the more morally just one, leading the way and possibly influencing Hilo to be a better person, or eventually Hilo becomes uncontrollable and Lan's gotta take him down. That's not the story Fonda Lee wanted to tell. Fonda Lee is telling a story that is meant to make you uncomfortable with these characters. Fonda Lee is pushing Hilo, who Annie was kind of right about, into the spotlight and shouldering the narrative. More than that, she is also willing to make him a monster, but not strip away his humanity, which is pretty rare. Usually in books, especially in the fantasy and sci-fi space, if someone is on the good guys team, they're inherently a better person than almost anyone you'll find on the, quote, bad guys team. And the people around them might have flaws. There's a dark, broody one that someone might label an anti-hero because they're a little darker. That's boring. The Greenbone Saga is not a story where Indiana Jones punches the Nazi who gets obliterated by the plane turbine and you as the audience can cheer because that was a Nazi. We're all comfortable and fine. And instead, the rug has been tugged, and now viciously pulled out from under us to make us question everything going forward. The pressure is then doubly applied because Hilo is going to go back to being charismatic, to being a good leader, and to actually being a pretty damn good father to his kids. But you can never forget how he got Nico, because modern society, and I know That start of that sentence immediately a red flag, but follow me here. Really wants us to boil people down to binary concepts like right and wrong. And don't get me wrong, what Hilo did was absolutely monstrous and he should go
right to jail, right away.
But a life is the sum of its parts. And I am not saying Hilo is a good person, but I am saying he does not lack the capacity to do good, and that there may be people worse than him that he's taking on. And also, the reason he's in the position he's in is the institution that supports him is deeply flawed. All of Kekani's society is as turbulent as his mind, with these foreign influences coming in, challenging their ways of life, and maybe giving the people at the bottom who have been so stepped on, so put down by Greenbones because they just thought that's the way things should be, a chance. And this brings Burrow into the conversation. Burrow is a bad person, but in terms of judging who Hilo and Burrow are as people, who's had more of a chance to be a good person? Who's had an easier time making the right calls but still made the bad ones? That is the actual moral conundrum of society. We judge those who have had a exponentially harder time than us in life because we hear quick, clippy internet stories that boil down thousands of events leading up to a choice just to a headline. This is the article beyond the headline. This is the truth beyond the article. Hilo's a monster. He just killed a mother and stole her kid. But he's still a human being, and maybe he could change and be better in the future. Maybe he could be tremendously worse. The story doesn't stop, and the character is not settled due to one unforgivable action. And that is so uncomfortable. But it's true, and it's damn good storytelling. It's deliberately forcing you to look at this entire cast of criminals in a way that is impossible to boil down. Yeah, Hilo just killed a mother of a child and kidnapped that child. That's unforgivable, in my opinion. That's terrible.
Right to jail, right away.
In this same book, he's going to do things that are giving, loving, charismatic, watching out for people he cares about. Because we're not just evil or good. We have incredibly complex motivations that are not driven by rationality, and instead, this is a chemical bomb happening in your brain all the time, and you act on it. You can be on the right side of things and be a worse person than the person who's on the right side of stuff, which many stories will just never do. If someone's on the wrong side of something, they are a worse individual. And if someone's on the right side of a cause, an idea, then they are inherently better. No. Greenbone Saga flat out rejects that concept, because we are about to reframe Hilo once again as the person who is rightfully taking on Ayat Mata, a deranged psycho. Or at least that's what the skew, the perspective has been. And Fonda Lee, she's ready to pull rugs right and left. So buckle your butts. We cut to Hilo returning and Win giving birth. So now there's two boys in the house, one of them stolen, who's 2 years old, and the other a fresh little baby boy named Rue. But souring even that, Win giving birth, and oh, well, at least that kid's going to have a sibling to grow up next to, so to speak. It's noted that Nico's already forgetting his native language and is starting to speak Kekanese, and he's latching onto Shay because Shay looks the most like Amy, the mother he won't remember. I feel dead inside. Now we're going to cut back to Burrow, who is once again working for these smugglers, and with all the jade he's wearing, he's set up to watch as a watchdog while some of these people are trying to load up the jade they scavenged. Unfortunately, they are raided by the Mountain Clan, and the Horn of the Mountain arrives during the raid. That's scary. And just showing how overtly stupid he is, Burrow admits, like, I killed Lan.
Yeah, I killed Lan, so what?
Mund has every right to put a bullet in Burrow's head, foreshadowing, but the Horn of the Mountain essentially tells them, I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to let No Peak deal with your ass, and you're going to die slow. And lets him go. Basically, it's not the Horn of the Mountain Clan's business. Now, from here, we have Shay and Hilo meeting up with an individual who is high up within the Mountain Clan and trying to maybe spill some seeds of that issue of no hair. And they're kind of surprised by how openly disrespectful towards Mata this person is. And so Hilo kind of sets the motions going for this person to eventually remove Ayatmata from their position as the pillar of the No Peak clan and possibly set someone up, also playing on the fears that Mata is essentially someone who will never set up a proper heir and is not respectful to people who potentially have a right to it. But reusing this boat, we also see that Ken raids a smuggling vessel and finds a bunch of shirts that have, they're actually not even real shirts. They don't like actually open. They're just pieces of cloth that look like a shirt and have Jade sewn into them. And they're able to take that. And also, both clans are getting a bunch of Jade by intercepting these smugglers. So good for them. A dinner happens where Shay invites Morrow, her boo thing, to dinner, and it actually goes surprisingly well. Shay and Hilo just are always at each other's throats, even when they have no reason to be at each other's throats. So after the dinner, Hilo's like, that went fine if you want to ask for permission to marry him and everything. Shay's like, why would I ask permission to marry him? Hilo's like, because I'm the pillar and I asked Lon's permission to marry Win, and that's kind of how things go. I approve. He's nice. He'll never be clanned up. I don't think you want him to be clanned up, so he's not going to be at like our dinner meetings where we go over stuff, but, you know, sure, I'm not going to stand in your way. And Shay's, there's just always like a little bit of, okay then. The only kind of bad moment that happens during the dinner is Morrow is definitely pro maybe a future where the clans don't have so much control, possibly getting rid of the KJA altogether and just letting the free market handle it, which, okay, Shay, dating a capitalist, that's fine. But now takes us to the point of the story that I like to refer to as Shay's bad day, though it's much more than a day. It just feels like a continual pile of terribleness that happens, and I don't know, I always thought of it as a day, even though it's many months. But the papers break a story about Shay. Extra, read all about it. Shay used to be an Aspenian spy, the weatherman of the No Peak clan, and had an affair with this guy who we went and interviewed, who's a soldier in the Aspenian army. She sold our secrets to him, and oh my God.
It's bigger than Watergate.
You've obviously noticed there is a growing backdrop within, that was there in Jade City, now more so in Jade War, of the foreign connections, the opening of the world through modern society, being a larger and larger issue that the clans are just not set up for. There's even individual smaller scenes where like Hilo is meeting with a family whose daughter was essayed by Aspenian soldiers, but the Aspenian military already arrested the soldiers and brought them to the civil court. And they're not charging them as criminals, which really pisses off everyone justifiably. But Hilo can't exactly violate the military of them, even though he's the pillar of the No Peak clan. So he has to tell the family, take the money they're going to give you and be patient. I will ruin them one day. And he does.
I told you, I'm a man of my word.
Now, making things worse, Shay is currently the center of a whole lot of public scrutiny because also the papers that are reporting on this are owned by the Mountain, so they're being ruthless.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
And of course, Gerald, her former lover, is just willing to say whatever because I'm all the way over here and you're my ex. And she also gets a positive pregnancy test. It's Morrow's. And Morrow is of mixed blood descent, and the papers would have a field day with that. And also, they're both not ready for this, and he can't become clanned up. Also, talk about a massive new vulnerability for the clan, also taking Shay possibly out of action as the weatherman, also possibly bringing a child into all of this shit. And so she does a very reasonable thing and has an abortion. But this leads to her having one of my favorite scenes with Win, showing how much of a baller Win really is when it comes to love within the family and seeing people for who they really are. Win's a good read of character, like Hilo, and it's why she's able to run a spy network like she does. Do you think less of me? Shay asked. Her sister-in-law stopped the car so abruptly that Shay had to put a hand against the dashboard. Win pulled the car over to the curb and put the gear shift in park. She turned to face Shay, her eyes flashing. Shay-chin, I'm ashamed to say this, but there was a time when I didn't trust you very much because I wasn't sure you were the sort of person who would put others ahead of yourself. She fixed Shay with a steady, almost unnerving stare. You could have resigned your position to marry your boyfriend and have a child. It would create a miserable scandal for a while, but then you'd be free to live a much easier life. But where would No Peak be without you as weathermen? How could my husband be pillar without your counsel? What would become of the valuable work we've done together? And in the future, how could I do anything in the clan at all without you? Win declared almost angrily. I could never forgive you if you decided to be so selfish. So how could you believe I would think any less of you for being responsible? Instead, Shay was a little taken aback. But you have children. Wynn put the car back into gear and began driving in. She finished the dregs of her tea and spoke matter-of-factly. We each serve the clan in the way we're best suited. Look at Ayatmata and how alone she is. We must never be like that. Complexities. There is a holiday, though, a few days later called Patriots' Day, and they're celebrating all these speeches from the clans, and Ayatmata uses this excuse to give a speech that I've not been criticizing the Greenbone Saga much throughout this summary, but this one bothers me a little bit because Ayatmata is supposed to be the pillar of the Mountain Clan. Subtlety should be a thing, and she starts her speech subtle enough, talking about foreign influences being bad, and then it kind of devolves into not literally her just calling Shay a foreign whore, which, you know, it's not that bad, but it gets, like, skirts it. And I feel like a little more subtlety would have gone a long way. But what happens next is justified because it's that bad. And that's that Shay arrives looking a little pale and out of it and just walks up to Ayatmata and says, I offer your ass a clean fucking blade. Let's do this. And Hilo pissed. Oh my god, you did not run this idea by me, and Ayatmata is a savage beast of a warrior who killed so many people, Shay, and you have not been keeping up with your training! Pretty quickly, because the pacing in Greenbone Saga is never slow. We only have like one night of Shay not being able to sleep and Hilo coming to her and having cooled down and being like, you gotta win. Tell me you're going to win. And Shay's like, I'll win. And he's like, okay. Before the fight is happening and Shay gets out of her car, seeing Ayatmata in the park, because again, advancing of modern culture, there's reporters there and people like, it's a spectacle. Two of the most powerful, well-known women in the entire country, not just city, are about to duel. And also, hashtag feminism, because not too long ago, women weren't in Greenbone, all this military fighting, dueling stuff. And now it's the biggest duel of the decade, most likely. And Shay is telling herself, keep a clear head, don't fuck this up, clean blade, whatever happens here, the conflict between the clans will be normal and continue on, because clean blade. Hilo gives her a hug and he's like, I have so many guys with guns ready to come in and murder everyone if you die. Good luck! And so Shay's just, oh, he'll violate all of our traditions and start full open warfare again if I don't win. And there are guys with guns in vans nearby. Hilo, what the... Yeah, that's Hilo. But this fight is one of my favorite duels in fiction. Let's read it. Shay gathered her strength and rushed in with a burst of speed, Moonblade flashing downward in an opening diagonal cross slash aimed at opening Ayatmata's torso from left shoulder to opposing hip. Ayat slid left at the edge of the weapon's reach, deftly deflecting Shay's next cut and spun low to the ground, hair whipping around her neck, her extended blade a blur of steel. Shay launched herself, light, barely evading being taken apart at the knees, and came down with a hard chop from above. Ayat braced the blunt backside of her weapon against her left palm as she blocked Shay's attack head-on. For an instant, white metal rang against white metal, strength clashed against strength, and the jade auras of the two women vibrated with impact. Then, Ayat's blade disengaged, changing direction like the darting tail of a fish, and shot a deadly path to Shay's throat. Shay jerked her head out of the way and threw her steeled arm up in a distinctive defense. Ayat's moon blade sheared against her raised forearm, the razor edge parting skin but stopping short of muscle and bone. With her attention on Ayat's weapon, as it passed inches from her face, Shay nearly failed to perceive the channeling blow that Ayat thrust at her left hand. It drove towards Shay's center like a sharpened metal rod, aiming to punch through her heart and lungs. Shay twisted her torso out of the way, battening herself with steel. Her ribcage shuddered with concentrated jade energy as she sucked in the deadly momentum of Ayat's energy and countered in blind desperation. A quick, jabbing, channeling strike to the sternum, followed by an unaided deflection that nevertheless blasted her opponent in the midsection. Ayat stumbled backwards several feet, lips parting in a grimace. Shay saw the pillar's eyes widen and her normally perfect composure fissure as the realization struck them both at the same time. Shay stood a chance of winning. In the opening seconds of the duel, anyone could see that Ayatmata was a superlative jade fighter, a powerful, deliberate combatant, well deserving of a reputation. But Shay was fast and talented, and perhaps most importantly, a dozen years younger, a greenbone in her physical prime. A moment of emotional stalemate seemed to pass between them. Then Ayat's jade aura lit with the violence of an exploding star, just as a surge of adrenaline and adulation caught feverish hold of Shay's brain. Ayat came at her with weapon upraised and lips curled back, and with a wild cry of effort, Shay flew light at her, blades slicing across in a deadly horizontal blur. It became difficult for anyone watching the contest to follow the movement of the opposing mood blades, as the duelists sent them singing against each other, seeking open angles, striving with equal ferocity to connect metal with flesh. Spectators murmured in alarm and scrambled to the edge of the lawn to make more space for the fighters as they raged across the field. Shay's reality telescoped to the desperate purity of the fight. Her conscious mind all but shut down. Only perception, training, and reflexes could possibly save her from the onslaught. She saw Ayat's face contort in a snarl, impatience as she lashed out with a fury of darting, unpredictable slashes meant to overwhelm and confuse her opponent, sense of both sight and perception. Cuts rained down Shay's forearm and torso. Her steel trembled under the strain of constant flexing, and her lungs heaved like bellows, scalding with exertion. Shay sensed, rather than saw, the impending killing blow, an upward thrust that would pierce the hollow of her throat. Instead of blocking with her own blade, Shay threw a light deflection, just enough to shift Ayat's aim. The stab passed inches from her left cheek as her own blade lashed out for her enemy's neck. Ayat barely twisted away from the lethal maneuver. Shay pressed the attack with a quick upward slash, and a bloody gash opened across the side of Ayat's head, bisecting her left ear and taking half of it clean off. Shay heard the collective intake of breath from the watching crowd a split second before she perceived her opponent's pain and rage. A slashed ear was a minor injury compared to the killing blow Shay had intended, but there were few things in Kekani's culture more symbolic than a missing ear. Ayat touched the blood on the side of her face in disbelief. For a fraction of a second, Shay was equally astonished. Some part of her had not expected Ayat to be a mere mortal of flesh and blood like herself, someone who would bleed if cut, someone who could be killed. And then she snapped back to her senses. She was tiring rapidly and could not keep fighting like this much longer. These brief seconds while Ayat was unbalanced, she had to take immediate advantage of them. When, while she had a chance, Shay sidestepped and committed to the momentary opening, throwing her weight into a cleaving, decapitating strike. Far from still being distracted by her superficial energy, Ayat seemed to have been anticipating the move. She shifted her position and met the attack head-on, slamming her own blade in the path of Shay's weapon with so much force that Shay felt the impact reverberate through her frame and clatter into her teeth. For an instant, they were both rooted in the concussion of the blow. Ayat's roaring jade aura crashed over Shay like a tidal wave. The churn of their desperately grappling energies filled every bit of her perception. Faster than a striking cobra, Ayat's left hand shot out and seized Shay's sword hand, crushing down on the meat of her thumb in a grip of extraordinary strength. With a twist, she forced Shay's weapon downward and vertical, and with steeled forearm, knocked the blade out of her opponent's weakened grip. It happened in less than a second. Shay's moon blade went flying and Ayat sliced across with her own weapon, snarling as she threw strength into a disemboweling cut. Shay steeled for all her life was worth. It was not fast or hard enough. Pain lanced across her abdomen like flame along a line of blasting powder. A sudden hot wetness flowed down the front of her pants as if her bladder had given out all at once. When she looked down, she saw blood running down her legs as if a waterfall faucet had opened above her navel. She felt faint. The reality of impending death emptied her mind. Time elongated and turned, the world strangely still. In the periphery of her perception, she sensed Ayat Mada's murderous triumph descending, along with the executioner's swing of her blade. With every particle of remaining wherewithal left to her, Shay staggered back and fell to her knees in the grass, arms wide. "Ayat Jin!" she cried out hoarsely, her hands thrown back. "I concede!" She closed her eyes. At any second, she would die. "I concede," she declared again. She could barely recognize her own voice. It seemed to be coming from someone else. It was hard to think, to grasp words and string them together into a final effort, a thin, calculated lifeline. "You are the greater Greenbone warrior, truly a worthy daughter of the spear of Kakan. My life and my jade are yours for the taking. If you are merciful enough to spare me, it'll only be so that I can follow your example and continue contributing what little worth I have to the good of Kakan." A heartbeat passed. Another. The pain of the stomach wound was unbearable. Shay wanted to slump to the ground in the damp grass and curl feebly around her energy, but she held herself still. With her eyes closed, she perceived Ayat's flicker of hesitation. The blade paused in its descent. Less than 10 meters away, Hilo's jade aura roared like a monster in a pit. Its reckless, savage intent unmistakable. Shay opened her eyes and looked into Ayat's maddened face, the left side of it smeared with blood. And then, past the woman's shoulder, 2 large cars were blocking off the 2-lane road. Another two had pulled up along the curb behind Ayat's silver Stravaconi. A dozen no-peak fighters were coming out of the vehicles. The watching civilians were looking fearfully from Ayat to Shay to Hilo, to the surrounding soldiers of both clans, whose hands had gone for the hilts of their weapons. Despite the agony in her torso and the clamor of her own panicked heartbeat, Shay met her opponent's eyes and saw the fearsome expression shift into bitter understanding as Ayat too perceived the arrival of Hilo's warriors, the sudden dangerous shift in the air. Even now, facing death, Shay was desperately playing what cards remained to her. With the attention of the entire country on them, she had fought bravely and well in true Kekanese fashion, defended her reputation and that of her clan, and ultimately conceded the duel to the better warrior. There had been a moment of opportunity for Ayat to take Shay's life fairly in battle, but the moment was lost. Clean-bladed dueling was an honorable tradition. Striking down an opponent who surrendered was not. Killing Shay now, as she knelt injured and disarmed, would show the Pillar of the Mountain to be merciless and bloodthirsty, would publicly confirm that she was who Hilo had been reminding everyone she was, the woman who'd seized power by having her own brother murdered in his sleep, the sort of person who would behead a defeated opponent on her knees, might do anything, might break Aisho in other ways, might even harm a child. Ayat's image as the patriotic warrior stateswoman, which she had been carefully cultivating over 2 years as she rebuilt the reputation of her clan, would be ruined, and Hilo would seize the justification he needed, if he needed any at all, to turn the scene into a bloodbath. Shay's blood soaking into the dirt raised a pungent metallic smell that stung her nostrils. With shaking fingers, she fumbled for the clasp of her jade choker and broke it. The twin strings fell from her neck, sliding from her skin as easily as the blood from a vein. She held it out to Ayat, her arms shaking even from the small effort. She could perceive the uncertainty, the frantic calculation behind the burning gaze the other woman fixed on her. Ayat was furiously debating whether to eliminate the enemy now or preserve the moral high ground, and she could not be certain whether Kaul Hilo would go so far as to break the pact of clean blades, not to mention the truce between the mountain and No Peak, and send them all careening back into clan war. Ayat's eyes narrowed. Shay's mind rang with the crowded perception of all the people watching and waiting, with growing alarm, and held breath. Ayat lowered her blade. She reached out and seized Shay's jade in her fist. When she spoke, she raised her voice so that all nearby could hear. "You have acted disgracefully in the past, Kaul Shaylin-san. Nevertheless, it would be a waste to kill a fellow Greenbone at a time when Kekan needs every one of us." The Pillar of the Mountain wiped the length of both sides of her moon blade against the thigh of her silk pant leg. "My blade is clean." Noisy exclamations of relief and apprehension erupted from the sidelines. The collective fever pitch of tension from the auras of the waiting Greenbones settled back into a wary hum. Ayat leaned in close enough to speak to Shay alone. Shay stared at her jade in Ayat's grip with curious horror, as if it were a part of her own body, a severed hand, her heart, her entrails that the other woman was holding between them. The left side of Ayat's head was grisly, where part of her ear was missing, but she paid it no heed. "I promised you before, you foolish girl, that you would live to see your clan in ruins," Ayat whispered. "It would be dishonest for me to kill you until then." She turned calmly and walked to the posse of congratulatory mountain fighters. The jade withdrawal and blood loss hit Shade simultaneously, like a typhoon ripping her violently off the face of the earth. Everything fractured and tilted away as her weakened body collapsed beneath her. Dimly, she was aware of a great deal of commotion. Hilo and the Makes crouching over her, the family's Greenbone physician, Dr. Throw, pressing down on her wound and channeling into her, forcing tingling warmth into her shivering limbs. Other people speaking as if from a great distance. "Get her in the ambulance!" Shay inhaled the smell of grass pressed under her cheek and let unconsciousness drag her away from it all. Now, before we see how Shay is after the fact, I would like to point out that we also see Burrow and Munt get offered another job to do some pretty risky stuff, and to Burrow's credit, he goes, "Nah, dog, I don't want to mess around with the mountain anymore. Give me a simpler job." And so their connection to all of this jade smuggling type stuff washes up, because once you say no to those people, they're not going to give you any more jobs.
It's a tough market.
Shay lost a bunch of her jade, and she is in the hospital with horrible wounds for many days, recovering, just had one awful day month. And finally, though, when she's ready to get back to work, she stands up, goes into the weatherman's office, and everyone's just... Because of all the rumors about you, or how you're not loyal to the clan, and how you're, all tied up and loyal to the foreign entities, and you turn around and do one of the most badass, totally devoted to our way of life things publicly and even put up a good fight and cut off part of Ayat Mada's ear, which is that's okay. You earned it. And now they're going to hyperfixate even more so on money, which I like this theme so much that as modern culture is growing and growing and growing, the clans have to actually just fight each other financially more and more.
This is some high-level, extremely organized political or corporate warfare.
There is a development in Shay's Weatherman office where one of her high-ups, Hami, is actually offered to set up, and this is a great move from Shay for now, a foreign office in España where he will essentially act as a economic ally in that foreign country and expand their influence there, business-wise and more so. Really good move, and he agrees to do it, even though it's a massive ask, and he's gonna jet on off to set up an office. Speaking of España, we cut back to Andon's perspective, hanging out with his new buddies, playing games and sports in the community center, having a more and more lovey time with Corey, except they're sitting in that one day and a drive-by. Okay, bad news. There is now just open hostility towards the Kekanese, who aren't even officially a crime clan here, from organized crime syndicates. Good news, they still have Greenbones among them, and Andon provides a direct connection back to the No Peak clan. And if there's one thing that if you've been paying attention at all about these people, they are not going to like the idea of foreign gangs shooting up their people on foreign soil. So that they send out the SOS, and the Espinian problem is now hitting threefold. Not only is the increase of Espinian influence on John Loon going to be changing the culture and shifting the landscape of everyone acting period within their roles in the homeland, they now have to worry about their people overseas, and then militarily, España is involved in these conflicts with much larger nations that, if Kekon got caught up in, could be just devastating. It was less than half a century ago that their entire way of life, land, and all above was ravished by war. Speaking of those military issues, before we can see Hilo even react to what just happened over to Kekanese people in España, he's having a meeting where at first the diplomats that they're discussing with straight up ask Greenbones to be committed to fighting in their foreign conflicts, to which the answer is absolutely no. But with how the Espinian culture has been set up, that is just simply a negotiating tactic, a very common one, where you ask too much, that seems unreasonable, so when you ask for what you wanted, it seems like you're already making concessions. The justification for them just saying, no Greenbone will ever fight in overseas warfare is obviously tied to the just entire concept Greenbones have from the beginning of the series of we are here to protect our people, not to go fight over there. But what they end up really asking for is for travel to be restricted between where their military bases are and the general public in case there could be spies for foreign militaries among the Kekanese people, which even that, Hilo is like, no. Part of our whole thing is we freely move. No, stop it. But he gets the phone call. Here's what happens overseas. Time to cut to Burrow because he's hanging out with Munt. They're drinking, and Munt has just put up with too much of Burrow's shit. I think we can all agree with that pretty easily. And so Burrow's drinking with him and feeling really drunk. Oh, God damn it. We've seen this before. That's right. Munt poisoned him and then takes a massive overdose of shine, injects it in Burrow, and walks away after taking all of his jade. Oh! Fuck! Munt goes off with all of his new jade and is clear, unlike Burrow, he's been
Fuck, that is not...
practicing. He's actually flying around, doing all right, getting attention.
Have you learned nothing?
He ends up actually even at a bar yelling at some women that, this is Lon's jade, motherfucker, and why are people so dumb? Ken finds a rat that's been killed that worked for the No Peak clan. Of course, he's mutilated in all kinds of awful ways to send a message. But instead of retaliating with blood, again, the No Peak clan is trying to spread rumors, sow discontent among the papers, just calling Ayat Mada a deranged psycho killer with no air. Finally, though, after weeks of not talking, Shay has a sit down with Morrow, her boo thing, and he's willing to forgive and forget, move on, if she just promises to be honest going forward, to which she says, I had an abortion, and he's... Okay, it's a woman's choice to have an abortion. I want to make that absolutely clear. It's also a dick move not to even tell Morrow you're doing it. That's, in my opinion, you at least got to tell someone. They don't get to say whether or not you do it, in my opinion. It's your body, and you're going to have to grow a life in it. But tell him. Tell the guy. And he rightfully storms off. We also see he gets threatened by some people who are related to these smugglers that have been operating in the background that both the Mountain Clan and the No Peak Clan are working to take down. I got a gun that's more YouTube safe. But harder to spin though. It's time for Hilo's trippy 2P because he needs to go set up some kind of solution in España for what's happening. Except he's restricted. He doesn't have a ton of soldiers down over there. At most, he has a weatherman's office, which isn't going to do anything. And he's not familiar with the Kekanese that are already in place. Fortunately, of course, he's got an inn, and that's Andin. And so when he arrives, he goes straight to meet with the pillar there, Doc, and I really like Hilo in these moments. Because Hilo sits down, is immediately respectful to Doc, and even explicitly says, yeah, you are like the pillar here, you're running things, you have your own horn, and I'm not going to presume to judge the situation you've set up, the sacrifices you've had to make, because your position is just so different than mine. And so he shows a reasonable amount of respect, is understanding, listens, and makes decisions rationally. Charismatic the whole time, and he's also a mother killer. The solution they come up with, though, is pretty big brain and also establishes the No Peak Clan having a more firm arm across the sea, because as you can recall, they've got a whole lot of smuggled jade they've confiscated that's not a part of the KJA, and they can do whatever they want with it. Also, it's not super high quality. What can we do with that? We don't want to give it to our people. We're going to give actually high quality jade to our people over here in España. So instead, why don't we approach the gangs that have been violent towards the Kekanese and sell it to them at a price and profit off of this smuggled jade, and then increasing a whole lot of infighting within these gangs, because obviously once you introduce a new drug to the street, there's going to be a struggle for it. And so there's a meeting. Hilo, with no one there aside from the Kekanese, aware of how much danger they are in because it's motherfucking Kaul Hilo in the room, established this deal. No one's going to bother the Kekanese anymore, and it's kind of a, you go fight amongst yourselves thing. And that happens so fast. But finally, this comes to a moment where I love the nuances here, where Andin, getting coffee with Hilo, asks him, I'm almost done graduating from the school you signed me up for here. When am I coming home? Like, what's going on? And Hilo's response is, you're not. You are connected here in España. You have a life here. Do you want to come back and be looked down on by everyone in our culture? Or do you want to keep with this life here? I saw that boyfriend you have. And again, not homophobic about it. He's just saying, like, dude, I can set you up with a job with Hami's office, the weatherman's office, and you'll be doing more good for the clan this side of the ocean. Why would you come home? And the great part of this is obviously this is shocking to Andin, and Andin doesn't like that this is being done for him, but at the same time, he does have a life here. He does have a boyfriend here. He is connected here. And it's this, I miss home, but I've got a life internal conflict that is such a heartbreaking thing for a character like Andin, who's the one sweet, soft person here to go through. Also, by this point, Hilo has 3 kids, boy, boy, girl.
What? How is that possible?
But we even get a fantastic scene between Hilo and Doc, the 2 pillars out in the cold talking. And it reminds us why these people are in the positions they are in, and also has an undercurrent of just the sheer amount of stress and pressure that is dependent on being a decent judge of character of these strangers you're meeting. With it being the Greenbone Saga, after that, like, kind of reassuring, man, Hilo can be awesome moment, he gets back, tells Shay, like, yeah, figure out how to do all that jade smuggling across the ocean without getting caught. KJA is going to be a bitch, but you can figure it out. To which Shay asks, were you actually going to start an all-out clan war between No Peak and the Mountain if Mata managed to kill me? And Hilo says, she believed I would. That's what matters. Oh, he doesn't say what he needs to say. What he says, you know, with the under it, but he doesn't directly admit it. But you know, we know. An important beat happens where the high-up councilman, who is like the top of their Congress, I think, is about to retire, but because he has extra power and is able to do a tie-breaking vote, Shay asks him to stay in place for one more year because they have some upcoming important votes happening, and they need to maintain their keys of power, which is another theme throughout this book that, because it's a summary, I don't have a ton of time to get into, but there is the seeds being laid here as well. For No Peak is more and more aggressively looking out for their interests because obviously they're at war and they need to be preparing for conflict with Ayat Mata all the time. So they're going to end up pissing off not only the Lantern Men, who have to continually pay tribute to them, but the balance that a leader and this clan must hold over John Loon is waffling and depending on things like this old man who should retire staying in place to make a tie-breaking vote. But do you remember how Munt was mouthing off about how he was the one who killed Lon and has the jade from him while he was drunk? So word got around, and all of a sudden we see Hilo is pulling up to an isolated location where Munt, the boy who really wasn't responsible for all of this, is being held prisoner by Make Tar, who, you know, killed his dad, and he's mad, very mad, and Hilo decides to finally get revenge for Lon's death. And this is gonna get, remember I said, turn the lights down. Holy shit. And from here we cut to over, it wasn't me! Munt screamed, animal fear finally blotting out his deep rage. There was another guy. He did it, the whole thing. It was all his idea. I just went along. Hilo gripped the thief's jaw and squeezed, forcing his mouth open and cutting off his frantic protests. One by he dropped the 3 jade stones into Munt's mouth, then clamped them shut. Tar tore a piece of duct tape from a long silver roll and sealed the teen's lips. They wound more tape around his wrists and ankles to make the bonds extra secure. Then Tar took the thief's feet, and Dune gripped him by the armpits, and they hefted him easily, placing him inside the metal box. With knees bent, he fit with barely any room to spare, and could not turn over inside. Hilo caught one last haunting glimpse of the white face, stark with terror, thuds, faint screaming, and spiking jade auras shrieked, emanating from inside the container, interrupting the whine of the cordless drill as Tar made holes all around the edges of the lid and fastened it in place with metal screws. Using the largest drill bit, he made a hole near the top of the box, big enough to stick a finger through. Into it, he inserted a length of plastic tubing through which air could flow. They didn't want the trap man to suffocate. Tar and Dune carried the box outside. The 2 men in the field had finished digging and were leaning on their shovels, resting. When they saw the pillar coming out of the building, they set down their tools and hurried to help Tar and Dune balance the box and lower it into the hole in the earth. Filling in the 2-meter-deep grave took an hour, with all 5 men taking turns with the shovels while the others rested. At last, there was only a patch of fresh soil to mark where the box was buried, and poking up from the ground, a barely visible stiff plastic air tube. Without his regular dose of shine, an addict would normally begin to feel the effects of jade exposure within 24 hours. With jade trapped inside an adrenaline-overloaded body, it was sure to happen much faster than that. The itches would set in shortly thereafter. Overseas, seeing that the schisming of foreign gangs that's being caused by the jade business that's blowing up and a huge source of money is calling betrayals and gunshots and stabbings and shifting of power, which is dangerous. Anyone who's familiar with how street gangs work knows that when power shifts and changes, those are turbulent times. And on top of that, well, Wen is actually about to get picked up with her kids one day, and Make Ken rolls up the horn of the No Peak clan in Hilo's car because his was in the shop, and right as he's about to have his sister and his nephews get in, the car explodes and kills Make Ken right in front of Wen and her kids. She has to run, get help from a lantern man, and who the hell could have had access to Hilo's car and put a bomb on it? Well, Shay hears about this back at the No Peak clan estate, and there's also someone surrendering at the gate saying it was them. And it's Morrow, because the people who came to blackmail him that he said no to came back with photos of his family overseas and told him that they'd do some shit. And Shay, of course, comes out heartbroken, knowing, oh, he's going to die for this. He's responsible for the assassination of the No Peak clan. And so he was able, because he's known to the estate, to get some people in to plant the bomb on Hilo's car. Oh, if Shay lets him live for even just a little bit longer, Make Tar is going to show up, and induce days of torture, all the awfulness. And so after everything Shay has been through, she has to follow through on murdering somebody. She failed with Doru, but she has to do it with Morrow. And so she kills him and goes into a very, very deep depression. And if you remember from the start of the story, Shay was the one who was fleeing this life. She didn't want to have to make these sacrifices. She didn't want to have to lose everything she cared about for the family, for a clan she didn't even entirely believe in the right of at the start of this story. And now, in these final moments with Morrow, she's realizing she did love him, and to spare him from a death of torture, she has to kill him quickly. The people who put this bomb are working for the smugglers that the No Peak clan has been cracking down on, the ones that Hilo cannot get to because he's banned from even entering the country where the head of, he's not a pillar, he's like a crime boss, let's give him that label, is located. And so there are mounting frustrations, and Shay is borderline catatonic in bed until Wynn shows up, being the bossest bitch, such good energy here, and essentially tells her like, actually, I'll just read it. This is one of the greatest Wynn moments. Let's read it. Shay-Jin, Wynn said, I want to go back to working for you. Not right away, but soon. I was thinking once Jaya turns 9 months old. We've done some useful things together, but we both became too busy. In the future, we can do better. I've talked your mother into moving back to Janloon and into the guest house for her own safety and to help with the children, so I can go back to work part-time. Shay felt as if Wynn's words were coming from some other reality in which the events of the past 2 weeks had not happened. She blinked and let out a noise that might have been a laugh of incredulity if her voice had been less disused. Why are you asking me this right now? Who else would I ask? Wynn exclaimed. You're the weatherman, unless you're planning to resign your position. She looked at Shay shrewdly, her expression a question. You were willing to die at the hands of Ayat Mata rather than step down. Has that changed? Now's not a good time to ask me anything, Wynn said. When would be a good time? When are you planning to come back out? Shay felt a weak stir of irritation. How can you be thinking about this right now? I would like to hide in my room for a month as well, Shay-Jin, but I can't do that. I have to take care of my children. They don't stop needing a mother just because I am suffering. I have to explain to Nico and Rue that their uncle Ken is dead. I have to keep my strength for Hilo so he can concentrate on managing the clan in this time and not worry about us. She fixed Jay with a straight glare and spoke matter-of-factly. Ken is gone. Tar is inconsolable. You're shut up in this room. The pillar is alone right now. He has dozens of people to help him, Shay muttered. He needs you. The family needs you. The same way we needed you after Lon was murdered and after your grandfather died. Hilo needs you to help him lead No Peak. You didn't disappear for a week after any of those times. Wynn's expression softened, but remained absolute. She took her sister-in-law by the arm and steered Shay into sitting next to her. This isn't the first time we've been hurt, but it's the first time you feel personally responsible for what happened, because your good intentions turned into so much pain. Shay stared at the other woman. I am responsible, Wynn. The backs of her eyes began to burn, and she closed them for a second before fixing them in accusation on Wynn. Don't you blame me for Ken's death? For the fact that you and your children were nearly killed? Why would I blame you? Wynn sounded exasperated. I blame our enemies, Shay-Jin, for twisting someone who was dear to you to their purpose, for using him like a tool to try and destroy us. You may have ended his life, but you didn't cause his death. In our world, there's a difference. What does this have to do with you wanting to go back to work? Wynn got up and went to look out the bedroom window. The sunlight hurt Shay's eyes, but Wynn stared out into the distance steadily. A Burrican walkfish, working for an Uewan smuggler on an island hundreds of kilometers away, got us here in Janloon, at a park in our own neighborhood. The clan has enemies everywhere now. We're not just fighting other Greenbones, we're fighting the world, Shay-Jin, which means that Aisho will not protect my children. She turned back to face the weatherman. Hilo has never wanted me involved in Greenbone matters, but the threats to the clan aren't just Greenbone matters anymore. Her voice was familiar in its soft and reasonable entreaty, but there was a sharp underside to it. Our enemies are willing to use any angle to attack us. The clan has lost one of the makes, maybe two since Tar can barely function, but not all of them. So put me to work, Shay-Jin. Wynn went to Shay's closet. She pursed her lips as she picked out a blouse and a skirt and threw them on the bed. When you challenged Ayat Mata with a clean blade, everyone was shocked, even Hilo, but not me. We women claw for every inch we gain in this world, and you'd work too hard for your place on Ship Street to let it be taken from you. It could still happen if you don't get dressed and leave this room. There are always people looking for signs of weakness, for chances to steal what we care about away from us. Wynn walked past Shay and out of the bedroom door. Your nephews asked if you would be at dinner tonight, and I said yes. And you, the reader, totally shouldn't think about the fact that Wynn is clearly deeply grieving and is trying to compensate by throwing herself into highly dangerous work and blindly being loyal to the clan. Don't think about it. That's not going to go badly later. Important note, the new Horn of the No Peak clan is Juen, who has just been a really powerful, important greenbone within the clan who's been circling the main party for a while. But yeah, suddenly he's bumped up to taking Megkin's place, and he is the Horn of the No Peak clan. If it feels like we're losing important people to keep everything together, yes. But we're gonna actually cut to waking up with, he's not dead. Burrow, his neighbor found him ODing in the hallway, thought about not calling an ambulance, but he was still twitching, so she was like, all right, I guess I'll call an ambulance. And he was revived. Because he'd been taking SN1 so much, it actually didn't kill him. And there was some other thing that was slowing his heart, so he didn't OD, but he's barely alive, and he actually just kind of wants to get me demonetized, so he's going to a casino to bet away all of his winnings, and once it's gone, he's going to demonetize, and he even tells the dealer that, and the dealer signs a thing, and then I guess there's been an ongoing issue where people keep showing up to the Twice Lucky, the casino that the No Peak clan owns, and doing this kind of thing, which I looked into. It does happen in Las Vegas, and that's depressing. And so Burrow is brought up to talk to an armless member of the No Peak clan who has a monkey helper. That's right, it's our guy who found purpose, and he apparently likes to talk to these people and tell them, like, you can do better. Look at me. You can be all right. Except Burrow, in his horrific, disheveled, drunken state, just starts talking about things he shouldn't know. Oh, a phone call is made to Hilo, and because Burrow worked for the smugglers that ended up planting the bomb, they now know that it was Zapoño, the person in charge of all these smugglers, and they can begin plotting their revenge. And Hilo keeps looking at Burrow like, why do I know you? And then he remembers.
'Cause I beat your ass.
And he's like, oh man, Lon spared you. And look at you, you became exactly what I thought. Just a jade-fevered addict. One of the things that, especially on this reread, I've kind of kept in the back of my mind while reading through this whole series, because I knew just how bad the framing around the Greenbones was actually going to be by this point, especially, is the first thing we see Greenbones do in the Greenbone Saga is beat the ever-living hell out of teenagers, giving Burrow a limp, by the way, this whole time he's had, for wanting to have the power that they do. And they don't try and help their communities by getting people off Jade or informing them of what the actual consequences are beyond just what's spoken in the streets. And instead, they treat people like Burrow like worthless junkies. There is so much to say about that, but truly, it is one of those masterful executions of this is what people have been taught is normal. It's what those in powers want to reinforce because it armors their power. And so therefore, if you're not careful, you can easily get sucked into their way of just dismissing someone who, as unlikable as Burrow is, he is someone who has been screwed all steps of life. And I can't be that mad at him for being such a shit. Because what other chance did he really have? What was he given? Nothing. But because Lon is watching, Hilo spares him. I get Burrow just needed to keep existing because he's one of the thematic pillars, pun intended, within this book. Now the No Peak clan goes for an all-out, dedicating way more of their resources to just decimating all of this smuggler's business. The problem is, it's really cheap to get the labor he needs, and people are expendable. So no matter how much they keep wiping it away, the fact that they can't get to the actual guy is really making Tar, especially as you can imagine, lose it. He wants revenge for his brother's death.
Brother, in a van, and you better bet your bottom dollar that
this one
brother know how to handle business.
And of course, they have to balance all of this as well because the Mountain Clan is watching them. Hey, are they overcommitting? Are they overreacting? They're kind of counting on the No Peak clan spending too many of their resources, and it's frustrating. Now, we also see the Mountain. Remember that councilman who Shay was like, you got one more year in ya, right, Grandpop? We see the Mountain didn't like that he's decided to take that one more year, shows up with the horn at his apartment and gives him a heart attack with a jolt of jade. He had a heart condition, so it was real easy to do. And everyone's like, wow, that old man happened to die at a really inconvenient time for this vote. After much waiting, an opening finally comes to allow them to assassinate Zapoño because he is diabetic. He can't get the treatment he needs in his island nation, and so instead he's going to, you guessed it, España for treatment. And they have ends. At the same time, Wynn is making a trip to España finally to deliver a shitload of jade, because she's a Stonai who can smuggle it, to the clan that Andon has been meeting with that has Doc and Roan as their like head people. And so that community, while the other people are like fighting over smuggled, not great jade, just got fully decked out, Iron Man loaded up jade to protect themselves. But there's a big pressure to keep it on the DL because the Espanian government does not want civilians having jade. This is great and means there's going to be jade available for the assassination that needs to happen, but they don't have any direct soldiers for Hilo to order over there. So instead, Hilo has to ask Andon, go to Doc and tell him I need him to kill somebody. He owes me. And, oh, that's a big ask, Hilo. And these guys, while they are like Kekanese, they're not a crime family. They just want to run their community center and do nice. And this is clan corruption really reaching across the seas here. But Andon goes to see Doc, and Doc gives a monologue here. I've been reading quite a bit from the book, so I'm just going to do my best to boil this down and convey the trauma Doc went through to you, because he arrived in España as a young man and was employed by another individual named Ito, who hated Chitarians for doing awful things to his sister and family. After getting into a verbal altercation with a Chitarian man, Ito, this individual, murdered him in front of Doc. Trying to save his own life for not being murdered as a witness, Doc agreed to help him get rid of the body. Using cement, Ito began to go further mad with the combination of guilt and rumors, but the police were thinking the local Greenbone named Roan might have had something to do it. Roan laid low and tried to hide, but eventually Ito found out where he was taking cover and planned to go to the police, turn in Roan, and then kill Doc to get rid of the final bit of evidence that he was the one responsible. Together, Doc and Roan intercepted the man on the way to the police station and committed yet another murder together. The rest of the community got in line behind them, helping cover up the crimes so that the police would think Ito had just left the city and would stop looking into the Chitarian man's death, finally leaving the Kekanese alone. Now, if you combine Roan's ability to kill with Doc's ability to get the community in line behind them, that is how they ended up as the pseudo-pillarmen and horn for the immigrant Kekanese in this city. But after telling Andon what he had to do to survive, Doc says, even though the outcome was all for the best, the gods knew what I had done. I'd been Ito's accomplice in covering up the murder of an innocent man. Even if he was a Chitarian, he didn't deserve to die, and he didn't deserve to have his body desecrated. His family had no remains to bury, and he would have gone to the afterlife in pieces. And even though Ito was surely planning to kill me, he was a man who was in pain and who had shown me kindness and given me my first job and livelihood to support my mother and my young wife. I murdered him in cold blood and disposed of his body as well. The gods knew. I think they understood why I did it, and so they weren't too harsh. So I've been fortunate in my life in most ways except one. Sana and I could not have children for many years. When we finally succeeded, we had only daughters. We went to the temple to beg the gods for the favor of a son who would carry the family's jade. But it was only after 10 years of trying that we finally had Koru. He's a good son, but he's frivolous. I did my best to raise him as a true Greenbone, but he has a childish heart. He wants only to get along with everyone and play around. He's my only son, the one who will carry the family's jade when Sana and I are gone. I love him, but he is also my punishment for the sins I committed as a young man. Doc stood up from his chair. I will do what you ask. I will put Roan Toro at your disposal to help the No Peak to kill this man, this smuggler Zapoño, and for that, I will ask you to give up my son. I've been indulgent of him, but he needs to stop fooling around with men and take his responsibilities seriously. He's the only Greenbone out of all 4 of my children, as undeserving and ignorant as he might be of what it truly means to wear jade and how important it is to our family's identity. He's not green enough for the old country, but that doesn't matter. He can still have a good Espinian life, a career that puts that expensive law degree to use, children someday, if the gods are kind to us. He's not for you. You are sure to return to John Loon eventually, but his place is here. Andon struggled at first to find a response. That's Corey's decision to make. I'm not talking to him now. I'm talking to you. It's as much yours choice as it is his. You came here asking me to commit a crime to help your family, so it's only right I ask you for something in return. Give up my son, and I will bend my principles to help you and your family in this thing that you want. That's the only way I'm willing to cross this line for you. Andon looked at Doc, a man he'd dismissed when he'd first met him, but had grown to respect, a leader of his community, and a shrewd man, truly a pillar in his own way, in his own right, a person that Andon now felt deeply indebted to. In that moment, Andon hated him. He stood up. You called me a man who means every word he says. I don't want to say something I'll regret, which is why I'm not saying anything to you right now, Doc Jen. Doc stood up and walked Andon to the door. You're wise for your age, my friend. And yeah, asked him to end it with Corey, and Andon, still the person he is, of course, is willing to do it, and ends things with Corey for clan business. God damn. The Mountain also figures out the treacherous people that Hilo has been planting within their ranks, and Ayat Mata and her Horn have them purged, which isn't the best outcome for the No Peak clan, but still means that the Mountain has been weakened, though this conflict is escalating. And while all these things are in motion, because Fonda Lee knows how to make a climax tense, Hilo is in his house at home, and suddenly Nico runs in the room, freaked out. Hilo slams the phone down. What's wrong? His son, Rue, just swallowed a bunch of jade. Because this is a detail that's never explicitly told to us, but I adore. Nico and Rue were told by Make Tar exactly what Hilo did to the man who killed Lon, Nico's father, about the stuffing the jade in the mouth and everything. And so the boys playing, Nico stuffed jade in Rue's mouth. And that's man. Oh. So Hilo desperately takes his kid to the hospital. There's a minor procedure done. The jade is retrieved. And he learns something. This is the son of a Stone Eye. Your son is a Stone Eye. Rue will never be able to wield jade. And Hilo, again, giving you a moment that's just kind of like, damn, I like this guy sometimes. The mother killer is just like, okay, my son, I love him. It sucks. Good kid. And yeah, it means he's probably in a little bit less danger. But that also means the true heir is Lon's kid now. A Stone Eye can't lead the clan. So Nico, Lon's son, is next in line to take over of the new generation. Oh, but okay, while this is happening, same time, the assassination plan involves just setting up a fake interview with Zipoyo, and during that interview, it needs to be Andon and Roan, and because they need to murder a motherfucker. And it's going to be at a place where there's a good backdrop that's a bridge that they said would be a really good like setting for the interview, but in reality, there's just a bunch of hidden jade there so that Roan, after being searched, can put it on some gloves that have jade's woven in them and just start murking people because he's a badass. Except Zipoyo, smart, paranoid, says you have to come to my hotel room instead with all my bodyguards. And so the planted jade, not there. Fuck. Okay, they're going to call it off. Wynn gets a call from Shay who tells her, like, yeah, the assassination attempt's not going to happen. Andon's bummed, Roan's bummed, but this is too dangerous. Hilo called it off.
And all that was for nothing?
To which Wynn says, no. Look, I am, one, going to get revenge for my brother. Two, am going to continue to contribute to the No Peak clan. Hilo doesn't know all this spy network stuff I've been doing, and she's feeling really, also, she just learned that her son is a Stone Eye, and so she's feeling like she's somehow wronged the clan, and she decides the way she can make up for it and get her revenge is to go with Andon and Roan and allow this assassination attempt to go through. Remember how I said things are going good? They get to the room, the interview starts. After a few lines back and forth, well, this happens. Wynn felt sweat break out on her back. She twisted the barrel of her pen and dropped it. It rolled off her lap and onto the floor. Roan bent to retrieve it for her. Andon didn't look at them. He sat completely still and stone-faced, not speaking. Zipoyo, looking smug, said, "Who sent you to seek me out? The Mountain Clan? Or is it the Kekanese here in Espinia who want jade?" Wynn's fountain pen broke easily. As Roan pulled the thin string of tiny jade stones from inside the barrel, Andon leaned forward. "You're wrong, Zipoyo. I am here to kill you. All of Zaponio's guards drew their guns at the same time, ready to unload a dozen bullets into Andon's body. Two of them began to turn toward Roan, detecting the sudden flare of a Jade aura a split second before the Greenbone unleashed a deflection that tore through the small confines of the hotel room. It knocked over the camera tripod, sent the water from the glasses spraying, and slammed into the men who were standing, shoving them into the walls and furniture. Gunshots rang out. Wynn dropped flat to the ground, ears ringing, heart in her throat. She saw Andon throw himself onto Zaponio, covering the smuggler's body with his own. As he dragged them both out from the chair and onto the floor, Andon maneuvered behind Zaponio and wrapped his arms around the man's neck and thin shoulders, pinning him, then rolling over and ducking his own head so the smuggler lay struggling with his back on Andon's chest, trapped as an unwilling shield. The bodyguards couldn't shoot Andon without hitting their boss as well. With her face against the carpet, Wynn saw Zaponio's son shout, "No, Pop!" His eyes widened with panic as he tried to decide where to aim his gun. With a burst of strength, Roan Toro flew at him and struck him in the throat, crushing his windpipe. As Zaponio's son collapsed, Roan twisted the gun from his grip and whipped it up, firing it 1, 2, 3 times. One of the bodyguards went down. Another brought up a desperate blast of steel and deflection that sent the final bullet into the hotel room window. The two remaining Barukan returned fire. Roan dove to the ground and fired twice, blowing out the kneecap of the nearest man, who screamed as he fell before Roan's next 2 shots silenced him. The final Barukan guard raced for the door, firing again at the Greenbone in a panic. In such close quarters, Roan barely deflected the shots. One of them tore the fabric of his jacket at the shoulder. Another bullet embedded itself into the carpet next to Wynn. The Barukan reached the door and yanked the handle. Roan flew light across the length of the room and tackled the man, shoving him back into the closed door with a crash. They fell to the floor and grappled, strength against strength, and the sound of thuds and labored breathing reached Wynn even as the 2 men disappeared from view behind the sofa. Wynn clambered to her hands and knees. There was a gun lying not too far from her reach, dropped by one of the Barukan as he fell. She clawed to it, grasped it, and lifted it. It was heavy, much heavier than the compact pistol she'd practiced with before. She had to hold it firmly with both hands as she got to her feet. Roan and the last guard were still struggling. Rode had his hands wrapped around his opponent's neck, squeezing and channeling this at the same time until blood began to bubble at the man's mouth as he spasmed to kick, clawing at Roan's steeled hands. Andon was still on the ground, holding Zaponio in a chokehold from behind. The Uiwin flailed in a continuing effort to get free, but physically he was no match for Andon. Wynn walked toward him. She could hear the Barukan's dying gurgles behind her, but she paid them no attention. Zaponio's face was red, and his mouth worked in astonishment and fear, as if he could not believe, after so many years, and as sick as he was now, someone had gotten to him at last. "Let go of him, Andon," Wyndon said. Zaponio fell choking to the ground. He crawled to his knees and held up his hands, the blood draining from his face at the sight of his dead son and his slain men. "I'm rich. I'm a powerful man," he wheezed. "I can pay you more than whatever you've been offered. Who sent you?" "I sent myself," Wynn told him, "from the Kaul family of No Peak." She pulled the trigger. The handgun bucked in her grip, jolting her wrists. Zaponio fell back against the carpet, legs splayed out at an awkward angle, blood spreading under his head. Andon stared at the body, then at Wynn. He got to his feet, shaking his head as if to clear it. Roan Toro came over and looked down at the smuggler. Zaponio seemed even smaller and more frail in death. It was hard to believe that he was responsible for so much evil in the world. They make their getaway. They're fleeing down the street. They arrive at a garage. Everything's looking pretty good. We got away scot-free. Why is their cars pulling up? It's the gangsters who have been fighting amongst themselves over Jade. Turns out the new people in charge don't honor a lot of the deals that have made with the Kekanese. And Andon also sees the guy he got in a racist fight with back here in the group among them. And so Roan is shot in the knees before he can get to the Jade he took off. And then I'll read it. "He still worked things out," Roan said. His face had gone chalky, and his pants were soaked with blood. "Cromner was greedy. He got rich and fat, but you're practical, Skinny. You always have been. You're boss of your own crew now. Why make enemies instead of friends?" Skinny Reams took off his felt hat and turned it around and around in his hands. "You make a good point, Roan, but I'll tell you why," he said as solemnly as a school teacher at a lecture. "Because I don't like you Keks at all. Everything was going fine before Boss Cromner got it into his head to get involved with you people over Jade. I don't care how much you're worth. Those rocks aren't natural. They don't belong here, and neither do you. Since I'm the new boss in these parts, I have to make it clear that I differ from Cromner on this point. So it's got to be this way." Ream's biggest, strongest looking man produced a white plastic bag and double loop of cord. Roan knew what came next. He surged upward, away from his executioner, toward the duffel bag with his jade gloves. Blood loss, the bullets in his legs, and the 2 other men who grabbed his arms ensured that he did not get far. The bag went over Roan's head and the cord around his neck. Andon lunged forward with a shout of sheer desperation, but could do nothing with his arms tied behind his backs. Sunter eagerly kicked him to the ground and put a boot in the small of his back. His glasses were knocked off his face and went skittering across the floor. The other guard took a cloth rag from the hook on the wall near the garage cleaning supplies and jammed it into Andon's mouth, muffling his cries. He gagged on the taste of grease and cleaning fluid, felt the corners of his mouth burning as the fabric was pulled tight. Roan Toro fought like an ox. His body heaved and crashed against the concrete. He twisted and tried to slacken the pressure on his windpipe. But injured and without Jade, in seconds his movements began to weaken. Reams's coat continued tightening the garrote with the impassive deliberation of a piano tuner. From where he was pinned, with his face against the cold concrete, Andon watched the most formidable Greenbone in Port Massey, the man who'd defended the Grunge Hall from the machine gun fire and single-handedly taken out a room full of Barukan, grow feeble, his legs beating against the floor. The plastic bag clinging to his face, cutting off what little air remained to him. A stench rose from his body as his bowels gave in the last few seconds of life. The executioner stepped away. The plastic did not flutter against Roan's open mouth. Reams touched the tip of his forefinger to the center of his brow and raised it in the sign of the one truth. God uplift his soul, he muttered. His men followed suit obediently. The garroter stepped away from Roan's body and toward Wen and Andon. Do we have to kill the peach boss? Reams gave his coat a sternly disappointed look, and Sunter stopped talking. Andon's vision was blurred, and he thought his heart might pound itself to death before the crew boys killed him. When Wen turned her head to catch his eyes, he tried to speak, but the gag was still in his mouth, and he could only look at her in a mute panic. He thought she made an attempt to smile at him, as if in solidarity, telling him to be brave, that at least they were facing this together. Wen turned to Reams and tilted her chin to stare up into his face. Do you know who I am? She asked, an accented Hispanian. Her hands were clasped together tightly, and it was clear she was frightened, but her voice was shockingly calm. Do you know the name Kaul? Sorry, Peach. Who you are doesn't matter to me. If you are important among your own people, then so much better for my purposes. Wen spat at Reams' feet. She straightened and spoke in Kekanese. The clan is my blood, and the pillar its master. The man with her garrote stepped behind Wen and slipped a plastic bag over her head. He looped the cord around her neck and began to tighten it. Wen did not struggle. She had seen Roan Toro, a man larger and stronger than her, beaten into submission and murdered before her eyes, and saw no point in repeating the indignity. Wen's face remained turned slightly upward, and she kept reciting the single line over and over until she had no access to air, and her mouth was moving. The clan is my blood, and the pillar. Wen's legs kicked, stiffened, and went limp. Andon was screaming endlessly around the gag in his mouth. His mind was filled with nothing but the sound of his own screaming, and when the bag went over his head and the cord around his neck, he couldn't muster any of the composure Wen had displayed. He was sobbing with impotent, burning, grief-stricken rage, cursing their killers with every ounce of vitriol in his being. He couldn't believe he was going to die in such a low way at the hands of such scum, helpless here, of all places, on the floor of a garage in fucking Espana. His vision went red, then white. Andon didn't hear the noises at first. When he did, he didn't identify them as the crunch of tires and the slamming of car doors. The one thing he heard was Carson Sunter exclaiming, "Shit, they're here!" He heard that part clearly. And then Reams' sharp order. The circle of pressure on Andon's neck abruptly slackened, and he was dropped to the ground on his stomach, the pain in his throat and chest so bad it felt like fire in his lungs. A great deal more noise erupted, gunshots and shouting, running feet, more gunshots reverberating in the enclosed space. He had no idea where they were coming from or how they were there, and then crashing sounds further away in the front of the store. He couldn't see anything except shadow and movement through the film of white plastic over his face, which was still suffocating him. He was still fading, his consciousness sliding away like hot oil. Hands seized him, rolled him over roughly. The plastic was torn off his face. Air flooded into Andon's nose and mouth. He gasped violently, blinking and heaving for breath. Sean Totoro knelt over him, his face ashen and horrified. He had a gun in his hands, but he set it down and worked at removing Andon's gag. Andon coughed and spat, the corners of his mouth raw and stinging. Someone else, Sammy, cut the bindings in his wrists, and they sat him up, steadying. 3 other Greenbones that Andon recognized from the Grunge Hall were all crowded in the garage. The call was cut off. We thought we were too late, Todd said. We were, Sammy said, turning to where Doc Luson knelt beside Roan Toro's body. The pillar of South Trap rocked back on his heels, tears running freely down his face. After Andon spots Wen laying motionless, he tries to revive her with CPR, but Sammy tells her she's gone. Andon then dons Jade and continues. With a wrenching force of will, he grasped the Jade energy with skills that were ill-used but not forgotten. He bent the flow of energy to his will. He pulled it into a single focus. His eyes were closed, but he could sense the presence of the people around him, breathing, pulsing, living creatures, and he ignored them all. He concentrated only on the form beneath him, the body that had been alive only a few minutes ago, and he saw it for what it was, an organism that had once throbbed with energy, but in which the current was now stilled and rapidly draining. Andon pressed his clenched fist down over Wynn's chest and channeled. The energy surged into Wynn's heart and lungs. Andon hung on to it. The one might, with shaking arms, control the shaft of a thrust spear. With his Jade abilities straining to their utmost, he squeezed. Wynn's heart convulsed in his grasp. It gave a juddering spasm and beat once, twice, and then continued to beat, forcing blood through vessels and organs back into her brain. Andon's entire body trembled with an unbearable effort. Sweat bathed his face as he continued to press. Wynn's lungs contracted. She gave a great, heaping gasp, her back arching on the floor. Her eyes flew open. Andon released his hold on her, turned away and vomited. His hands were shaking too badly for him to remove the gloves. He tugged them off with his teeth and let them fall to the ground. Wynn stared up at him in abject confusion and pain, and then tears sprang into her eyes. Jade energy crashed out of Andon like a weight, dragging him through his own body toward the center of the earth. He was utterly drained, exhausted and empty, as if he'd run for days or crawled through a desert. He pulled Wynn into his lap and began to sob, and she clutched him as they rocked together on the floor of the garage, only dimly aware of Doc Losan and the other green bones of Southtrap standing around them, staring and silent with astonishment. Now, before I'm going to reveal what happens to Wynn, I'm just going to go ahead and take something that kind of happens at the very end of the book and reveal it here. Burrow, without all of his Jade, out in the street, has decided to forsake putting it ever back on. He realizes he's an addict. He wants to get clean, though he's still a bag of shit, and he still wants revenge on the clans, but he is no longer going to be trying to do so through seeking Jade. But back in John Loon, we see Hilo told by Shay what happened and that Wynn is currently in critical condition. And Hilo's reaction to being disobeyed by Shay in putting the wife of his children in danger and finding out that she's been running a spy network behind his back is... Yeah, he's a mother killer. The book ends with us seeing Andon agree to wear Jade again and to come back to John Loon, but do so to go to med school and to try and be a healer. But he's also got Jade on again. And Wynn has brain damage and is partially paralyzed. That's the ending of Book 2 of the Greenbone Saga. And the next book is about to get more painful. Not gonna lie, y'all, this one feels heavy to get into, and you'll see why. I didn't have any clean blue shirts, strangely enough, so we're getting blue pants that are below the frame, and you just gotta trust me. And on top of that, I did paint the wall blue above the whiteboard, which was purely a coincidence, but I guess you could say it was also commitment if I want to lie to you, you know. Book covers blue. Now, the final book in the Greenbone Saga, Jade Legacy, kicks off, wouldn't you guess it, with our How's He Alive buddy, Burrow, as he's partaking in a revolutionary group action. The Classless Future Movement, or the CFM, is taking on some properties owned by Lantern Men, loyalists to the clans, and so they decide to ruckus them up. They're disrupting business. They're letting their message go wide and loud. No clan in the future. And they're taking on a business we know, the Double-Double. This surprisingly goes fairly well, and Barrow's able to get on out of there. And we as the reader, we have this instant feeling of like, guys, do you know what you are f***ing with here? Do you remember what happened to the boy in the box? They aren't even aware of that action, but we are, so it feels dangerous what they're doing. Except... this isn't like taking on the Mountain Clan. It's not no peak first mountain, let's duke it out. And instead, this is a bunch of, it's like stepping on bugs. They're everywhere and they're organizing, but they're difficult to track. Squish! Burrow eventually ends up at a full-on meeting for the CFM where he meets a cute girl named Emma, tries to flirt, and she's like, eh, and he's like, okay. Because, you know, Burrow. But also, while the leader of this group is giving an impassioned speech at the front, from the back, a Yucatanian man, enemies of España, speaks up and says, hey, you don't really have a chance unless you make some friends. So that's the thing. After getting arrested, though, Burrow is approached by some strangers who offer him a bunch of money to be essentially a white rat for them to spy on this revolutionary group. Are they working for the clans? No, they're working for España, that is upset with this Yucatanian being involved with this group to try and disrupt the KJA and all this foreign political stuff building in. But I know what you're thinking. Burrow's gone through some character development. He's finally found some friends, and there's no way he takes the money. Takes the money. And funnily enough, doesn't even give him that much good information for a long time because he's Burrow and he's just so incompetent. But from here, though, we're going to cut to a lot of sad stuff, starting with violence. That's the Greenbone Saga in a sentence. We see that Hilo is in a meeting with a bunch of his lantern men, and some of them are upset because they're still having to pay higher rates even though there's technically a peace treaty in place, but Hilo's like, no! Just because there's a peace treaty in place doesn't mean we're not fighting the Mountain Clan. There's all these foreign investments going on and business adventures, so we need higher rates. We're also recovering, and somehow the Mountain Clan's doing super well financially and with recruitment. They've also started including Burrowcons, which are just like regular gangsters, into their ranks, foreigners. It's just, god damn it, they're doing everything they can to have an advantage on us. Except when the Burrowcons do stuff, they just don't take responsibility, and so no, you gotta pay me the amount. One of the lantern men, he was gotten to by who? You guessed it.
Surprise, motherfucker.
And so he challenges Hilo to a clean blade, to which Hilo's like, he deflates a little bit. No, I'm not gonna do that. And then the guy pulls out a gun, tries to shoot Hilo. That guy dies.
And look at you haven't even got a name tag. You got no chance. Why don't you just fall down? Go on, son.
And the rest of the lantern men, who I want to really emphasize here, had a point. They were upset for a reason. Kind of lose out on their ability to push back in the Greenbone clan because someone just tried to murder the pillar. So they're like, I'm not affiliated with that. Never mind, we're good, we'll pay. But that's not sad. Why did I say things get sad and draw some tears? Well, we see Hilo's going to a brothel, and this is a weird thing to say. He's not a very nice brothel customer. Okay. We actually learned in earlier books that Lon liked to take his Jade off when he had sex. Shay, I don't think it's really ever clarified one way or either. Hilo keeps it on. All right, and Wynn was down for that, but now their physical relationship not doing too hot. Why? Well, she literally, if you remember, fucking died the last book and was brought back to life, and her brain was without oxygen for so long that, well, for about a year, she pretty much couldn't speak and was borderline bedridden. And there's just so much anger and resentment between her and Hilo as a result of what happened at the end of Jade War that their relationship is so bad. We also see their kids asking whether or not they're going to get a divorce. Rue, their biological son, and Nico, their I murdered your mom and took you kid, nephew. They also have a daughter named Gia. We'll get more into Gia later. Very strong personalities among these kids. But between Hilo and Wynn, things are heartbreaking because they were so passionate and criticize Hilo deservedly for his personality and actions, and quite frankly, Wynn too for many things she's done. But you could relate to their obsession with each other. They were young lovers and they're having, just such wholesome vibes and all this undercurrent frothing awfulness. And then stuff now reads like this. It broke Hilo's heart every day to see Wynn so feeble and incompetent, to hear her speak with such ponderous difficulty. He'd had to leave the room at times, unable to bear seeing her driven to helpless tears of frustration by her inability to do something as simple as complete a sentence that was perfectly formed in her mind but would not come out correctly. At least she was much improved from a year ago, when she couldn't move one side of her body at all and could barely speak coherently. Back then, when he wasn't even certain if her mind and personality had survived intact, he was ashamed to say that there had been a few awful periods of despair when he'd wondered if it would have been less cruel to both of them if Andy had not succeeded in reviving her from death. Wynn had always been graceful and well-spoken, confident in a gentle way, with a perceptive and determined will. He'd loved her more than anything in the world. Now, he didn't know how he felt. Sometimes when he looked at his wife, he felt a surge of the feverish, all-consuming desire to hold her and make love to her and protect her at all cost. More often, however, he felt a numb, aching anger, a cold disbelief and unforgiving rage. She had disobeyed him, kept so many of her activities secret from him, put herself in harm's way, nearly leaving him a widower and their children motherless. He'd done all he could to keep her safe and give her everything she could want, to be good to her. and she had brought all this pain on them. Is Shay coming over this evening? Wen asked. No, he said. You should. And he could see her grasping for the word, trying to push it out of her throat like a bit of stuck food. Ask her to come over more often. Hilo stood up to go without answering. Wen reached out to him, but he stepped away from her. He saw the hurt in her eyes. She must be used to this by now, the indecision of his affection. At times he hated himself for it, but another part of him wanted to punish her, to hurt her, as she had so badly him. Dinner's ready, Hilo said over his shoulder as he left the room. If you don't feel like coming down, I'll have Kianla bring up a plate to the room. That hurt my emotions. But Hilo and Wen are not the only ones who are going through it, because we see Shay is going over to España to meet with Hami, who's done a wonderful job in terms of expanding no-peak investments overseas. Now he would like to retire, please. And with it being over 6 years since the start of the series, he served his time, and they agreed to let that happen. Fun note about Jade, because Jade is illegal in España, Hami had to get all that Jade off of him, and he even notes to Shay, you were right. You get used to not wearing Jade, and it feels strange to go back, but it's time for me to go back, so he does. The reason Shay's in España, though, is because they are trying to work on not only getting Hami back over there, but figuring out ways to influence politicians to possibly get Jade legalized for especially Kekanese people to use here, because one, they want to limit the backlash that's happening over in Kekan, Janloon, because a lot of the younger graduates don't want to go learn how to use Jade because they'd rather come over to España, and if they're hooked on Jade, then that would be interfering with their future, so they're trying to figure all this stuff out. That'll be brought up again real soon with Andine. And so Shay's job is just always getting more complicated as these foreign aspects keep growing. While they're in España, Woon, her second one, it's really clear he's got emotions for Shay still, and she's definitely got something, maybe a little flame for him. He also learns that his wife just had a miscarriage. This is awkward. Timing's a thing. So out of respect for his wife, he decides to resign from his position as Shay's second. And while she is sad, she was able to say no to his resignation in the last book. She says yes to it here. I mean, if someone tries to quit once, you don't let them. That's kind of a dick move. If someone tries to quit twice and you say no, that's like a slavery situation or something. I don't know. That's messed up. But Shay, ever the lucky one with her love interests, at his going away party, ends up doing some smoochy with him. And of course, Woon's like, what the fuck? Why now? Why? And she's like, well, you're not going to work for me anymore. I'm married. And so, you know, Shay's awesome. So he's kind of into it, but he's like, no. And he leaves. And Shay, what the fuck, Shay? You're a boss. You're professional. But while they were in España, they actually brought one more individual with them, and that individual would be Make Tar. Now, why would Make Tar want to go to España, the place where his sister was just strangled to... Oh.
I want to play a game. I want to play a game. I want to play a game.
Yeah, he's getting some revenge. And Make Tar has also been acting as Hilo's muscle for a while after having his brother blown up and his sister murdered and brought back to life, and also just having to do a bunch of gory things. And so what he does to the individuals responsible for revenge, Jigsaw would be impressed. And also the like more peaceful clan, that's not really a clan that's here in España, after he does it, is like, that was a little much, man. And they even end up complaining like, yeah. So, you know, Make Tar, he's in a great mental state. Just, I'm happy to serve the clan. They're so happy. But this is going to take me to one of my favorite points for Andine in his plotline, and that's because we see he's becoming a successful doctor, has not reached the top ranks yet, but he's good enough at using Jade to heal people that, one, he brought Wen back to life, and two, he's demonstrating in front of foreigners how you can use Jade to treat people, because, you know, some foreign doctors don't believe and politicians don't want to legalize medical Jade yet. And so after giving this demonstration, some of the people that watched went, wait, you speak Espanian? Come on over. And so they need him to start consulting and being someone who, even though he's not a full doctor, is connected to both España and the clans back over here. And eventually he ends up actually testifying before their like Congress and saying, hey, it's great, you can heal people, it's awesome, and they do a bunch of racism against him. And then they also have some points. It's like, aren't you clanned up? And it's like, that's not related. Don't look at that crime. Don't look at that bad stuff. And he ends up getting on a phone call in between meetings in these sessions where Hilo is asking him to do some clan stuff. And he's like, oh, I got to get back to the Congress meeting that I'm not going to talk about my clan stuff with. Okay, love you, bye. So it's kind of funny to see, like, yeah, Jade has medical benefits, but the commentary is there that it's a drug. It's drugs. I don't know if you've gotten the subtle allegorical thing happening here. Drugs. Good and bad. But this takes us to, again, some foreigners complicating things, because Yucatan and España, these big nations, keep poking and prodding each other, and it looks like big war might be on the way. And so the Kekanese military wants to have a meeting of the KJA where they say, hey, clans, please let the military have more Jade, because this could be bad, and also allow graduates from your academies not be forced to go straight into being fingers for your clans or priests. That was like the two options that they're allowed to do. Like, add being a soldier to that, because after they've been clanned up for a few years, they kind of make bad soldiers because they're loyal to you. And if I put a no-peak soldier in a group with a mountain soldier, what do you think's gonna happen?
I'll kill you.
Bad. So, you know, they make good fighters. They're just not very disciplined soldiers. And because the Mountain Clan has been doing wonderfully financially and employing foreign gangsters in their ranks to do stuff, they are like, yeah, we'll absolutely do this. Isn't that great? Guess who's probably going to say no? Hilo. And guess what? Hilo does look bad in this meeting because he has to go, nah. A new character is introduced within the Mountain Clan, though. They kind of have a rotating class of senior officials, but they have what I'm going to call a propaganda mouthpiece. They're Alex Jones, named Koban, who's a powerful family within the Mountain Clan, but their head Koban feller starts really being an anti-foreigner on radio show, talking shit about No Peak Clan and hyping up the mountain while also crapping on foreigners, with the irony of which of what the Mountain Clan's doing is there, but they're good at strategy. Hilo decides to have his own run-in with a foreigner that's going to be apt to this theming, because he heard of an Hispanian-trained soldier with Kekanese blood showing up at a local training facility and kicking ass. And he's like, oh, are Hispanian soldiers actually getting trained pretty well? Or is this just because his blood is our blood, he's actually managing to be awesome? What's going on here? So he goes and he meets Jim. And Jim kicks him in the dick. Hilo goes up to Jim in this academy and is trying to feel him out. They get in a little sparring match, and in that match, Jim, with no regard for who Hilo is, just dick kick. The ball's on him. Hilo respects it, and he goes, do you want to get a drink? Let's go get a drink. And he ends up hiring Jim on as a sparring partner and trainer, because Jim was trained in an alternative way, and so maybe Hilo can learn some stuff from him. And he does. Like, Jim learned how to, like, deflect IED bombs and crap like that with his steel to protect, like, your head and your chest cavities and other things that bomb affects in what, I don't know anatomy. I don't know what a bomb kills you with. If you keep your mouth closed, are you more safe? Because the shock, I don't know. You don't either. Someone thought, like, oh, for sure, no, but you don't know. A beam of hope does arrive on the horizon for Shay, though, because one of the mountain's sub-clans wants to flip on over. They are in a port city that the mountain has been essentially neglecting and not supplying them with enough support for. And so they reach out to Shay after this KJA meeting and ask her, like, do you want to be friends?
Do you want to form an alliance with me? Absolutely, I do. Good, excellent.
And Shay, absolutely, we want to be friends with you. So she goes to a meeting and they start swapping information. And because Woon just stepped down, Shay has a new second there. And all of a sudden there's a bunch of Jade auras outside. The door gets in and the Mountain Clan horn walks on in with a bunch of people. The door to the room flung open. Jio Somu, the Horn of the Six Hands Unity, stood in the entryway. Next to him was a tall, older man that Shay recognized at once as Na Swinzen, Horn of the Mountain. Shay's hand went for the talon knife strapped to the small of her back under her blazer, but Ju Wasu stood frozen, staring at his nephew in uncomprehending shock. The young man was sweating, but his face was resolved and his jade aura blazed with dark determination. I'm sorry, uncle, he said. You left me no choice. Now Swinzen took a step into the room, and 4 additional Mountain Greenbones came in after him, fanning out to either side. Shay could perceive 3 others in the building. At the front and the rear entrances, Shay edged away and pulled Ludo with her by the arm. putting their backs against the wall. Harade was wide-eyed and silent, his fear a sour tang in the periphery of Shay's perception. Shay's hand on the talon knife was steady, but blood was roaring in her ears, and her mind was racing. She cast about for some means of escape, and found none. Jiawasu's eyes were still on his nephew. "You betrayed us," he whispered in disbelief. "That's an ironic accusation coming from a clan pillar who has just been caught breaking his tribute oath and turning to no peak," said Noswen, his cool, unblinking gaze scanning the room, settling on each occupant in turn. Shay's skin crawled as he nodded at her, almost cordially, before turning back to Jiawasu. "You ought to know, Joajin, that your nephew told me of your treachery and provided the date and location of this meeting on the condition that you were spared from execution. The mountain would have found you out soon enough," Jiosomu said to his uncle, as if imploring him to understand. "And then we would have had to fight for our lives. What makes you think we'd be better off with no peak? It's better for everyone this way. You don't want Liu Kang to turn into John Loon." "What did you get out of this, Semo?" Jio asked, numbly. Now answered for the young Ahorn. "Naturally, after you've been exiled, Jiosomu will become the pillar of the Six Hands Unity, which will continue to run the city of Lukang as a loyal tributary of the Mountain Clan." Tairetsu made a noise of incoherent rage. "Somu, you worthless dog!" He launched himself at the younger Gio with a heedless shout, hands reaching for the traitor's throat. Two of Na's green bones seized the weatherman of Six Hands Unity in an instant. A third put a moon blade through his chest. Shay saw the tip of white metal emerge from the left side of Tyne's back at the same instant that she perceived the spasm of his punctured heart. Like a shriek in her mind, Jioasu let out a roar of denial and tore a small handgun from a concealed shoulder holster under his jacket. Before he could even aim it, Noswen's men unloaded their weapons in unison. The room erupted in gunfire. Gio threw up a violent blast of deflection and steel that could not possibly save him in these tight quarters against so much flying ammunition. Bullets swerved in every direction. Bottles of Hoji shattered and crashed off the shelves, spraying glass across the room. Shay hurled a tight, vertical prow of deflection into the narrow space between the two mountain greenbones, knocking them and driving a wedge into the mountain's line. Desperate strength and lightness surged into Shay's limbs. With her grip still on Ludo's arm, she leapt for the opening, plowing through the chaos, and stumbled as Ludo's weight dragged her down. She turned in time to see him hit the ground, the side of his neck blown open, barely registering the sight before her right leg buckled under her, and a searing pain tore through her thigh, radiating down her leg, up into her pelvis. She steeled in a panic and tried to rise. Nosin threw a precise, forceful deflection that hit Shay in the chest like a hard shove. She slammed unceremoniously into the back wall and crumpled. The gunfire stopped, but Shay could not hear a thing. She might as well have been underwater. Jioasu lay sprawled on the ground next to his weatherman, his body riddled with bullets. Jiosamu, the disloyal nephew, stared at his uncle's corpse with a ghastly, contorted expression. Even though he hadn't personally pulled the trigger, from this moment on, he would be known as a man who'd murdered his own pillar and kin. Fucking murders Shay's new second guy, shoots Shay in the thigh. We're not going to kill Shay, though, because that would start a new war. And we know what happens when you kill one of Hilo's relatives. The casino, we're not going to do that again. And this causes a civil war in this not John Loon city because this clan had one of the younger people in that clan betray the pillar who reached out to Shay and want to take over, but they were promised the pillar wouldn't be killed. They are. And it's kind of a massacre. And so this is bad. Shay gets up back to Hilo and tells him, like, we got to send soldiers. We're not going to bring this war to John Loon, though. And they're fighting over there. So there's just now a city at war in the distance, and the Mountain Clan and No Peak Clan just stare at each other like, don't bring that home. It's a strange proxy war. That happens in Cold Wars. And also, yeah, they send their soldiers, but they're not officially doing it. And it's exactly what the US and Russia did all the time. This is their favorite thing for decades. Bad thing, though, when Shay was shot, Woon was supposed to be on some kind of special date with his wife and just went, bye, showed up to Shay in the hospital and spent all his time with her, wouldn't even talk to his wife, tell her what happened, so that marriage ended. And because his wife was a notable person, like their family was within the No Peak clan, Shay then quickly marries Woon in a non-super big wedding ceremony so that it's like save their honor as much as we can. Bye, bitch. I forgot to record one of the most important emotional beats that also happens during this time between Hilo and Win that helps restore a lot of the emotional balance in their relationship. And this actually starts with Win trying to cook him a great dinner, Win bringing up divorce, stuttering, and Hilo drastically overreacting, storming out, realizing his mistake, and then this happens. When he'd walked into the house that evening and seen Win looking so beautiful, waiting for him with a meal she'd put such effort into preparing, and wanting nothing more than to give his heart back to her completely, to make amends for every harsh moment between them. It had once been an effortless thing to tell his wife he loved her. 3 simple words in a single breath, a goodbye at the end of the phone call, an invitation to make love, a whisper before sleep. Now it seemed an impassable emotional mountain. Every time he longed to make things right with Wynn, anger yanked him back like a hand jerking away from flame or steel rising against a blade. How often had he found fault with Shay for keeping people at a distance, for half the time not being honest with herself, and half the time not being honest with others. Now he was the one sealed off, nursing his invisible wounds alone, just like Lon had once done. The thought filled Hilo with gloom and dread. He was not a naturally self-sufficient personality. He knew that about himself. Perhaps some men truly did not need others, but very few, and there was usually something wrong with them to make them that way. The brotherhood of the clan was a promise that its warriors were not alone. That was the point of Greenbone oaths, of all the sacrifices his family had made, of the relentless war against their enemies, if in the end the promise couldn't even be kept for him and those he loved. What was the point of the Greenbone oaths, of all the sacrifices his family had made, of the relentless war against their enemies, if in the end the promise couldn't even be kept for him and those he loved? Still, he delayed. The hour grew late, and he was out of cigarettes. Hilo got out of the car and walked back to the house with heavy steps. A stalemate was no way to live in a marriage. That much, he was forced to admit. The idea of divorce had nearly made his vision turn red and his head feel as if it were on fire, so that was not an option. He wasn't sure he could forgive his wife or his sister, but Andon had once said that understanding was more important than forgiveness. His kid cousin could be canny in his own way. The lights in the house were out, but his eyes were already adjusted to the dark. Wynn had put away the remains of the dinner and fallen asleep on the sofa in the living room, curled up on her side under a throw blanket. Perhaps she'd been waiting for him, or perhaps the staircase had seemed too daunting. Hilo stood over her, watching the soft rise and fall of her pale shoulders in time with her breaths. She was the softest and most vulnerable creature. She was the strongest and most unyielding of his warriors. He bent and gathered her easily into his arms. As he carried her up the stairs and into the bedroom, she woke and murmured groggily, "Hilo, what time is it?" "It's late," he answered, "but not too late." He laid her down on the bed and sat down on the mattress next to her. "I'm sorry about dinner. It was good, one of your best, but there'll be others, even better, I'm sure. Or we'll go out next time." She said quietly, "All right." She wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands. "I shouldn't have lost my temper and left the house like that, but I didn't go anywhere, just out to the car." He leaned over and brushed away the strands of hair stuck to her cheeks. The gesture was gentle, but his voice was not. "I think maybe mistakes made out of love are the worst sort. We've both made them. Don't ever talk about divorce again. I won't bring it up myself, understand?" She nodded. He undressed her, then took off his own clothes and got into bed next to her. And after some lovemaking that I can't describe because YouTube, afterward, they didn't speak, but slept with their fingers laced together in the darkness. Yeah, things are not perfect, but they're on the right path. And I guess emotions are high and in the air, and Nico's growing a little bit older, and Hilo makes a decision that I want to stress to the maximum degree he did not need to make. And that is, let's be honest with Nico and tell him the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. I don't know why I went Boy Scout with that. He literally takes Nico out to get like delicious fried bread, and he's like, "Okay, you're getting older, and some of the kids are saying messed up stuff to you, so let me just, hey, we love you. You know that, right? Do you know how your daddy, you never met him? He died. Violence. Yeah. Your mom, she actually had you for like a year or two, and then I fucking killed her for being a disrespectful little bitch and stole you from España and brought you back here because I just love you so much, Nico. And yeah, your mom deserved it. She deserved it. I want you to take that and internalize it. Your mother deserved what I did to her, okay? But I love you. And you're not going to make the same mistakes she did, and you shouldn't be ashamed, right? Look at the Makes. No one respected them, but they recovered and brought themselves up within the No Peak clan. So I felt the need to tell this to a child. Is not even the most messed up thing of this section of the book. Because Make Tar, everyone noticed he went a little nutty back here a few months back. So they set him up with a girl that kind of matched his vibe. And Make Tar started hanging out with this woman. They actually got engaged. Wow, things are looking pretty good for Make Tar. And then Hilo gets a phone call. What happened? Yeah? Okay. All right. Yeah. I need my most loyal guys. Come with me. Holy PTSD is a thing, and also Make Tar is on a lot of Jade. And the girl maybe cheated on him, except the way he phrases it, it sounds like more of just a suspicion. So he tore out her throat and killed her. She was a No Peak Clan member, so he's got to be killed for that. Oh my God, okay. And this is described so horrifically. Let's get into it. Hilo let Tar talk and cry himself out. None of what he said really mattered. There was no excuse for what he'd done, no explanation that could change the fact that a fist of the clan was dead by his hand. But if Tar needed to say these things to get them out, then the least Hilo could do was listen. When at last Tar fell silent, Hiko pulled out a packet of cigarettes. He offered his pillarman a smoke and lit it for him, then lit one for himself. He needed to calm his nerves. He was not sure he could face what had to come next. He saw now that he was responsible for the night's tragedy. He'd sent his pillarmen to do the clan's darkest work, had given him all the jobs that were the most difficult, the most sensitive, the most brutal and violent. During the clan war, he'd remade the pillarman's role to take advantage of Maektar's nature, completely loyal, ferocious, dependable, and discreet. A man doing that kind of work needed an anchor, a counterpoint, some other force to maintain him as a human being, and not simply a pointed instrument. Ken had been that anchor, but Ken had been gone for years, and Hilo and Wynn had been sunk into their own rift, and Tar could not handle more abandonment. Wynn knew, Hilo thought miserably, but he had been optimistic. He cut back on Tar's duties, believing it would be enough to curb his instincts. He'd blessed the marriage with the certainty that determined love would make Tar better and happier. So in the end, it was his fault. Hilo felt for turning Tar into a monster. Tar, Hilo said gently, you weren't yourself. You lost your mind tonight, and you did something terrible that I know you would never have done if you'd been thinking at all clearly. What you've done can't be undone. You murdered one of your own, a fist, a fellow Greenbone. It's a crime that can't be forgiven, you know that. It was hard for Hilo to even say the words, and it was harder for Tar to hear them. His hands began to tremble, and he pressed them into stillness between his knees. His shoulders hunched. He looked as if he might be sick. Hilo could barely believe that this wretched man had been for so long one of the clan's most feared warriors. We need to go for a walk, Tar, Hilo said. The words came out of him against his will. Do you think you can do it, or do you need some help? Tar looked up at the pillar with misery, but also understanding and resignation. He said, with some of his usual dependable courage, I can walk. Can I trust you with your jade? He had not given the order for Tar to be stripped of his jade and did not want to humiliate him further in this moment, if he could possibly avoid it. I won't be any trouble, Hilo-chan. Hilo put a hand on the pillarman's back and guided him out of the room and toward the door of the house. Tar said, Can I see the kids? Just for a minute. Hilo said, I don't think that's a good idea. They're asleep. Tar nodded, and they walked out of the house and onto the grounds together. The Kaul estate sprawled over 5 acres, with a compound of residency and main courtyard in the center. Gardens, pond, lawn, training hall, and small swath of woodland covered the remaining areas and separated the family's residence from its neighbors and the surrounding city. Hilo guided Tar onto one of the walking paths that wound through the property. They walked around the back of the Horn's house, down a small slope where the Juen children were always making forts and holding mock battles. Hilo walked along the side, his pillarman, who could not move quickly on account of his injuries. When he swayed or stumbled a little, Hilo put a hand under his elbow to steady him. It was 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, as quiet as it had ever got in Janloon, a holding place between the day that had gone and the one to come, when they were well away from the house and completely alone, so that Hilo could only distantly perceive the auras of the other Greenbones on the property. He stopped and faced his pillarman. Tar took a step back and lowered himself to his knees. Hilo-chan, he said coarsely, I'm sorry I let you down. Ever since we were kids in the academy, I only ever wanted to follow you and be your best warrior. We've been through a lot together. His voice broke and he took a second to recompose himself, so that when he spoke again, his words were steady. The clan is my blood, and the pillar is its master. He touched his forehead to the ground and straightened up again, with calm, apologetic expectancy, the opposite of whatever awful madness had brought him to this place tonight. Hilo said, Close your eyes. Tar obeyed. Hilo drew his talon knife and walked behind him. Tar's jade aura throbbed with grief and fear, his heartbeat thundering in the center of Hilo's perception, but he did not move at all, not even when Hilo placed a hand on the top of his head. It had to be done. One swift stroke left to right, a across the throat. Hilo had killed men with this knife before. It would be an easy motion, over in less time than it took to gasp. A second passed. Another. Then another. Hilo began to shake. He was clutching the talon knife so tightly he could feel the hilt starting to strain under his involuntary strength. His other hand had curled into Tar's hair, gripping the back of his brother-in-law's skull. The woods seemed to close in and blot out the edges of his vision. Hilo's fingers spasmed open and the talon knife slipped from his grasp and fell to the gravel at his side. He spun away from Tar like a puppet, jerked on strings. "God damn it," he whispered. Fuck! He leaned a hand heavily on the nearest tree, head bowed, and put his other hand over his eyes. "I'll do it, Hilo-Jin," Tar said from behind. He picked up Hilo's fallen talon knife and got unsteadily to his feet, brushing the dirt on his knees. "Walk away, and I'll handle it." This simple statement, delivered so easy, so matter-of-factly, snapped the last of Hilo's resolve. It was exactly what Tar had been doing for him for years. Handling things, the worst, most vicious sort of things, quietly, reliably, efficiently, and without complaint, so that Hilo could walk away. Hilo turned around. "Give me back the knife, Tar." His pillarman handed it to him, and Hilo stowed it in its sheath. He pressed the heels of his palm to his eyes, mind churning. "Here's what will happen." He lowers his hands and said, "You will be stripped of your jade and exiled from Kekon. You can't come back, ever. If you try, your life will be forfeit and anyone can take it with my approval. The clan will want your blood and I'll have to convince everyone that the Itches are to blame and you should be allowed to keep your life so long as you never wear green again. I'm sending you away, Tar, to somewhere you'll have to start over without Jade and without a clan." Tar shook his head, his expression deeply confused, as if he wasn't sure whether to thank or blame Hilo for sparing him. "I'm nothing without Jade and clan, Hilo-Jin," he exclaimed. "Have someone else execute me if you don't want to. It would be easier on everyone, and it's the right thing to do." "Maybe," Hilo said quietly, "but I can't lose another brother. I've lost too many." He put his hands on Tar's shoulders and pulled him close. He dropped his forehead against Tar's. "I always count on you. That's why I've always asked far too much. I'm asking you for one more thing now. The last thing I need from you. I'm asking you to live." When Hilo came back into the house 2 hours later, he found Wen sitting on the floor in the corner of their bedroom, knees pulled up to her chest, the side of her head leaning against the wall. Her eyes were red and swollen. She barely raised them as he entered. "Is it done?" she asked in a dull voice. "Is my brother dead?" Hilo hung his jacket on the bedpost and sat down heavily on the corner of the mattress. "No," he said, "stripped and exiled. He'll be gone by the time the sun comes up." He let out a breath full of emotional exhaustion and pulled a handful of jade pieces, rings, studs, bell, watch from his pocket and placed them on the bedside table. "Tar's jade. There will be a lot of people in the clan who will say he should have paid with his life, and they'll be right to be angry. Eden and her family deserve better, so I'll have to deal with that, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill my brother. What kind of person could do that?" Wen was staring at him, her mouth slightly open as if she meant to speak, but had lost the words. Hilo unbuttoned his shirt. The sky was beginning to lighten over the house, and he desperately needed a couple hours of sleep before the certain storm of the day to come. "I'm going to make some changes," he said slowly. "Tar's people, his nails, they'll go back under Juen. The whole greener side of the clan should answer to the horn again. The Pillarmen used to be something different under Grand Don Lan. Because of the clan war and who Tar is, I changed it. Whatever I sent him to do, he said yes. We needed that. I don't want it to be that way anymore." He glanced over as he took off his watch and talon knife and dropped them on the dresser. The Pillarman used to be a person who didn't answer to the half of the clan with Jade, or the half with money, he said. Someone who was always on the Pillar's side. Someone who gave him advice he needed to hear, who made everything run smoother, who helped the Pillar to be the Pillar. Hilo got up and went over to Wen. He held out a hand and raised her to her feet. "You're that person," he said quietly. "I couldn't be Pillar without you, and I still can't. We've both hurt each other because we're too stubborn about what we expected, and we paid badly for that. But what's the point of life if we give up on the people we love?" He enfolded her into his arms and stroked her smooth hair. He kissed her on the forehead and cheeks and mouth. "Wen, will you be my Pillarman?" Wen cupped her trembling hand against his jaw. "The clan is my blood," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion, but perfectly steady. She bowed her head and pressed her mouth to the hollow of his throat. "The Pillar is its master." And so in response, Hilo has to tell Win that no, her brother's not dead. I did not have to kill your brother with my own hands, but he was my pillar man, and I need you to be that now. And she's been recovering more and more. And during this time, Hilo and Win did actually manage to, it doesn't happen simultaneously, but it's definitely like they're emotionally finally connecting because she won. It was stuttering worse around him because she felt so much pressure around her husband. It's kind of like the final cementing of like their relationship is back together. And it's really fucked up because Win is in love with Hilo, but she correlates clearly her love with Hilo to loyalty to the clan. And so she calls him master. If that's your kink, that's fine. That's unrelated. I'm not criticizing people who that's their kink. But that's not a dynamic that's good here. Especially everything Win's been through. Tar is now banished forever, gone. Her brother's dead. And all she has left now is Shay, her best bud, and Hilo, her master/husband. Don't get me wrong. Win is strong. Win is smart. And Win is devoted to the clan. But what I call this a psychologically healthy situation. We are going to jump to the point where it's now 13 and a half years have been going by since the start of the series. Yeah, we're kicking it along. Now we see that the young boys are growing up to be stronger boys. Rue, who is Win and Hilo's actual biological kid, who's grown up to be just seems like a good kid. He's just stone eyes. He doesn't have the pressure put on him to one day be pillar or mountain. He's just a rich kid with a great education who actually seems to have a pretty good heart. There's just, be whatever you want to be. Rue's good. Then there's Nico, who as he's grown into more of a teenager has realized, like, that guy killed my mom and I never met my dad. Okay. Just not vibing with the whole clan business, but is a very strong Greenbone. And then there's Gia, their youngest daughter, and we're going to talk more about Gia later. And I'm going to admit, I kind of over-summarized Andon's bit, because this is actually the point where Andon does help get the law officially passed for medical jade to be used. And while this is happening, because this is like, he had to build relationships. This is a long time developing. He's in España and he gets a call from Hilo. And that call also, remember, is like, hey, clan stuff. I want you to do clan stuff. I don't care if you're changing laws and being a professional doctor. Clan stuff. Do clan stuff. Love you, bye. You want me to threaten that guy who's dissenting in the Congress? No? Okay, love you, bye. So Hilo asks him to go talk to a somewhat important Kekanese man who is in charge of the Kekanese community, not in the main city that they've been hanging out with in España, but in another smaller city by the coast. And so Andon goes there, meets with him, and the guy sucks. His name's Rami, and he very much so wants to be a pillar in his own right within España, which is like not the way that Doc is, which is like nice and community oriented, but instead criminally with prostitution, drugs, and violence. And apparently the Mountain has already approached him and made him a good offer to be like a Lantern Man clan equivalent, sub-clan help Mountain. But Andon shows up and quickly realizes this guy doesn't care about money. He doesn't care about whatever he can be offered monetarily, and instead wants power and more sick, twisted, weird guy stuff. And so this happens, and it's toxic. Remy unzipped his fly and pulled out his... It lay flaccid in the wedge of his open pants. A thin chain of jade stone sat bare across his pale, jutting hips. I'll tell you what. You suck me off on behalf of the No Peak clan, and we have a deal. He locked eyes with Andon. You want to do it anyway, and then I'll do what your cousins ask. I'll take your side in Restville. A prickly heat spread up Andon's neck. Outside the curtain booth, the muffled bass of the dance floor downstairs throbbed. Andon could feel it through the soles of his shoes, reverberating all the way up his spine to his head. Slowly, he shifted closer, until he was next to Remy on the bench. The man licked his lips, watching Andon's every move with anticipation. Andon said in a low voice that he did not entirely recognize as his own. My cousin, the Pillar, told me to figure out what you want and give it to you. He brushed Remy's hands aside and cupped the man's... Remy's began to stiffen. It took me a bit of time to understand what you want. You want your own power. You want to live by your own rules, not as a tool of others, not according to the terms set by people who look down on you from both Kekon and España. You're only a Reesville Kespi thug, so you have no choice but to choose between the big Kekanese clans at your door. But you want to do it with a member of the Kaul family. Andon's grip tightened on Remy's testicles. The man's eyes widened, and his jade aura swelled, its sharp edges grating across Andon's perception like steel fillings. Forget everything I've said so far. Andon had never been on the military side of the clan, but he had been raised by a Kaul and had been around fists all of his life, so he knew instinctively how to speak in the calm, decisive way that commanded attention, that suggested violence. In that moment, he thought of his cousin Lon and tried to speak exactly as the former pillar would have. Here is the real offer. You get nothing except this, a promise that no peak will stay out of Resville, so long as the mountain is gone from the city as well. Whatever you take from your enemies, you keep for yourself. If you need money, people, Jade, or anything else to accomplish that, we can help with those things. Otherwise, we'll confine our activities to Port Massey and other parts of the country. As long as you maintain respect for Doc's authority and other Greenbones, Resville will be yours. You have my word on behalf of the Kaul family and no peak. If you would instead decide with the mountain, we will send our own people from John Loon and Port Massey and go to war over this town. We've done it before in Kekon, and we can do it overseas, even if it costs us. One of the clans will prevail, or maybe the crews will take advantage of the situation and drive us both out. Whoever wins, it won't be you. You'll be in the middle, just street muscle, even lower than the Burukan. Andon pushed the man's back into his pants and fastened the zipper with a yank. He stood up and looked down at Remy, sprawled out on the sofa. My flight to John Loon leaves tomorrow evening. My cousins will be expecting to hear from me before then. If you want to be a hireling of the mountain, there's no need to do anything. If you want something else, call me before noon. Andon walked out of the booth. But we cut to seeing a perspective we have not really seen before as far as I can remember, and that's Juen, the new horn of the No Peak clan. And it's feeling like there's a whole lot of people that are close to the family that weren't before. It's kind of shifting and changing a lot with Juen and Woon, and Lot is now like one of the first fists. Yeah, it's not the close-knit circle it once was. But he is getting a pretty exciting mission where they're actually going to work with some mountain clan individuals. I know, crazy, but it turns out a foreign company wants to start sifting the ocean floor near where the mines run off to start collecting jade of their own. And both clans equally go, you fucking what, when? No. So just back off. And so cooperatively, so they can kind of keep track of both doing it, the Horn of the No Peak clan and the Horn of the Mountain clan come together, get on a nice little boat, go to where this research boat is that's seeing if they can mine jade in the ocean floor, and they put a bomb on the side of it, and they go, good job, team, and they leave, and sink that boat. I also think Juen's done something pretty smart. As we've seen, things are getting more and more complicated, so the job of First Fist has kind of been divided amongst 3 different people. Smart man. He might not be the Horn that Hilo was in terms of charisma and fighting prowess, but at least he knows, like, I can't, what the hell, this is a lot, and my second can't do all this, so split it up. We get a quick cutaway to see that, yeah, Burrow's handlers don't really like him. They keep giving him money. He's not really handing much of value back in response, and Burrow sucks. That is a very consistent thing throughout this series, start to finish.
You're just awful.
So much so that the woman he's been flirting with or trying to get with, Emma, is getting close or in the inner circle of this revolutionary group that actually does the planning, which of course his handlers want him to infiltrate, but they're not letting him in because the vibes of Burrow are Burrow. So his handlers have to tell him, have you tried to not overtly try and get in Emma's pants and instead be her friend? And Burrow has clearly never considered that. Burrow sucks. When Thou's health has gotten so much better over these years, she's now essentially able to hide any problems with her gait. She can walk around not wearing high heels, but she even goes to an important event where they're talking about like environmental preservation around John Loon, and she gives a speech very eloquently, humanizes the clan, and has a good time at this ball. But Koban's there, the Alex Jones for the Mountain Clan, and he gets up and delivers a speech that's the equivalent of like letting foreigners in is turning the Jade gay. Like, just bad vibes from this dude all the way through.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' Greenbones gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' Greenbones gay.
And Wen realizes that this is a problem because the people respond quite positively to this insane speech, and that's a well, hey, whoa. We're all living through this right now. We've all felt that. Uh-oh, people like this crazy shit? What? And a long time ago in my life, I might have seen that speech and been like, no way someone would get away with that. But, you know, we're in the worst timeline. We see Hilo is still training with Jim. They've actually been friends this whole time. And Jim is getting much better with like close hand combat working with Hilo because that's Hilo's specialty. And Hilo's training with what he's the worst with, which is guns. And so they've kind of balanced each other out and they're finishing a session. And Jim this whole time just speaks to Hilo like he's a friend on an equal level, which makes everyone around them uncomfortable, but Hilo kind of needs that. So he's cool with it until Jim betrays him. Because Jim says, by the way, I'm actually going to go make some money on my own. I'm a very money-motivated person, and I think I can take all this Greenbone stuff I've learned and start a private mercenary group. Now, I want you to take the information you have about Hilo's character and ponder the idea of whether or not he would like that answer. No. And he even kind of physically threatens Jim, shattering their friendship like, hey man, if you do this, we're not going to be on the same side anymore. And Jim just, okay, Hilo, bye. Jim, this is Hilo. Like, goddamn, dude. It makes it all the more impressive that Jim was able to kick dick around his massive cojones. So, friendship with Jim, done. Just to make it clear how little chill Hilo has, this conversation literally ends with, get off my property or I will kill you. Does not like the idea of a private mercenary group of Jade warriors. We cut to Shay, though, who's super pregnant with Woon's kid, on her way over to España. And this trip just really sets up for us how much the No Peak clan works for itself and against itself, because they're trying to help destigmatize Jade in España, but so they're dealing with that angle politically to meet with people to possibly set up legitimate Jade trade routes and you know, continue to advocate for laws that'll you know, destigmatize it. And then they're also working with setting up illegal Jade smuggling stuff while they're here. Like, guys.
All right, and actually, this upward mobility fixation of yours, it's counterproductive and frankly pretty selfish.
Excitingly enough, though, Rue and Nico, I should have drawn Rue as a stone eye and I didn't. Imagine he's the color of a stone eye. They're old enough to make horrific mistakes of their own now. Yay! Agency. And they decide to sneak into mountain territory and witness a fight that's been hyped up between a random important person that's within the mountain clan and Ayatmata's new young heir, a 22-year-old who's getting the same kind of hype that Hilo was when he was young. So they watch the fight, and one of them's like, that wasn't all that great, and the other one thought it was really wonderful. So, you know, divisive fight. On the way back, they see some people putting up some anti-clan graffiti. The no future clan people were still at it, still propagandizing all over the place. And Rue just pulls a knife while Nico's like, stop. Oh my God, we're young teenagers, cut it. And, you know, the reaction from people around them was like, Jesus Christ. The people putting up the poster freeze, and then right in the nick of time, we've seen this happen before with Andon. Car shrieks, brakes, door open, Lot gets out, the first fist now, just grabs the kids and just yeets them into the car, looks at some mountain people. We're good. We don't gotta make a thing about this. Don't tell your pillar. I'm not gonna tell my pillar we're good, right? We're all cool here. God damn it, kids. And so the kids get in trouble. They be doing that. There's also a strange subplot developing that's actually, I would call, very interesting and fitting for Wynn's character, where she is realizing that the movie business, the entertainment business we've mentioned a couple of times, influences how people view Jade, Kekanese people, Kekon as a whole, massively. And so she's actually making connections in the entertainment industry to try and make it so more studios are actually producing, one, movies in Kekon, and two, that paint Jade and the people who use it in a more positive light. But now possibly the least believable thing in all of the Greenbone Saga happens. Burrow gets laid. He had given his number to the Emma woman, and she calls him out of the blue and says, hey, come on over. I want sex. And so he gets some condoms, goes on over, they have sex, and she seems really weird and out of it the whole time. We also see inside Burrow's head he considered forcing himself upon her previously, which I cannot stress enough how much Burrow sucks. Like, of all the people who've been found, why not Burrow? But after their smooshy time, she lets slip that tomorrow it is happening. Burrow's, what be it? It. And so he's about to fall asleep, and she kicks him out of his apartment. But before she finally closes the door on him, she tells him, and here's where you should go after it happens. And it's an address. Burrow leaves, and Burrow then calls his contacts, who, again, his code name is Catfish, which I find that quite funny. And he tells them, tomorrow it's happening. What's it? I didn't get that out of her. Why? I'm really bad at this. Did they give you anything else? He looks at the address she gave him. No. Did Burrow just finally do something that might be kind of possibly a bit selfless? Perhaps. The next day, though, Hilo is going to a KJA meeting where they're trying to settle a bunch of these differences and difficulties with the distribution of Jade, and he does not want to be there. Sitting there across from Ayatmata, and it's just, God damn it. He gets handed a note from somebody, "You're in danger, get out immediately." He hands that to Woon, who's there with him at the meeting. Woon reads it, and he's, "Woon, get out of the room. I'll be right behind you." Woon gets up and leaves, and Hilo's like looking around the room. Okay, there's a woman going around filling her glasses. Ayatmata's here. That's a big threat, but I don't think she'd do anything right now. I'm just gonna slowly stand. Hey guys, big thing happened. I'm gonna step outside real quick. I'm just gonna leave. And all of a sudden, while he makes that distraction, he accidentally makes the perfect excuse for the woman who's filling the water to pull a knife and stab Ayatmata in the throat, spewing blood everywhere, and saying, "That's for killing my family." And this is a family, you know, the Mountain Clan. Yeah, they kill a lot of people. Except Ayatmata apparently showed mercy and didn't kill the person's daughters. And this is one of their daughters. And that's Emma. This is it. And Hilo, of course, turns around and is like, "What the fuck? It's just Ayatmata's getting killed. It's not even me? No! Ah!" And then he sees Ayatmata takes the woman as she's bleeding out and just breaks her and then hurls her body against a window so hard it cracks. So even a stabbing to the neck does not mean Ayatmata's down for the count. But everyone in the room's like, "Holy crap, okay, let's help." And Hilo just stands by the exit blocking the door and goes, "No. No help." No, she's bleeding out. She's looking at me. She knows I'm stopping the help from coming. Oh, this feels really, really good. And we as the reader are going, "Weren't you just told you're in grave danger?" But I get why he'd forget. Like, this is a really startling thing. Ayatmata, though, the most baller fucking move of the entire series. Bleeding out, gushing from her throat, knows that Hilo's going to stop anyone from helping her and goes, "Yeet!" and throws her body out of the cracked window. Drops 3 floors, uses her jade to make herself light, dents a car, and runs off down the street like just trying to find a way to live. To which Hilo runs to the window and goes, "Wasn't I handed a note that says danger?" So you know how I said there's not been a lot of bombs used in the series? And Hilo just walked to the edge of the window and is now looking at... You know how Fonda Lee has a habit of killing people you don't expect him to kill? There's a lot to take away from that scene. One, the reason Emma seems so out of it and just wanted to get laid is she knew she was going to die tomorrow. The thing is, with Emma's motivations also not being loyal to the foreigners who were involved, she gave Burrow that address, assuming he would sell out the rebellion she's a part of, and she doesn't want foreigners taking over Kakan. And Burrow, being curious, okay, I'm going to go to this address and see what's happening after it, arrives at this location, and while he didn't tell the people the address, Burrow, you don't think they'd tail you? My God! God damn it, Burrow! I hate him so much. And so the anti-clan future people are gonna do their big escape to the Yucatan foreigners who've been helping them and get a refuge, but then a Spanian FBI. Let's just play the game. And so the whole group, because of Burrow. You probably have many questions. Because it's really hard in a summary to set up events that even within the Greenbone Saga books are hinted at or put into place with offhanded dialogue in scenes with characters in a room talking about unrelated topics. So I figured I would do my best to mention the major pieces, and then after the literal bomb went off, come in after the fact and explain as much as possible. But no, there are also things kept intentionally vague, like who passed Hilo the note? There's a lot of possible suspects. It becomes a full game of Clue. It could have been someone within the Mountain Clan that was aware of this coming, could have been someone within the Clanless Future movement, possibly Hispania, Yucatan, who knows? But what did happen here was the Clanless Future movement tried to take out both heads of the clans. And in doing so, they would have basically just totally revolutionized who was in charge of the KJA or how it was handled, which Yucatan itself is desperate for. It's why they were actually sending an agent we saw earlier with the meeting with Burrow to get involved and better prepare them for an attack on this scale. Burrow, though, being an Espenian spy, did make Espenia aware it was about to happen right before it did, and then led them to the safe house the agents who committed this terrorism were hiding at, so that they then get arrested, black-bagged, and disappeared. It does not become public knowledge that Yucatan was involved, though, but we see the implications start changing political landscapes on a bigger level and a wider scale overseas, and things will be different from here on out. And Espenia and Yucatan's, their escalating conflicts we've seen happening in the background are kind of approaching a zenith. There's still mysteries here. There's still ambiguity. And I like that because the clans are not governments. Yes, they have spy networks, but they're not exactly privy to all information. And that's actually true for how real world politics plays out. And it also contributes to the blind spots that these clans do have and refuse to acknowledge or address. Until we finish the book, though, many of these things will just remain a mystery. Now we cut to Shay, who hears her mom scream in the other room and goes to see what's on the TV and takes her a minute to even realize what's happening. Is it a war zone? No, that's the KJA building. And she's thinking it couldn't have been today that Hilo. No, it's the third. No, it's got to be the second today or something. There's no way Hilo's in that building right now. He can't be. And so she doesn't tell her mom what's happening. She tells her to stay here and not believe anything. And having recently given birth to a daughter named Tia, Shay gets in a car and drives down to the scene and discovers just chaos. And I actually just recently watched a documentary on Timothy McVeigh and the bombing that motherfucker did. And the way this scene captures the same feeling that the footage of watching that documentary gave me, Fonda Lee is a spectacular trauma writer. So she's just out of it. Lot is there taking care of her. He's really grown into his role as the First Fist. And Shay is told, okay, if we find either Woon, because her husband was also in that building, or Hilo, will pop 3 Jade blasts into the air. And so she sits there waiting desperately to hear 3 blasts. And she keeps just hearing long whistles, meaning just someone's found. The temple she prays to is nearby. So in shock, she just kind of numbly walks to this temple and she senses a familiar Jade presence. Where would Ayatmata go if she's bleeding out from her throat? A nearby temple where people have Jade. Except when the bomb went off, everyone left. And so Shay looks over and sees Ayatmata just coated in blood. And one of my favorite scenes in the series happens. At Shay's approach, Ayat's eyes cracked open and gradually focused. A long, surreal moment of mutual astonishment stretched between the two women. Then a slow, ironic smile lifted the corners of Ayatmata's mouth and crawled across her glazed but glistening eyes. Truly, the gods do have a sense of humor. Ayat's voice was barely audible. Oh, Shaejin, what a coincidence. Shay lifted her face to the ceiling of the empty temple where she and Ayat had met in years past, under the eyes of the gods in heaven, to stake themselves irrevocably against each other. She brought her gaze back to the woman at her feet. Perhaps not such a coincidence, Ayat Jin, she whispered. Ayat rasped. Your brother is dead. I wasn't even in the building and the explosion threw me across the street. The matter-of-factness of Ayat's words chilled Shay to the soles of her feet. It was remarkable that the woman had survived her wounds, that she had managed somehow to stagger the distance to the temple, where perhaps she'd hoped to find aid and sanctuary. Shay took a few steps closer. Ayat's face was pale as chalk, and her lips were turning blue. The stiffly curled fingers of her hands were white. Ayat had been channeling into herself, a difficult feat for any Greenbone. She had clotted the grievous wound in her neck and slowed the bleeding by redirecting and spinning her own life energy, drawing it from elsewhere in her body. It was an unsustainable tactic, like a starving man eating his own flesh. She would lose function elsewhere, go numb in her extremities and limbs, black out as her organs shut down. Who did it? Shay was genuinely curious, almost bitterly admiring decades of murderous hatred between No Peak and Mountains, and someone else had plunged a knife into Ayat's neck. I did, Ayat answered. She smiled again at Shay's uncomprehending silence. I executed Vin Sando and his sons for treason 10 years ago, but I let his wife and daughters live. Ayat's voice was a slurred, dry, acidic whisper. It wasn't enough for Vin's daughter that I die in the bombing. She wanted me to know it was her. I made the error of underestimating another woman. The pillar wetted her lips and fixed her eyes on Shay. I've only done that one other time. Shay looked down at her family's mortal enemy. The woman was ultimately responsible for so much of the pain that had defined Shay's adult life. The murder of her brother Lon, the clan war, the loss of much of Shay's Jade, and her near death in a clean-bladed duel, the car bombing that had killed Mate Ken, Tal Morrow's treason and execution, the death of her short-lived chief of staff Ludo. The list of everything that Ayat had inflicted upon No Peak went on and on, each one an ugly scar on Shay's soul. She glanced at the empty platform at the front of the sanctum. Today of all days, there was no penitents present to witness what happened in the temple and report the deeds to heaven. Her hand moved to the small of her back, to the talon knife that she carried sheathed there. She drew it, with the bone-deep certainty that the gods had turned their faces away on purpose, like sneaky relatives slipping a child a gift they should not be approving. The weapon settled in her hand, warm and solid with purpose. Her clan, her family, her life might be in ruins, but she had this. It was up to her now to finish what her brothers could not, to finally end the war between the clans. Perhaps Lon was watching. Perhaps Hilo was as well. Shay crouched warily. Ayat might be fatally wounded and close to death, but a tiger in a trap could use its dying breath to rip out one's throat. Ayat was wearing far more jade than Shay was, and might summon one last surge of vindictive willpower to take an enemy down with her. Ayat shifted painfully. I congratulate you, Kaul Jin. By tonight you might be the only pillar left standing in Kekon. I don't envy you. The scornful smile was gone from her face. She sounded wary and angry. A word of advice. Don't ever make the mistake that I did. Don't show mercy. Shay stilled. Ayat's words, filled with grim portent, seemed to add weight to the knife in her hand. You might be the only pillar left. The clans had fought each other for years, yet it was a different enemy who had struck today, intent on destroying all Greenbone clans at once. The extremists did not care about Aisho, about killing hundreds of innocent people. They wanted to upend Kekani's society altogether, to sow chaos and destruction, to prove that even the country's most important institutions were vulnerable, and even the strongest Greenbone leaders could be killed by people who had none of their powers. She had seen the rubble left by the bombing, and as much as she wanted to deny it, she knew what Ayat had said was likely true. The people in that building were dead. She saw clearly now what would happen. The minor clans would be thrown into crisis by the loss of their pillars. Entire towns and industries would be cast into disarray. The country would look to the two major clans for direction. Ayatmada's 22-year-old nephew would become pillar, and the mountain clan would fall under the rule of the imprudent Koban family. The Kobans would blame immigrants and foreigners for the terrorist attack. They would whip people into a reactionary frenzy and wield all the mountain's influence over the royal council to push for isolationist policies that would reverse the country's decades of growth, threaten No Peak's international operations, and provoke foreign aggression. As for No Peak, Shay felt a cold apprehension deep in the marrow of her bones. She was a new mother, likely a widow, physically unwell, and without most of her jade. She was in no condition to be pillar. She did not want to be pillar. The idea filled her with horror. Was this how Hilo felt, she wondered, on the night of Lon's death? She'd never truly spoken to him about it. It would be even worse for her, trying to lead No Peak, and perhaps the country itself in the aftermath of a natural disaster, with the other Greenbone clans in chaos and the people howling for retribution, while outside powers crouched, ready to sweep into the turmoil. Shay tightened the grip on her talon knife. Ayat's eyes were lidded. Her jade aura pulsed with feeble impatience, even as her breathing grew increasingly labored and shallow. Shay made a noise under her breath and stowed her weapon. Without believing what she was doing, she moved to Ayatmada's side and put a supporting arm under her back, sitting the other woman up. She put additional pressure on the seeping neck wound and began channeling her precious energy, forcing warmth into Ayat's body. Don't show mercy. It would be a mercy to cut your throat, Ayat Jin, she hissed, and spare you from being pillar at this awful time when you're most needed. That's right. Shay's gotta protect Ayatmada, and so they get her to Andon's apartment.
What the fuck is happening here?
Andon comes over and just medical, keeps her, stabilizes her, and the whole time he says, this is really weird, Shay. We should probably kill her. Like, it's a great no? Okay, yeah. Because the city, if Hilo's gone, needs leadership, and oh my god, is Shay the pillar. And so she leaves Ayatmata with Andon to go get one of the few people who absolutely would be loyal to and help Ayatmata, because the Corbin motherfucker just wants the power. Ayatmata made a deal with the devil. Don't get in bed with Alex Jones, literally or figuratively, ever. But she comes back with the retired mountain that Ayatmata had actually just replaced. He's now again here from retirement and is like, okay, I'll take care of Ayatmata. Thank you. This is weird. And I'm glad we didn't kill you. We thought about it. Ayatmata even says that. It picks up Ayatmata. As they're about to leave, Shay gets a phone call, and oh my god, Hilo is alive. You thought a bomb could kill Hilo? What did I say earlier? Hilo, don't die!
Hey, Bat Dad. I didn't hear no bell.
I will use that clip any opportunity I can. I don't know. I just love it. I love it so much. He even got trained for explosions. Remember, that was set up. Oh my god, they're alive. Wow. Wow, I guess we don't need Ayatmata as a leader.
Oops, we made a mistake.
And Andon's standing there, a well-trained Greenbone warrior who killed the Blast Mountain. Just, what do we do? So he walks up to them, opens the door, and they leave. And I love that scene. Oh my god, I love the tension of that scene. Woon, also okay. They both have long-term injuries, not to the extent of Wen, but they're all good. And I, in any other series, would be like, this is too much survival. But with how many important characters have fucking died in the Greenbone Saga, it just feels like, okay, we got lucky this once. Like this one time, we did not have to have people die. Thank God. But wait, I still drew a tombstone. I wouldn't put a tombstone on the board unless somebody died. If Woon's alive and Hilo's alive, who died? Overseas, in España, Doc died, but actually of old age. And I love that. The peaceful dude who didn't want to be a violent criminal or anything actually just got to live a life and die. And they go to his funeral, and it's actually quite nice. Except Remy, the guy who Andon made a deal with, is very disrespectful in Hilo's face, but Hilo just doesn't engage, just moves it along, because Hilo, he's matured. This is actually 5 years in the future. I should have said that. Doc dies 5 years after the bomb. It wasn't like the bomb went off, and then the next day it was like, and Doc's dead? This is 5 years on. I made that confusing wanting to do that reveal. I apologize. In the development in España, we actually see they don't feel the need to do this generational shift. I mean, Corey is a lawyer now. He's not going to take over a clan, and instead they're trying much more so to just shift to being a helpful community that looks out for itself without the baggage of clan over top of it with pillars and horns and all of that. And that's actually going to help possibly Jade get legalized. And they have this meeting with all the important Kekanese people in España, and they're like, look, can we just stop being criminal stuff and just keep Jade on the super DL, keep it maybe in the pocket, don't show nobody, and only use it in case of emergencies, stuff like that. And everyone's agreeing to it except for Remy, the guy Andon and Hilo set up. And so that needs to be handled. We also see that Andon is now in a long-term committed relationship with a Ibuki guy named Jiru. With it being another 5 years in the future, that means the kids are officially Academy fighting fist age. And Nico, straight up, just kind of a dick. But like not super, he's so aloof when it comes to clan stuff, hence why when Rue pulled a knife on people for graffiti, he was like, stop. Continuing that character development, he gets challenged to, we see him in a bar, like hanging out with some friends, gets challenged to a clean blade fight, and he just tells the guy, like, I'm rich, take my car, go away.
I don't want to. But I've got a gun. I don't care.
Wow, way to establish Nico does not give a damn about any of this cultural stuff that we've been dealing with for 3 books now. And we see even his friends are like, is that legal? Can he do that? And he did. And Hilo, so mad, furious with the kid, clearly. And even when Nico, as of course, Hilo's nephew, important possible heir to the whole No Peak clan, is sent on missions, he can't even put on a performance like Mata's hair is, because there's now these joint mountain No Peak clan efforts to take out those that obviously exploded the KJA building. And so there's been this massive crackdown. Obviously, Burrow just fled the city. He got a little bit of protection from the people he was spying for, even though they did not like him. And so everyone else who was in that group that Burrow screwed over is now being taken on by both the Mountain Clan and the No Peak Clan. And so after this raid they do, we see Ayamada's heirs like, oh, yeah, I'm cool. Meanwhile, Nico, I don't want to be here. He kind of gives off the energy to be the sad robot in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie. Just,
this will all end in tears.
He's so aloof that he's actually introduced to us in this section of the book by having just had sex with a girl who's hoping to raise her family's status by getting close to him. And he leaves being like, sorry if I disappointed you, and just, whoa. Wow. Meanwhile, Lot, doing great. We see he's being considered to being raised to the Horn after Juen retires. I almost said dies, because this is the Greenbone Saga, and that happens to everybody. But actually, Juen doesn't. He just retires, and Lot is risen to the Horn. He made it out alive. Congratulations, Juen. That horn that actually saved Ayatmata back when the Splody Pie happened does die of natural causes as well. He dies on Patriots Day. Fitting for him. And we see Shay sees Ayatmata at the funeral and literally thinks to herself, like, I hope you can feel sadness, you stone cold psycho. That's a lot. And Koban is more powerful than ever 5 years later, to the point where, yeah, he's grown this like media presence who now has sway and everything, and it's driving people crazy to the point where he's a problem for Ayatmata. And that's, oh, attention. Now Ayatmata's got internal struggles going on, and it's, ooh. But more on a pull it back, let's stop talking about the direct narrative, talking about what actually like we're witnessing and feeling as the reader moment. The clans are dying. Culturally, you can feel it. There was no upfront brutal conflict to end it all. And instead, the clans are in this weird position where they have to work together just to mitigate the massive amount of resentment and hatred that is aimed towards them, towards people from the people they claim to protect. Yeah, there's a ton of lantern men and businesses that sign up to be a part of them. But if they don't, what happens when a clan battle happens? They don't get reimbursed. Yeah, there's people who, from the perspectives we've been watching, are loyal, but we keep getting these little cutaways to those that are lantern men that are like, this sucks. And of course, as especially overseas things get more involved in their culture and people see other ways of doing things, the clans are holding on by their fingernails. We are witnessing literally a culture death, which kind of sets a tone and atmosphere where, yeah, Nico, you kind of relate to him as the reader. You're like, I don't want to be a part of this either. It kind of sucks. It's awful. Everything's falling apart, and there's still this need within the Kaul household to cling onto the traditions. And they're talking about how, well, yeah, Ruse of Stone Eye is going to go off to college and do fun stuff. Nico's soon going to be really taking on his big roles in the clan, to which at this dinner where they're celebrating Rue, he says, no, I'm not. And all of them are, what? Gia is there too. I just want to put her name in your head again. And Hilo's especially like, what do you mean? You have to. It's your duty. And actually giving credit to Hilo, he does offer him a couple of alternatives at certain points throughout this conflict where he's like, you could spend a year in Hispania. You can come to me, talk to me before you just make this decision, to which Nico reveals the fact that he has already signed a contract to join Jim's mercenary group because it'll take him away from this. And he is a really well-trained Greenbone warrior because obviously he grew up in the Kaul household. So it's going to be a really good fit for him. And Win actually has the stronger reaction to Hilo. And we actually get it noted from all the kids repeatedly that Win is the stricter parent. And with what we know about her view of the clan and commitment to it, actually makes sense. But when he refuses to back down and says, no, I'm absolutely going to do this, Hilo then proclaims in front of the family, then you're out. Money, status, connections, you can't come back here. And Nico just leaves.
You killed my mom!
Hilo decides to go see an old friend, and he arrives at Jim's academy base place, and we hear, like, it works from Jim's perspective, he's in office, and we just hear outside people going, stop, oh my god! And it's just Hilo arriving and walking through these, like, mercenary bases gates, not stopping with a bunch of his fists, and approaching Jim, saying, you are not taking my son. And if you do this, you will go from someone I don't like anymore to my enemy.
Do not know who you are fucking with.
Do you want that to be the case? To which Jim says, no, but your son's been paid. He's got a contract. I'm not letting him go. And Hilo, despite all the threats he can make, trying to flex his authority as much as possible, what's the one thing we know about Jim? He's not scared of Hilo. And he's just, no, I'm not letting a soldier go. He's a great soldier. He's going to be a really big asset to me. And there also is an undertone of, yeah, that's Hilo's kid. That's called a puppet if you need leverage. We see that Jwin is officially stepping down, and now Lot is just going to be the horn of the No Peak clan. Very proud of Lot from going from the kid who was originally like, idiots signing up for the clans during the war, to being like, haha, now I'm fully the horn. Wait, no, he was right. He was right before, and Hilo charisma'd him. That's the magic of the Greenbone Saga. And yes, there is an irony that Hilo, this charismatic, always able to lead individual, can't do that with his kid because of very obvious emotional blocks. It's not because it's not his kid, and we even get moments where he sees Lan in Nico. There's a really complex, tumultuous, obviously relationship here, and it negates Hilo's charisma like a Pokemon. It's not effective. Rue does go off and start school and make some friends. One of them is like a very of the political opinion that the future should be clanless, but he's just a student. But like, wow, Rue likes having his views challenged. Just like how Hilo was hanging out with Jim, being a bit like, oh, I'm just treating you like a guy. Rue makes this friend who's like, yeah, you're going to just end up serving this clan that views you as a stone eye and actually ends up, even though your family's quite nice, reinforcing the stigma against what you are. That's dumb. Rue never really thought about it that way. Rue brings this up to Gia, and Gia, I cannot stress this enough, is Hilo's daughter. Because at the end of the conversation, Rue thinks to himself, I shouldn't bring him up to Gia again. She might hurt him. My God, my sister is a violent individual. And we learned that because someone once did the superstitious tug your ear thing at Rue in front of Gia, Gia beat up that girl and then went, I'll kill your pets. Jesus Christ. But as Nico is about to leave the country, having stayed at Andon's place for a little bit, Andon finally goes to confront Hilo. And I love this scene for Andon so much because he makes the exact same points that we're probably all thinking, which is you got angry at me for the same thing. And your son doesn't need you to be mad at him. Your son doesn't need you to not speak to him. Publicly say he's out of the clan. Whatever. Be a father. Show up. And oh, it's beautiful. And it works. And it's so great to see little old Andon standing up to motherfucking Hilo, staring him down and being like, be a dad. You could do better than this. You grew up. You're better Hilo now, even though you killed his mom, which, by the way, was a part of the confrontation. Nico did just be like, my dad's dead. Would he want me to be a part of this horrible clan business that got him killed? You murdered my mom, so I never even got to know her. Thanks for that, fake dad. So, Nico has valid reasons across the board. But we see they're literally at the dramatic scene at the airport where, Nico's been staying with Andon, so Andon takes him to the airport, and it's, I'm sorry, your dad's not coming. And then through the crowd, Hilo comes and delivers probably my favorite line of the entire Greenbone Saga. There's a stiff relationship between the two. Nico is very torn emotionally on what to say to his father, but Hilo says to him, you're not going to change my mind, Nico declared. It's too late for that. It's too late for a lot of things. Hilo stopped and turned to face his nephew. He handed Nico an envelope. I've given you back access to your bank accounts. There's a calling card in the envelope and a list of phone numbers, the Weatherman's branch offices in every country where we have them, and contact numbers for Greenbones overseas who are part of the clan or our allies, who will help you if you need help. Only if you really need it. Otherwise, you're on your own. Several conflicting impulses came to Nico's mind, but he couldn't form any of them in words. He wanted to disdainfully reject his uncle's gesture and hang on to the emotional advantage, but that seemed a childish thing to do. He wanted to relent, to say something that would make things right between them before he left, but that felt like admitting defeat. Nico had never been good at responding to his feelings in the moment, so he said nothing. The final boarding call was announced. He put the envelope inside his jacket pocket. I'd better go, he mumbled. Hilo cupped a hand roughly around the back of Nilo's head, pulling his nephew close, and spoke in a low declaration. I would cut Jim Sunto's throat and burn his company to the ground if I thought that would stop you. His grip tightened fiercely on the back of Nico's neck. But I know it's not about that. I love you enough to see that you have the right to hate me. Just remember, I only ever made the decision I thought was best for you. His uncle let him go. His jade aura receded as he walked away through the streams of people. I love you enough to see you have the right to hate me. Coming from Hilo, goosebumps. It's one of those things where, again, Hilo, bad individual, morally bankrupt, but he's still a human, and he does stuff that just, that hurt the chest. Damn. Because he wants to be a good dad. He has been a good dad at various times. Side note, remember Teji, the distant relative he publicly beat up brutally? He also forces him to sign up just to looked after Nico. You know, if you're going to have your son go join a mercenary group, might as well send a relative you wouldn't mind if they died to look after him. But it's time for us to catch up with our best buddy Burrow, because we see after all these years have passed since the bomb, he finally, as it's put in the book, sneaks back into Kekon like a cat back into a dumpster. And he goes to a bar where him and his rebel group people used to go to, and no one knows that it was him that screwed them all over and got a ton of people caught, killed, and even the bartender. The only reason he's not more messed up, I mean, he peed himself, they tortured him so much, but the only reason he's not more messed up is they think he was just the bartender here. But Burrow is like, oh, wait, some people here want to keep doing the no clan future. I'm down. I know I should hate Doru more than Burrow, but it's neck and neck. Neck. Now, you might be wondering why in the world he keeps coming back to Kekon. This is actually justified in the text, as Burrow just can't really feel at home anywhere else. But more thematically within the book, it's because Burrow is representative of a lot within Kekon. It feels right that he keeps reappearing in it because of all the problems that still exist in the city. Burrow is a symptom of Kekon. Now, Shay's kid's name's Tia, and Tia is having their own childhood problems, but it's sort of on the other end of the spectrum because we see Hilo's daughter is going through the training trials we saw Andon go through, and she's killing the mice, and Tia has a very human reaction of, that's terrible, and starts crying. And so Tia not fit for clan emotional sociopathic levels is the takeaway. And Shay's even like, what am I doing wrong? My daughter cares too much. Gia, though, very fine with killing these mice. And even at a party, like later even that night possibly or soon after, turns out she gets arrested and thrown in jail. Hilo gets a call. What'd my daughter do? She stabbed a guy in the dick for trying to push himself on her friend. I'm not that mad. He goes, bails his daughter out, is getting in her face a little bit, but Gia is able to play Hilo like a fiddle. And she reveals that she wants to be Horn of the No Peak clan eventually, to which Hilo's dad, typical, no. I mean, I want you to pursue your dreams. No. Pursue your dream. Why can't you not? I was. Oh, this is hard to think of a reason to say no. I mean, she did just stab a but if all of this feels like it's too much positivity and good emotion stuff and hasn't been disturbing, let's figure out the fate of Make Tar. It's not a good one, because we see over in España, he actually meets up with Rami, the person who won't give up doing criminal business over in España. And Make's not looking good. He has been 14 years since he murdered his fiance. He lost his brother, totally cast out from the No Peak clan. And Rami hears that one of the Make brothers is in my town. Okay, he's either here to kill me or I can recruit him. Rami goes there, and Tar is looking for work. And we see he spends months working for Rami. He's doing small jobs, and eventually Rami's like, this dude has no Jade, and he's done all these killings for me. Oh my God, I found my new second horn equivalent. Let's do this. And so he gives, he's doing like a Jade ceremony that's kind of pathetic to what we see back in John Loon, but he's giving some people some Jade, and he's like, hell yeah, this is awesome. I got a Make brother on my side. Gives him some of the Jade, and as soon as he gives it to him, Make Tar is just, thank you.
You can't do that.
Wrong. And then he murders Rami and kills a bunch of other people and just bolts from this place, gets arrested, and what the hell, Make Tar? What was that? What was that? So a local lawyer is sent that the clan is connected to. Guess who? Corey, because he's now in his 30s. So is Andon. I mean, God, Hilo's in his 40s, and so is Shay now, I think. Yeah, because Ayamada's in her 60s. And Corey asks him, like, what happened? How did you do this? Why did you do this? And they start speaking in Kekanese so the guards can understand. And it's revealed to us throughout this that he got an order. 14 years after he was kicked out of the No Peak clan, after the meeting that happened where it was clear Rami was continuing to be a problem, Andon found him, not Hilo. Hilo didn't know. And Andon told him the situation, and Make Tar just said, I'll handle it. And it was clear Make Tar was not living a great life. He was in a bachelor pad, as Andon thought of it, said he'd had a couple of flings, made a little bit of a friends, but this guy, his whole life His loyalty, as it's clear 14 years later, he's still willing to do this, was to the No Peak clan. The clan that took his brother from him and killed his sister that didn't stay dead. But he's in jail, and Corey tells him that was straight up murder you did. Even though Tar tries to spin a good yarn about how he was actually in that warehouse because Rami was going to kill him and he killed these people in self-defense. Problem, Tar is connected to a bunch of other crimes now. So what's going to happen? This gets painful. They're trying to figure out if they can break Tar out of jail or if they can, I mean, they can't bring him back to Kekon even still now after what he did, but maybe they can get his sentence down to like 15 years possibly. Well, the guards say that on Make Tar's last day, he walked around really happy, talked about his brother, and then he was found in his cell.
I miss my brother.
The level of pain, man. Oh. God. He had one last good day, and he said he hoped there was an afterlife in that day. Out of respect for what he did, despite how much of a backlash it causes among the family of the woman he killed, Hilo does allow his body to be sent back to his family to be buried next to his brother. I don't want to get into details, but this beat in this story is always just really hit hard for me. And it's because you can tell Tar was never able to leave that night where he killed someone. And I had someone very close to me die. And for many, many years, I struggled to ever have a part of me feel like it was going to leave that hallway where I was just, after the body was found, and the way I was finally able to get through it, and I hope some people need to hear this, and maybe it's like good to hear. A great therapist told me, yeah, a part of you might never leave that hallway. So be really nice to that part of you. And that's how I was able to eventually kind of move on in some way. And yeah, human mind, man. And don't worry, it's still the Greenbone Saga. So when one horrible thing happens, it's usually followed up by another. And sure, Nico got away from the family and he signed up to be in a mercenary group. Did you think that was a healthy choice? He could have opened a restaurant, car dealership. He could have opened pretty much any business, and that would have been a better choice, because we see he's on a mission where they got some intel that this truck needs to be taken down. So the truck's coming down the road, they open fire on it, massacre everyone inside, and they're like, good job, boys, let's head on out. And then they hear crying coming from inside the car. It was bad intel, and that was just a family, and there's a little girl bleeding out, and Nico tries to help, but his comrades are like, she's gonna die. And he's like, we ought to tell someone. And they're like, nope, no, we are mercenaries, and if this gets back to the government or anything, we can be held directly liable for this. We need to just leave it. We're not military guys, we're mercenaries, so this will be really, really bad. We're bouncing. And Nico freaks out, but realizes that this situation for him will go from extraordinarily bad to possibly life-ending if he doesn't get in line. And so he does. And they leave. And if you thought, wow, it can't get a whole lot worse than that, have you been paying attention? It's over 20 years now since the series started. Shay and Wynn decide to go on a business trip to a country called Shotar to continue to try and pressure a movie studio to allow them to hire an actor to be in one of their films that they really want. They kind of imply that Hilo could hurt this individual if they don't release the actor to them, but still the person doesn't. And instead, he calls a local gang, and he's afraid what will happen if Wynn goes back and tells Hilo no, so he wants protection. This gang, it turns out, is known for kidnapping and extortion. And so, driving with two of her bodyguards, one of them named Taco, that will forever be in my head, another named Dudo, are pulled over by a police officer who asks one of her guards to get out of the car, and he's just stalling for time. 4 SUVs pull up, a dozen guys come out, and they are kidnapped and taken to a facility. Now, this is not an organized clan. These are not people who go by any rules. This is a ruthless gang. Hilo gets a call. We want a huge amount of jade, a massive amount of money, then you can get your wife back. Then after that, we'll talk about your sister. Hilo responds, I'll do as you say, Hilo replied. You'll get the money and the jade you want. I'll pull no peek out of Shotar. I can overlook losing material things. If you harm my people I care about, however, that is a very different matter. A fever was engulfing his brain. He felt as if the edges of his vision were closing in. All the most terrible possibilities he could imagine were crashing against the bulwark of consuming rage. What he said next would have to be perfect. He could be neither defiant nor meek. If he was too aggressive, they would abandon their plans and kill their captives. If he sounded desperate, they would not fear him enough to commit to their end of the bargain. This damning calculation happened without conscious thought. Hilo said quietly. You're obviously thick-blooded, whoever you are, since you're willing to do things even my worst enemies would not. I've led dangerous operations before, so let me tell you something. I'm not the one you have to worry about now. I'll be as cooperative as a baby goat. Your own men, however, I know how dark men can be, how hard it can be to keep them in line, safe, well cared for prisoners are your only leverage right now. If they're mistreated in any way, none of you will get to enjoy the jade or money you've gone to the trouble of getting for me, because you'll all die very badly. You're exactly as people say you are, Kaul Hilo, said the amused voice of the man he was going to kill. You could be burning in hell and have some arrogant thing to say to the devil. Just be clear, if we see any police, your wife and sister will both die. If we see any reporters, they die. If we see any of your fists or fingers, they die. You may rule Kekon, but this is not Kekon. The caller hung up. If I was that individual, I would be scared, but okay. After seeing Wynn heartbreakingly revert to her stutter and being afraid and a lot of the just PTSD from what was done before, consume her, she is finally traded back to the No Peak clan, except she has a warning after her experience. They gave me back to make you think everything was going to be okay. They're not done with Shay. And part of the reason she knows this, Hilo did warn them, take care of my people. When Taco kept making a bunch of grunting pain noises because he was gut shot, they shot him in the head in front of Wynn. Things are bad. And we see Shay is in a room that has not been even checked in on for like a day. And finally, the head of this gang comes in. And Shay is thrown into a tub full of all of the jade they got in this exchange, which of course just blasts her mind and all of this so much. We've seen the side effects of over jade exposure, and then they haul her out and inject her with SN2. And there's more torture, and eventually they put her in a chair, and they start wanting to get, well, you're the weatherman. We don't want money. We want information. You tell us who the rats are. You tell us all the things you know. We trade that to the mountain, who we're kind of tangentially connected to through some criminal organizations here, and that'll be the real business. And to try and get this information out from Shay, they take the one remaining bodyguard into the room and demonetization. And now Hilo is in a very, very bad spot. And he does something that you can kind of see coming when you think about it, but in the context of the series just still feels incredible. He calls a meeting with the Mountain Clan. After all these years, Hilo said, repeating Ayat's own words, is there anything you believe I won't do if I have to? With the grim dignity of a man stepping up to the executioner's blade, Hilo lowered himself to his knees in front of the adversary he spent decades of his life trying to destroy. Help me find my sister and bring her back to John Loon alive. Your debt will be repaid, a life for a life. Whatever happens between you and me in the future, we'll call that fair. Shotar will be yours completely. I'll pull No Peak out of the country and leave it to the mountain for as long as I am pillar. Hilo touched his clasped hands to his head in a salute. I swear this to you, Ayat Madashi, pillar of the mountain. On my honor, my life, and my jade.
Well, Mr. Zarek, it would seem the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
And now I'm going to take you to the final board of the Greenbone Saga. Buckle your butts. It is legitimately difficult for me to convey the pressure I feel in terms of communicating the final emotions that are about to be delivered. The only way I can make sure you understand is I feel as much pressure to conclude the story of the Greenbone Saga accurately and with enough emotion as I did Robert Jordan's last battle. For very different reasons, but you'll see why. Let's kick it off. With her mother taken hostage by Burukhans and being tortured by being thrown into a tub of jade until she's just mind burned out, ripped from it, injected with SN2, questioned, and then thrown back in like a goddamn nightmare. Tia, who does not know this, asks Hilo to get her mom back, and he promises he will. That's why you saw him take that promise to Ayatmata. And so all stops are pulled out. And within the facility where Shay is being tortured, we see again she is being just brutally tortured to try and get names from white rats from her that they can then use for info and leverage. And sadly, Shay starts breaking and giving up names, which for some reason just makes the scene all the more horrific because you do see her psychologically shatter. She can't even coherently form thoughts at a certain point because of what is being done to her. Fortunately, we cut to outside where, let's just call it, the black ops of the No Peak clan are assembling, because the Mountain clan did betray this tangentially related subsidiary and allow the No Peak clan to get here in place without any warning with incredible timing. Though, within the apartment that Shay is in, the phone rings and one of the hostage takers picks it up and is, what? Yeah, of course, these are criminal organizations. Someone's going to spill the beans. You've been handed over. And so they start freaking out, trying to figure out what to do. And then we get to see a really cool usage of Jade that is just, I guess, now common or available because sniper rifles are more common and available. And that is using perception of Jade auras, because all these people have Jade on, through a wall to locate people, use a sniper rifle, and
Claire.
And so as one of the guys freaking out decides to just kill Shay because she's a liability now and nothing more after torturing her, you're all gonna die, so get rid of the dead weight. Approaching her, about to shoot Jay, and 2 bullets through the chest. And then it's a bad time for the hostage takers.
Okay. People are dead.
From Shay's fevered perspective, we just hear a massacre of everyone who did this to her and her still alive bodyguard being just torn to shreds. Lot is, of course, the Horn and in charge of this assault, and Shay is got on out of there. And the long-term ramifications, aside from her bodyguard having severe PTSD, is that Shay psychologically just can never touch Jay again. She takes all of it off, and for the rest of the book, does not wear Jade. She's not feeling other people's auras and has to be the weatherman without the advantage of essentially being able to tell when people are lying. Fortunately, though, she's so goddamn good at her job that that's not too much of a problem. But beyond that, her and Wynn went through this just tragedy together. And it kind of puts a flavor in the air. The reason this occurred is it sets the tone of this family being so hurt, so traumatized, that you get why this final chapter of the series happens the way it does. Though, before we all decide to turn over a new leaf, yeah, the Mountain Clan, well, Hilo promised to evacuate this Tory to Ayatmada's control. They get a pass to first purge this entire gang that dared do this to them. And so they basically wash the streets in blood of everyone affiliated with this crew that did it, and then hand it back over to the Mountain. Appreciate you, dog. Deuces.
I'm going to work much harder to control my anger, but people are dead.
And just some updates and developments for what's going on. We also see, I guess this detail is still important, the actor who Wynn wanted to get that resulted in all this happening. They get him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
He better give a of a performance. Back home, though, everyone's recovering. Shay notes that Hilo's hair is starting to have gray in it. That's okay, time is moving here. But while all this was happening, we also got a cut back in time where we see Hilo when he was still a young fist in the clan and not the Horn yet. He heard that Shay, because Sin's a bastard, might have been married off to someone within the Mountain Clan to try and seal unity between them, and being a good brother decided, no, I don't care how much I piss off my granda, I'm gonna handle this. And so he gets super drunk in front of the guy, starts mouthing off, treating him like shit, offers him a clean blade, which he wanted the guy to offer him a clean blade, but he wouldn't. And then Hilo is seriously outmatched, getting the crap beat out of him until all of a sudden he just pivots his strategy, uses a Jade attack he had been holding off from using the whole time, and then pulls the guy's head down on his knife, drops him. And that kind of started some souring relations between No Peak and Mountain. I'm not going to say all of this is Hilo's fault, but I mean, he's being a good brother. You can say that legally. But we're going to cut way into the future now, where, good God, the one kid who doesn't have to be a part of all this, Rue, is celebrating his 21st birthday. Don't worry, he's been able to drink for a while. It just happens to be his 21st to my American homies. And he's going to a club with his one friend that, yeah, has some anti-clan ideology, and the club he's at is certainly where some of these people hang out, but this can't have been a trap, right? Well, it turns out, guess who is in the goddamn club and who's been a part of the clanless future movement again? It's our f***ing buddy Burrow. Ha! And yeah, Tadino, someone who is involved in this group, takes one of the Mountain Clan's girlfriends and introduces him to Rue, and he knows that this Mountain Clan member's girlfriend likes to sleep around behind her boyfriend's back when they have like split ups, like really toxic couples do. And then Burrow phones that guy once they start hooking up in a back private room, trying to start an inter-clan war. We saw that was their plan a while ago. And so this dude skirts on up to the club, gets out, and starts he's actually a Greenbone. Rue's a Stone Eye, beating the piss out of Rue until Rue challenges him to a clean blade, to which the guy's like, I'm a Greenbone, you're not. What do you even know? Not you, dumbass. The guy who clearly set us up. Rue big brain. Rue big brain. He figures out, yeah, I obviously was being set up here. I just happened to be introduced to this mountain guy's girlfriend, so I'm gonna challenge you. And yeah, Rue isn't a part of the clan, but you bet your ass Hilo made sure his son could fight. And Rue starts just beating the hell out of this guy who clearly was targeting him because he's the Stone Eye Kaul, and that's gonna piss him off extra. And so the guy even says, like, I give in, I'm sorry, I concede. And Rue just is raining down fists, and so the guy, out of desperation, reaches behind Rue's back, grabs his talon knife and slits his throat, and Rue bleeds out and dies.
What the fuck did you just do?
So, Burrow, in shock, doesn't leave as the Mountain Clan member begins to freak the hell out because he is going to be blamed for Hilo's son dying. His Stone Eye son, who should not have been a part of this.
Wherever I go, whatever I do, he's going to kill me.
And in reaction, he takes the guy who set all this up, and I don't know if I can say what he does to him without being demonetized. Let's test it. Breaks his arms and legs, and then does until he's dead, because his thinking is, if I make his death super painful, maybe Hilo will do less awful things to me. I like seeing Hilo's reputation, even among the Mountain Clan, is still like, oh no!
He's going to kill us all.
Hence the ocean of blood as we see the first death in what could be a whole new generational war. He then goes to the girlfriend that was fooling around with Rue and strangles her to death, leaving one witness to all of this who can tell the truth, two witnesses that can tell the truth, because there was a friend involved as well. And aside from the friend, it's also Burrow. And Burrow gets asked, who the hell are you? And of course, Burrow's stupid, so he's just staying here and watching all of this. And Burrow just says, I'm nobody, a drunk who's a regular here. And so they just say, hey, tell the truth and get out. And Burrow's just, what the hell is my life? And as the reader, Burrow, what the hell is your life, man? We cut to seeing Hilo waking up in bed and just knows something's wrong. There's headlights coming down his driveway, and that shouldn't be happening at 3, 4 in the morning. So he goes down, opens the door, and he sees Andon get out the back of a car. What are you doing here? And Andon just walks past him inside, sits down, and tells him Rue was killed in a duel. And the only reason Hilo doesn't fall down and start screaming like an animal is he doesn't want to wake Win up and bring her into this nightmare. And the next morning, the mountain children who are a part of this fight, they weren't children, they're 20-somethings, they come, have their ears cut off, and present them to Hilo And they are actually Kobans. They're in the Koban family. And so we also have the Kobans adults who are total pricks there. But they actually handle this with just complete, you lost a kid. And like no matter how awful someone is, no matter how much pain and suffering goes on, when you see someone lose a kid, just everything goes out the door. And so they present their ears and they say, our life are forfeit to you, Hilo. And Hilo takes their ears, but also just walks. He just walks. A flicker of familiar emotion crossed Hilo's face, a wrathful light across the eyes, a twitch of the mouth. For a moment, everyone watching on both sides thought he might draw his talon knife and kill all three men where they knelt on the pavers. And why not kill Ayat Otto as well? While he was at it, the courtyard was immobile with held breaths. Kobayashi paled, but kept his eyes on the ground. The black box trembled slightly. Then the shadow of violence was gone from Hilo's eyes. The Kobans had not come with any protection, but they had counted astutely on the fact that the pillar of the No Peak clan would not cast any taint of bad luck on his son's funeral. Hilo reached out and took the black box containing Kobayashi's severed ear. He accepted the ears of the two fingers as well. He did so without speaking a word. "May the gods shine favor on you for your mercy, Kaul-Jen," murmured Councilwoman Koban. All of the Kobans retreated as hastily as decorum allowed, their relief palpable. It wasn't merely fear of No Peak's retaliation that had caused them to distance themselves from the incident so forcefully and to take the extraordinary step of humbling themselves before the mountain clan's greatest enemy. Rue had been a jadeless stone eye, barely out of his teens. The Kobans were a proudly traditional Greenbone family with political clout and their sights set on clan leadership. Any implication or even lingering suspicion that they had broken Aisho might severely tarnish their reputation. Kaul Hilo's acceptance of their gesture was an exoneration, a statement to everyone that there would not be war. Everyone in the Kaul family knew it wasn't the decision Hilo wanted to make, but it was what Rue would have wanted. Rue had always championed compassionate causes, always maintained that No Peak bettered not only its own Greenbones, but all of Kekon. His faith had been absolute. He never doubted that his father could make anything happen. In the wake of his death, Rue would never want his family's actions to harm ordinary people and reflect badly on the clan. Wynn stood silently by her husband's side at the funeral and accepted condolences from the long line of mourners. She leaned heavily on her cane, but she no longer cared whether she appeared weak. She was weak. After 2 days and nights of vigil, she could barely stay upright. But she would do this. She would bear this miserable duty with Hilo. Rue always knew his father loved him. Hilo has that at least. Wynn couldn't say that for herself. If only she could have one last minute with her son. She would ask him to forgive her for being so hard on him all these years. She would tell him that every time she'd been critical or impatient, it had been her fault, not his. She'd worried for him because he was a stone eye. She'd seen herself in him, and on some shameful level, she'd begrudged him for not being the heir she'd hoped to bear. Now he was gone, and she would never get the chance to tell him that she was proud of him. Rue had always seen himself as whole, even when she could not. He'd been confident and generous, and he'd never allowed discontent over his deficiency to define him the way she had. If you notice, I put a little bit of Rue's Stone Eye in there, and that's because this begins a true shift within Hilo's mind, where he just doesn't want things to be how they have been anymore. And as the pillar of the No Peak clan, that puts him in a hell of a situation because he's got to find this balance where he's constantly thinking in the back of his mind, how would Rue want me to handle this situation? Rue was someone who cared about charities and the people who are not a part of the clan, and he didn't want this violence. He didn't want to be a part of the clan. Like, how can I honor my son who died because he thought he had to fight in a duel? And of course, Wynn is just even more almost catatonic at losing her son. They go and they have a funeral, and there's total peace. There's no retaliation, and the mountain's ready, but nothing comes. The only thing that does develop at the funeral is after 3 years of being a mercenary, Nico returns, and he walks up to Hilo and he says, I need to be welcomed back to the family. And he starts to cut off his own ear, and of course Hilo just grabs him and stops him. And Nico's like, I need to be your son again. And Hilo's like, you never were not my son, and brings him back into the family. Whew. We're just getting started, by the way. But I want to talk about one of the really important themes of the Greenbone Saga. Overtly, we have generational trauma, right? And it's hopefully getting better each time. We had Sen, who was just totally a monster. We have Hilo, who's a psycho in a lot of ways, but is learning and trying to do better. And then we have his kids, who are inheriting a lot of the problems, but, you know, you can see how they have ways to even possibly get out. I mean, Nico walked away for a while. But beyond that, there are these myths continually told throughout the Greenbone Saga. I haven't been able to include all of them, but I tried to include a couple at the beginning that show how the Greenbone warriors are held up as these heroes and these icons of war, and those myths actually lead to, you know, incredible acts within war. Soldiers inspired to do incredible things, like we see some of Daru's people back when he was, you know, before he died, in the war that happened, just 20 of them overwhelming this foreign force because they were just jacked up on the idea of being like chosen Jade warriors. But what they ended up doing was a horrific slaughter. And yeah, it made the enemy retreat, but that's still violence. That's still terrible things being done in the world. And they bring that back with them. And the pain, it's beyond trauma. Pain and trauma are two different things. And, you know, a lot of discussion happens around trauma. Greenbone Saga seems to classify pain and trauma as two different things and process them differently. And I hope you can see that clearly demonstrated in how we're about to close out this series. But moving on from here, we see the difference between the mental states of the clans, because there was this really rich asshole we were introduced to a while back who wanted to buy out Jim's private military army, and he was getting involved in all this business venture stuff and was going to be elected to official positions. Real power player, but he had a side piece that was not good. And part of the reason this guy was able to get to his severe position of power was he was closely tied into street gangs. Well, that side piece was actually one of Ayat Mata's rats, who now has gotten enough blackmail for Ayat Mata to possibly end this guy. So Ayat Mata has got an in on someone who's in the billionaire status. That's bad. Wonder what could go on there. Also, why was Shay, when she was being tortured, continually asked about this deal that she had no, whatever. Sure, it's not important. It's not important. But Nico starts working within the clan again. He's clearly, you know, not looked at as favorably as he once was as Lan's kid amongst the people. He's just kind of blocking all of that out, and he wants to commit himself to doing right by the clan. And part of this shift in philosophy we'll get into in a second, but he's going through and trying to just find the remnants of the clanless future movement, which with the Mountain Clan and No Peak Clan working together has been demolished. And someone who is a part of the clanless future movement applied for government aid with their real name. Who would be dumb enough? Who would be dumb enough to do that? Who? I mean, come on. What? Ace Saburo! He's dumb bad man. We don't know how he's alive. He's a dumb bad man. We don't know how he's alive. His name is Burrow, and Jesus Christ, he's still here. So Nico, the son of the man Burrow killed, arrives at his apartment, opens the door with two of his guards outside, comes in, sits down across from him, and just starts asking him like information on some general, you know, okay, we need to know your connections here with the Yucatan stuff. And Burrow's just, yeah, I'll answer your questions. And this is, wait, you're Nico. And that's all you want to know? That's all you're talking about? And Nico's getting ready to get up and leave. And we have a very interesting Burrow moment. Let's listen. I'd recognize that jade anywhere because it used to be on my neck. He jabbed a finger proudly toward his own chest. I was more than just a tool for the foreigners, you know. Before that, I was a smuggler and a thief, a grave robber, and most of all, I was a killer. Everyone around me ends up feeding worms. I'm a fucking demigod of death, Keke. I've probably killed more people than most Greenbones. More people than you have, I bet. Burrow's grin was the leer of a bleached skull. Long ago, the mountains sent me after your Da. I did it for the Jade, that Jade. I found him at the docks and I pulled the trigger. I started the clan war all those years ago. I'm the reason you're an orphan. And here we are. He laughed like an injured hyena. Finally, the gods are tying up their sick comedy act. When Nico had walked into the room, the man on the floor had been a tired, huddled figure, wrapped in sour apathy. Now he was standing straight, his thinning hair drooping over his dark eyes, that shone down to the bottomless well of rage and despair that came from staring too long into the abyss and seeing nothing. His sweating face bore the mad stamp of a man holding a knife to his own throat and shouting, desperate for recognition at the end of it all. Well, Burroughs swayed alarmingly toward Nico, as if toward the window ledge of a building. Don't you have anything to say? Can't you use your perception to know I'm telling the truth? If you believed everything else I told you before, you have to believe me now. Aren't you going to... With a sharp motion of his wrist, Nico flicked out a shot of horizontal deflection that struck Burrow in the midsection like a thwack of a pull to the gut. The man grunted out his breath as he was knocked onto his rear. He looked up expectantly for the next blow, but Nico hadn't moved from his spot. Do you think any Greenbone can be goaded into killing carelessly at the drop of a pin? Nico spoke with calm but astonished contempt. Just because I could break your neck, you expect me to do you the favor? Do you honestly believe it would make your sorry life more dramatic or meaningful for you to be murdered by the Nopi clan? Nico's pity confused and enraged the man. Don't you get it? I'm everything the Greenbones hate and want to crush under their heels. Burroughs snarled. He picked himself up off the floor, breathing hard and holding his stomach. It's because I won't settle for being a nobody. I'm somebody, you hear me? I'm not like those other pussies out there who settle for scraps. I've done things. I go after what I want and I get it no matter what. That's who the fuck I am. Without warning, he collapsed to his knees and put his face in his hands. I'm not giving you what you want, Nico said bluntly. Move on. Want something different. Did you hear what I said, you weird fucker? What kind of Greenbone are you anyway? Spittle flew from Burroughs' mouth as his head jerked up. His shoulders were heaving. I killed your father! You didn't, Nico told him bluntly. I never knew my father. He was a good person, a respectable pillar, and one of the most powerful Greenbones anyone could name. That's what I've been told all my life, and it's what I choose to believe. The Mountain Clan murdered him, but the truth of it is that a man like that can only be brought down by his own flaws, in the face of forces beyond anyone's control, not by someone like you. The bodyguards out in the hall hadn't moved despite the yelling, since the unarmed jadeless drunkard was of no threat, and they perceived no alarm from their boss. Nico squinted at Burrow coldly, as the man stared up at him in mute disbelief. You're not from a Greenbone clan, so you don't understand, Nico explained, as if to a dim child. Ending lives out of vengeance is an important decision. I wouldn't disrespect my father's memory by taking what you said seriously. If you want to end your life, do the job yourself, but don't fool yourself into thinking it has meaning. Nico left the room and walked out of the building with his bodyguards. He was deeply unsettled, not by what the drunkard had said, but by what he'd seen in those hollow eyes. Even a wretched man like Burrow, sunk into the bottom of society, still harbored an intense, maddening desire to be a part of the great myth. It was a myth that ruled Kekon and its people, down to its bones, that drove society's obsession with the trappings of greenness, and even seducing foreigners who could never truly understand it. Clans in Jade, murder and vengeance, burdens and feuds and failures, passed down from father to brother to son. None of it was a myth to Nico at all, but part of his lived experience, inescapable, but malleable truths that it had taken him a world of searching to accept. So yeah, he's essentially been turned into a wretch, a partially mad wretch who's just desperate for any kind of validation they'll never get. And I love that Nico just looks at him and is like, no, you didn't kill my father, even if you think you did. And on top of that,
I don't think about you at all.
That's the worst thing you could possibly say to Burrow, but it's also right. Nico's also been doing interviews and more like public media stuff as we're transitioning to a technological age that feels more like the 90s, early 2000s, and he's trying to rehabilitate his image. It's working pretty well. Flipping over to Shay's issues that she's having to deal with, though, she's sitting down with some Espenians, and they're talking about how good the relationships have become between John Loon, Kekon, and, Espenia, and they want Greenbones to come to these islands. They're dealing with some public turmoil in and work as their strongmen to disperse these crowds, to which Shay is like, okay, you claim, let's look at what you're claiming here. You understand us, you've been friends with us for a while, yet you still don't understand, you still can't comprehend, process, absorb the fact that Greenbones will not systematically use their powers against non-Greenbones. You dolts. It gets a little more complicated than that, but they're having this back and forth that gets pretty intense. Shay let a pause hang in the air before responding. She waited more than a decade for what she was about to say. She wasn't going to rush. Since we're discussing Kekane's interest in Espinia, it's only fair that I also say a few things about Espinian interests in Kekan. She leaned forward. 20 years ago, a Yucatanian spy plane was shot down over the Yuman Islands, raising fears of Yucatanian aggression. In response, Hispania expanded its naval base despite widespread public opposition, and it also increased its intelligence assets in Kekan. At the height of the Slow War, you had more spies here than our government ever suspected. ROE military intelligence learned of a planned terrorist attack that would kill the leaders of all the Greenbone clans and incite a foreign-backed uprising that would destabilize the nation. Shay remembered, as if it were yesterday, the moment she'd seen the collapsed building and the sight of so many dead bodies, knowing her husband and her brother were under the rubble. Her voice was entirely calm, a mask over her rage. Instead of sharing this information, the Espinian military allowed the Janloon bombing to occur and for hundreds of people to die. If the attack had succeeded in destroying the clans, the ROE was prepared to step into the power vacuum and exert proxy control over Kekan. By not tipping its hand, ROE agents were able to capture an enemy operative named Vastek I. Molinov, who yielded a trove of information about Yugatan's Nekolva program. Ambassador Leonard's reply was a blunt dismissal. I've heard this unsubstantiated conjecture before. It's not unsubstantiated, Shay said. It's taken years, but my people have gathered enough first-hand accounts to paint a picture of what actually happened, including evidence that places Vistek I. Molinova in Janloon of the day of the bombing, and an eyewitness report of him being captured by the ROE. She gazed steadily at the two Espinian officials. How many more protests would be on the Yuman Islands right now if they knew the Espinian government allowed, even hoped for, the Janloon bombing? That our supposed allies seized the man who was responsible for the attack and secretly used him for their own purposes, denying justice to the Kekanese people. Colonel Basso sputtered for a second before levying an affronted glare. The Espinian military has protected your country for decades. The number of lives tragically lost in the bombing was small compared to the many more that were saved by intelligence gathered on the Yucatanian threat. Of course, Espinian lives have always been worth far more to you than Kekanese ones, Shay said. But as the ambassador pointed out, attitudes have shifted over the years. Premier Wolton's political rivals have been questioning his track record during the Slow War. He was deputy premier at the time of the Janloon bombing, and he later played a key role in the creation of the Libon Act. He might not want to be associated with so many dead civilians while campaigning during this election year, nor would he appreciate scrutiny into Agent M not being a defector at all. Torture and pharmaceutical interrogation of captured prisoners of war are both outlawed by international conventions signed by the ROE. The polished pleasantry had left Ambassador Leonard's manner. Her thin nostrils flared with vexation, and there was doubt and rapid calculation in her eyes. Nevertheless, she responded with a defiant lack of concern. All of your accusations are related to events that happened over a decade ago. Yes, if you were determined to create a public stink about them, you could do so. It would damage relations between our country's governments, but the Espinian voter is not going to care. Operation Firebreak, said Nico. Shay swung a look over her shoulder at her nephew's unexpected lapse in decorum. Throughout the meeting thus far, he'd been a proper silent observer, but this outburst caused both of the Espinians to snap their gaze over to him in surprise. This is my nephew, Kaul Nikoyan. Shay offered a belated introduction, even as she hid her displeasure at his bewildering interruption and tried to make it seem deliberate. He has something to add to the conversation. Operation Firebreak, Nico repeated, speaking in uneven but passable Espinian. That's not old news. Maybe it could cause a public stink, as you say. That would be more interesting to Espinians. Colonel Basso nearly rose from his chair. What do you know about? Nico stared back at the large Espinian military officer with an expression that Shay found quite disquieting. Nico's face resembled Lon's, but his stare was like Kilo's. Kekanese Greenbones were hired as contractors to help fight in Espinia's wars. I was one of them, and I know the others. Ambassador, Colonel, it seems our countries are closer than ever, since our relationship is based on so many old secrets. Shay stood. Nico stood with her. The No Peak clan won't send fists to break up the human standoff, she told the foreigners. It's true, what you said earlier. Greenbones aren't paragons of the divine virtues. For all our abilities, we're only human, and often fail to live up to our own ideals. But we aren't vassals who would break Aisho for a Spinian convenience. I propose a different bargain. We'll let go of our old grievances over your treatment of Kakan during the Slow War. We'll keep your secrets about the John Loon bombing and Molinov and Operation Firebreak, so long as you don't hinder the Jade decriminalization bill in the National Assembly. Consider it an alliance of inaction. Colonel Basso glowered without answering, but Ambassador Leonard rose stiffly. I had hope, she said, that given No Peak's economic ties to Espinia, you would be more cooperative than your rivals in the Kekanese government. If the Greenbone clans won't intervene on Iman Island to control the populace, then my government won't be held responsible if Kekanese lives are lost. Shay turned to leave. Ambassador, when it comes to Kekan and its Jade, responsibility is the last thing I expect from your people. Operation Firebreak is the operation that Nico was involved in, where mercenaries hired by Espinia were pretty brutally involved in civilian killings of other foreign peoples. And that happened just 3 years ago, not 10. Do you think that would be affecting your elections, motherfuckers? And so they back out and leave, and Shay ends up in a car next to Nico. And we get something pretty sad from Nico said, but honestly, not entirely inaccurate. I'm drawing in purple because I just ran out of way of differentiating stick figures. But Nico tells Shay there's two kinds of people in the world, people with power and without it. And our Jade, if we don't watch it, if we don't guard it, will be taken from us. It doesn't guarantee us power. And Shay is just kind of blown away that he put into words something that she's been internally struggling with to justify her own way of life for quite some time. And she sees that he's beyond his years, not just mentally, but physically. He looks tired and worn down, even though he's a 20-something. And yeah, being a part of a mercenary group that slaughters civilians when you actually have a conscience will do that. In the background, though, we also see that Wynn's media blitz has been doing really well in terms of turning how movies present Greenbones. There's even a title dropped that's called Too Black, Too Green. Fonda Lee, that's funny as f. And also, in Espinia, because of a mixture of Andon's efforts and Wynn's efforts and Shay's efforts, and Hilo helped, I'm sure, full legalization of Jade has happened beyond the medical. That's right, light ups or put on your jewelry, you got Jade. And this is happening while at the same time, Hilo is really changing as a person. How do I mean? Well, instead of looking for retribution or control and violence in the streets, he's been focusing his efforts on donating to charities and trying to get rid of the stigma around stone eyes. It's him admitting that everything he's been doing while he was fighting for his family, he probably went about it the wrong way. And he's been able to, for a long time, he was just quiet and recluse, almost seeming to go down the same path Sen was going late in life. But it was Shay and the people around him that still loved him, bringing him out on walks and other things that turned this new leaf and allowed him to admit to himself that he can change and that things can do better. And so he's always going to carry pain. He's always going to hurt for the results of his actions. But he takes that and he actually tries to be productive with it. He doesn't wallow. He uses it as a source of looking for a better way forward in life. Shay, though, is handed a bit of information that puts a lot of clicks into place. The deal that was continually being brought up to her, the deal she kept being asked about by her kidnappers, is gone through. And she learns that with the legalization of Jade happening in Espinia, obviously a whole new market just opened up. The prices will go nuts. At the same time, Ayat Mata has used her blackmail to pressure the owner of Jim's mercenary group and a whole bunch of other mega operation stuff to sell his controlling stakes in his companies to her. Which means she's now going to have her own Jade mines. She's going to have her own Jade mercenary group outside of her clan and be operating a business in the billions of dollar equivalents. And if this happens, if this goes through, she wins. It's over. They can't compete on that level. This is taking it from like successful Italian mafia going back and forth level fighting to Jeff Bezos wealth. So holy shit. But Hilo's not the dog he was. And there's other stuff that's kicking up that's like, are they going to be able to pull off stopping Ayat Mata from essentially getting what she wanted? Taking over as the sole pillar, at least in terms of any kind of mattering, because no one else will be on the power scale of her. Is she going to win? And is there even fight left in the No Peak clan? Is they just going to roll over and let it happen because, you know, maybe they should just let her have all that crime stuff, and maybe Ayat Mata's future of one clan isn't. Are you fucking kidding me?
I want you to play dirty if you have to, but don't get caught.
Have you been paying attention at all? No. No.
Hell no.
So of course, Hilo calls a family meeting, gets people together, and at certain points he's talking to people saying like, we might die. This might be the end of everybody, by the way. We got to get ready for that, but we got to stop this bitch. He's like, he even at one point lights up a cigarette with Shay, and he's like, hey, this might be my last one. Don't tell when. Because he's been trying to quit. Everyone starts pulling every connection they've made, doing every effort imaginable to destroy Ayat Mata's business deal. But how could the No Peak clan stop a business deal, you may ask, having not paid attention? Well, we jump to seeing Gia.
Goddamn! Goddamn!
Getting up to some shenanigans. And you remember that Civil War clan that happened during the Cold War fight where Shay got shot in the leg and that clan schismed? Well, there's still a lot of like tension over there. And Gia goes down and meets with the current pillar, who you remember betrayed his uncle, and tells him like, hey man, I'm Hilo's daughter, you know, we're about to take out the mountain. So why don't you just peacefully switch back over to our side, and we'll let bygones be bygones, right? And the guy makes a really disgusting pass at her and like implies like, if we have sex a bunch, then maybe I'll consider it. And then later on's like, I wouldn't even consider it. Then he tells her to like use her assets. Okay. And so Gia's like, okay, I mean, I tried. I'll see you later. And they start laughing after she leaves because she even offered him a clean blade and he rejected. And then she gets outside, sends a text, and a bunch of guys roll up with machine guns and do a... They throw in incendiary grenades. People stumble out and are just shot to death. And the business is burned down. And a big kerfuffle. Oh, you thought this Hilo was like done with violence? He's just doing charity work and violence now. They're not mutually exclusive. Look at the world around us now. And the way media is evolving within John Loon, she even ends up being interviewed and is on TV like, yeah, he made gross sexual passes at me. And then just senseless violence happened. It's his fault. Yeah, it's just really a shame. And this, of course, reignites civil war, messing with ports and everything really valuable to the Mountain Clan. That's not good. But that's phase one of many. Let's just keep Ayat Mata busy, shall we? Because at the same time, we see that Andon is, you know, back talking with Lot. And I like this beat where he's with his significant other who he's still hanging out with. And Lot and him are like, yeah, you ever think about where you would have been in life? And Lot's like, yeah, possibly, but I'm happy as the Horn. We're just all in our 40s now. So it's what they're all in their 40s now. So it's just what you end up thinking about. And then Andon's like, cool, I got to do my part of this insane comeback. Let's go. And do you remember when Andon was involved with Zapoño's assassination? One of his officers was still alive and is currently in prison. And Andon goes and talks with him and sits down across from the guy. He's like, hey, I need you to take all the dirt you've got on Ayat Mata. Well, let's just read Andon's threat, shall we? What do you want? Yilo's anger sounded wary. Andon glanced at the guards by the door. They were out of earshot and almost certainly could not understand Kekanese. But nevertheless, Andon lowered his voice. You still have a card to play. You know too much damaging information about the mountain, the deals Ayat struck with Zapoño, her alliances with you, and the Matos. Her profit from the black market. It's why she's sure to have you killed. Andon took a cell phone out of his briefcase and placed it on the table. There's a private aircraft waiting at John Loon, ready to bring KNB news anchor To Kita over here. All I have to do is make a phone call to get you a national interview. Yilo's smile was slow and very cold. Do you know what I hate more than anything else in the world? Rats. When Zapoño and I found rats in Taipaswea, we made sure they begged for death. I take my secrets to the grave. You're in a prison while Ayatmata sits in her mansion in Jonloon, as does your cousin Kaul Hilo. What do you think I have to gain from being a pawn of No Peak instead of the mountain? I'm not stupid enough to think it'll save me. Andon was not a fist accustomed to inspiring fear, but he knew his family's fate might hinge on his ability to do so at this moment. At other times in the past, he'd been the one to speak or act for the clan when no one else could. In his youth, Andon had felt acutely his differences, his separateness from the rest of the Kaul family. Only over many years had he come to understand this is an advantage. Since he held no official role in the strict hierarchy of the clan, he'd been many things: a healer, a killer, an emissary, an advisor. Today, he was a hammer. You're beyond saving, Andon agreed. But what about your family? The one that you've gone to such great lengths to keep secret. He reached back into the briefcase and pulled out an envelope. He opened it and laid 3 color photographs on the table. In the first photo, a pretty 30-something Yuwiwan woman sat on a beach. She wore a pastel sundress, her long hair pulled into a messy bun. Her face was turned to the side, speaking to another woman, while 2 children, perhaps 10 and 8 years old, played in the sand nearby. Hilo's darkly tanned face lost much of its color. I'm sure you've made private arrangements for your wife and children to be cared for after your death, but how can you protect them after you're gone? How can you be sure that the men in Tai Paswea that you hired to guard them will have any reason to remain loyal to your memory? The Weewan Islands are a dangerous place. How did... Hilo croaked, without finishing. Doesn't matter how we found them, Andon said calmly. If we could do it, others can. You're not a Greenbone of Kekan, so you can't count Aisho to protect you from your jadeless relatives. You're only a Barukan smuggler, and your family is only a Weewan. Who is going to notice or care if something happens to them? Can Ayatmata be absolutely certain you haven't told your wife anything inconvenient that she might share with the Weewan authorities? A subtle tremor went through Hilo's body and rattled his shackles against the metal table. And after that's done, we come to my favorite part. And don't worry if you're confused. It's all gonna come together. Because Hilo arrives at the protests we saw Shay speaking with the Aspinians about earlier. Not to disperse the crowd, but instead join them. The mixture of Kekanese and Ibuki people are furious that this new deal is going to give the foreigners their own jade mines that Ayatmata will benefit from secretly. And so now Hilo can make a very public stand and play to be with the people as the pillar and show his support among them. Yes, going back on so much work they did to get Jade legalized in Aspinia, but with how Ayatmata actually piggybacked their work to get this great advantage, it makes complete sense. And there is additional environmental concerns that have been brought up repeatedly in the background through Wynn subplots as she's rubbing elbows with rich people who want to do additional charity work, framing the No Peak clan even better in a PR move to be the one standing up for what is, quote, right, and helping preserve the nation's pride in their jade and keeping it something they completely control on their own. It's an all or nothing gambit, and also ties in with the larger themes of the book of all of this foreign investment and influence and corruption polluting their culture. Finally, in these moments where Hilo's character is fully realized, he has turned his back on trying to go infinite gain through foreign influence and business, and instead, he's making a principled stand. And there's these mercenary people on scene trying to keep security, and with after what he knows talking to Nico, these mercenary guys are not very good at keeping their cool, especially if we start some ruckus.
When you do that well, it's called good trouble.
And so Hilo shows up amongst the people as the pillar of the No Peak clan, immediately setting up a yeah! Like, imagine if there were protests happening. Well, okay. Imagine if the protests happening right now in this country suddenly had the Winter Soldier show up to support them. You know, bad reputation in the past, but someone who's trying to do better, but super powered. You'd be like, "Pah!" And he takes what is usually his one-on-one charisma of hyping people up, and he gives a speech that's just talking about how we are Kekanese, and we are not going to let these foreigners come in and take all of our jade and do... Ignore the fact that these guys are involved in the legalization, okay? Let's just bury that, okay? Shush. And he gives this great speech, and then when there's this helicopter swooping, well, let's just show you how Hilo kicks some helicopter ass. At the apex of his leap, for a dramatic heartbeat of time, Hilo hung in the air at the height of a second-story window. He could feel his momentum reversing. He needed to hold on to enough lightness to control his descent, or he would plummet to a bone-shattering landing. The pilot's surprise sparked in his perception, like a pulse of light in the corner of his brain before he glimpsed the man's face, leaning over, mouth open, at the remarkable sight of 4 men leaping up as if to grab onto the helicopter's landing skids. Hilo maintained his grip on one discipline while reaching for another, his mind and body strained in painful protest as he flung his arm toward the cockpit of the helicopter with a snarl of exertion and a violent heaving of nearly all the remaining Jade energy he possessed. 4 shafts of channeling hit the pilot almost simultaneously. These were not the precise close-quarter strikes that would deliver a fatal blow to the heart or lungs of a combatant, from such an unwieldy distance anyway, and in midair, the force of channeling was blunt and badly dispersed. Any Greenbone could have easily steeled against the ridiculous, unorthodox attack, but the man in the helicopter was not a Greenbone. The combined buffeting of Jade energy from all 4 assailants did not kill him, but the disruptive shock to his organs and nervous system knocked him unconscious. His body fell back against the seat, then slumped over the controls. Hilo landed harder than he would have liked. After such a powerful burst of channeling, he had barely enough Jade energy left to let himself down lightly and to steal against the impact, pain radiating up his shins and thighs into his hips as he hit the ground and tumbled forward onto his hands and knees, all the breath knocked out of his lungs. Hammy dropped down lightly next to him, breathing only slightly harder than normal. "Kaul, are you all right?" "Damn the young." Hilo nodded that he was fine as he got to his feet, wiping the sweat from his brow and brushing off the dirt from his hands and knees. He looked up at the helicopter. Everyone else was staring, transfixed as well, including the security guards surrounding the landing site. As if watching a train crash in slow motion, the uncontrolled machine listed in the air, still on course for a landing but coming down far too fast. It tilted and began to spin laterally, churning rotors, kicking up a tremendous wind that tore at the clumps of grass and sent many people on the ground running for cover of their vehicles. Hilo heard the finger. The young woman with orange hair let out a shout of astonishment and elation. "Holy fucking shit!" The pilot regained consciousness at the last minute, realized what was happening, and tried valiantly to right the helicopter. It was too late. With the horrifying sound of rending metal, the aircraft missed the landing pad and hit the ground barely inside the perimeter of the fence, bouncing sideways and back into the air off one landing skid, and guards ran from the out-of-control machine as it spun in a circle, hitting the top of the chain-link barrier and ripping an entire section of the fence apart as it careened back into the ground with a concussive boom, an explosive cloud of dirt. The helicopter's rotor blades were torn apart by that impact and went flying in all directions. "Deflect that shit now!" Lot bellowed, raising his arms. Vin, Hami, and half a dozen of the younger Greenbones hastily threw up a patchy but adequately effective wall of deflection and veered the shrapnel away from the crowd. When the dust cleared, the helicopter, with its cargo of Jade, was lying on its side, 100 meters outside the ruptured fence, twisted and smoking, the Anarcho logo clearly visible on its upward-facing surface. For a prolonged moment, no one made it. A victorious roar exploded from the crowd. For months, they've been watching the fenced compound, hatefully, seeing deliveries of Jade enter and leave the processing facility, unable to do anything besides minor sabotages and make their unhappiness known. The sight of the crashed helicopter, brought down by only 4 of the No Peak's top Greenbones, seemed to light the protesters on fire. Like a flood wave through a broken dam, they ran shouting towards the wreckage in the open fence. GSI soldiers were also sprinting toward the helicopter, on a collision course with the crowd. Other security guards ran to defend the gap in the destroyed fence, rifles raised. "Get in front of those people before they get themselves killed," Lots shouted to the Greenbones. He was barely heard over the collective clamor. The horn took off running. Vin right behind him. Hami, the youngest, quickly caught up and passed, but they couldn't catch up with the bouncing off-road vehicles. Some people were driving toward the anarcho soldiers, like charging cavalry troops. The orange-haired finger and her companions reached the helicopter first and tore into it triumphantly like wolves on a carcass, pulling out the dead pilot and dumping him in the dirt, then pulling their strength and yanking open the damaged doors, hauling out the cargo of sealed metal containers. "Get away from there!" hollered a running GSI soldier. He skidded to a halt, aimed and fired his R5. The sound of bullets zinged off the helicopter's metal body. A few people dove for cover behind the machine. Greenbones threw up deflections. One of the men from the Mountain Clan hurled a powerful wave that knocked a soldier to the ground and sent his rifle flying out of it. Shouting curses in Espinian, other GSI mercenaries opened fire into the rampaging crowd. Hammy, Lot, and the other Greenbones closest to the soldiers tried to deflect the gunfire away from the civilians, but Hilo saw 2 people, and a boogeyman and woman holding a placard, both go down. The man screamed and clutched his leg. The woman didn't move. Maddened protesters grabbed any weapons they had on hand, knives, sticks, rocks. They continued running heedlessly and throwing abuse and objects at the soldiers, who balked and retreated, responding with rifle bursts that sailed into the crowd or struck approaching vehicles, puncturing tires and breaking windshields. Hilo jogged up to the scene as it turned into a pitched battle. Deflections, bullets, rocks, and profanities were being thrown every which way. Some protesters were charging ahead into the fight. Others pushed frantically in the other direction, trying to flee the gunfire. It was a noisy, disordered frenzy, like a fighting pit packed full of gamecocks. The GSI soldiers were panicked in the face of the enraged mob. Gunfire hit one of the young no-peak clan Greenbones. Lot hurled forward in a blur of strength and lightness, two throwing knives left his hand and sank to their hilts in the neck of the soldier who'd fired, right above the collar of his bulletproof vest. His companions dragged his body backwards, screaming for assistance and still firing. Talon knife in hand, Hilo pushed and deflected his way through the melee. He called out to Vin and pointed back to the helicopter. "Don't let any Jade from there go missing in this shitstorm. Stop firing," he demanded, spreading his arms. His perception was jangling coordinately from all the frantic energies and emotions swirling around him, but he still sensed the nearby murderous intent of the GSI soldiers aiming for his head. With a snarl of angry impatience, he shoved the man's aim upward with a snap of deflection and was upon him in an instant, wrenching the handgun away with a surge of strength that unpleasantly tweaked something in his shoulder joint. Hilo smashed the soldier across the temple with the butt of the Corta 9mm and kicked him in the side of the head as he went down into the wet dirt. "I said stop fucking firing," he roared. Hilo had come to Uman Island intending to create a dramatic public statement, but perhaps it worked too well. He'd underestimated the demonstrators' pent-up frustration. They'd certainly been galvanized, but many might soon be dead. In hindsight, Hilo wished he'd brought along more of his warriors, but none could be spared, given the June twins and their teams were busy in Lukang. There weren't enough Greenbones here to fight the soldiers. "Let them go," Hilo ordered. When his words didn't reach far enough, he hurled powerful deflections in both directions, knocking people staggering and forcing the mercenaries and the protesters apart. Lot and Hami followed the pillar's lead and did the same, up and down the line as the GSI men continued backing away. One foreign soldier shouted frantically into a radio headset, too quickly for Hilo to make out all the words in the Spinian, although it was clear he was calling for reinforcements, most likely from the GSI training compound 8 kilometers away. Hilo grinned savagely and pointed at the man. "Call your boss," the pillar shouted in Spinian. "Call Jim Sunto and tell him to come." And that is what Hilo is really looking for. And so did he intentionally cause something that resulted in civilian death to get Jim's attention? Who's to say? But yeah, a call is made to our buddy Jimbo, and Jim arrives to talk to Hilo and is like, "What the hell, man? I get we're not cool for a lot of reasons. Civilians died. My troops died. You don't think I'm gonna take this to the governments and get you tried? Are you out of your goddamn mind?" To which Hilo says, "The power of Kekhan is not from the Greenbones. The Greenbones' power is in their ability to unify the people against something," right? I mean, for the families of the people who just got killed, we've already raised, just for some public media funding, hundreds of thousands of dollars in the few hours it took you to get here. Jim, not having it, says, "Well, whatever, that doesn't affect what's going to happen in Espenia. You cannot affect that." And so Hilo provides a bunch of evidence of basically all the crappy stuff we've been seeing Espenia get up to during this time. And again, Jim is like, "Nah." Then Hilo plays the card that, once again, Nico's handed him, and it's a golden goddamn card.
"Yeah, I was a mercenary for Jim Sunto, and I killed a bunch of civilians, and that was just kind of the way things were done in GSI. This whole mercenary group just killed so many civilians, like a lot of them. It was Operation Firestorm. You should really look into that."
But he's not going to make his own son testify that they slaughtered civilians. That would be kind of something where people could be like, that doesn't, you could just have your son say that. So someone who was actually in that mercenary group at the same time, because Hilo sent him to look after Nico, was the useless cousin Teji. And so they have a videotape of Teji confessing to all of the horrible, shady shit he got up to under Jimbo's watch. Not a great look there, Jimbo. Jimbo, though, still... no, we can recover from that PR-wise, to which, Hilo says, "Oh, I also know something, by the way. Do you know how you didn't want to work for the clans and you want your own thing? By the way, the guy who's your boss, who's retiring, you're excited about that. Do you know who he's selling to? Do you know who his anonymous private investor is? It's Ayat motherfucking Mata," to which Jim did not know that. And Jim sits down and goes, "Oh, that's why you wanted me here. You wanted to tell me that, so okay. And if I don't do it, I can't just say no. And if I don't do it, you release the stuff that ruins my reputation. Okay. Oh, this is bad." And so they have the evidence that shows this guy worked for the crews. They have the evidence that shows that Jim's GSI has massacred civilians. They have the evidence, because of what Andon got, to bring all of it public and show the world that Ayat Mata's a massive hypocrite who's just been working for her own power this entire time. And so all of that's taken public, and one of Doc's relatives over in España, who works in the legal system, helms the arrest and takes down that rich asshole who was being blackmailed by Ayat Mata, and Ayat Mata's blackmail is brought public, and the fact that Ayat Mata was blackmailing him is brought public. And the taste in the air in Kekon is different. People aren't looking for a pillar who brutalized their way to the top like they were 30 years ago. This isn't the 1970s anymore. It's the year 2000. Not really, but like figuratively. And so, in an incredible display that's noted to, like, for outsiders probably wouldn't look like much, but to inside the Kekonese culture is insane. There are protests outside of Ayat Mata's estate. They're quiet, they're silent, but her own fists and fingers are protesting outside of her home, demanding she steps down. And through that crowd walks a jadeless Shay. I drew her green, I just realized that. Pretend she's black, drawn black. And Shay sits down with Ayat Mata and has a conversation with her that's like, what will you staying in power do for Kekon? Are you that big of a hypocrite? Was it all about power for you? The Koban family now has more support within your own clan than you do. And the Koban family is going to take over. You even have a heir who's part Koban who took your last name. So at least your name could still be associated with whose pillar. And Ayat Mata, well, look, Shay shook her head. The time for conquest is past us. Our clans are too large to merge unwillingly. The younger Greenbones on both sides have fought alongside each other against clanless and foreigners more often than they're fighting each other. And the older ones have seen enough war. If you pass the position of pillar down to your nephew, Hilo and I will retire within 5 years. And all the old grudges can finally leave with us. Ayat was silent for a long time. She did not look at Shay, but instead stared out the large window. A slight curve to her shoulders suggested a dragging, unseen weight. At last she asked, "Your pillar will agree to this?" "He will." As it had become so apparent, no peak would not only survive Ayat's scheming, but emerge ahead of its rivals in the public eye. The conversations she'd had with Hilo on the patio had turned toward the talk of the future, and how to secure the clan's strength. "I can't swear on my Jade anymore, but I would." Ayat closed her eyes, then opened them again. They glittered from within a nest of hard wrinkles. "Many years ago, Kaul Shaejin, I sought you out. I wished to persuade you to join me, to chart a stronger course for our clans and country. You refused. Ever since then, I have hated and admired you for that choice. Surely, you see the irony of this moment, as you sit here trying to convince me to accept your vision instead of mine. Look at us, Ayajin," she sighed from deep within her core. "We're old women now. We've tried to kill each other for so long, and instead by some cruel luck, we owe each other our lives. Maybe it's time we stepped away and let the next generation try to do better than we did." Ayat finished her tea and stood, without looking at Shay again, and became an outward-gazing statue once more. But now, the reddening light struck her differently, turning her from the still figure of a waiting general to that of a lone survivor on the empty battlefield. "Perhaps you are right, Kaljin. On that day in the Temple of the Divine Return, the cruelest thing you ever did to me was not slit my throat," the pillar said. "Leave me. You've said and done enough." And so the plan going forward is to make peace between the two clans after Ayat Mata steps down, because then for everyone it can be framed as Ayat Mata, which is true to a large extent, was the reason this was getting so bad. She had this absolutist one solution she was trying to push on everybody, and now that's not going to happen. And there's this beautiful scene where Shay, who previously was afraid her daughter, Tia, wasn't going to be tough enough, sees her daughter coming home from school, so sweet, so innocent, and is just relieved, like, my daughter does not have to be anything but the sweet, precious self she is. Ayat Mata eventually comes down from her estate and gives a speech, pretty quick one, kind of reminds me of Joe Pesci's Oscar acceptance speech, where it's just, "I'm stepping down. All right." Her hair, who we've seen win a duel and kind of just be a pretty chill guy, although he's a little more of a spotlight of the press than Nico ever has been, take over and boy, does he have a really big, hard task ahead of him because the mountain splits. Some people are loyalists to Ayatmata and saw her as just someone trying to bring a better future. Others think she's terrible. Some families are trying to fight for power because this guy is a Koban and this family's really divisive, right? And so, well, yeah, the Kobans are now on top. The Matas are out. There's still people who flock to the Mata name. But none of that is the No Peak's problem. And we see with Hilo and Win and a lot of the family, they end up having moments where it's just, we've done it to a large extent. It's over. The pressure, the anger, the hatred, the violence. They were able to remove Ayatmata. They didn't have to kill her. They just used her own horrible actions against her by doing some of their own morally questionable things, but they're the protagonists. There is an invitation sent from the new pillar of the Mountain Clan to meet at a ground of the No Peak clan's choosing to try and figure out a way forward through friendship. And they accept that invite. And while doing so, Hilo's like, we're definitely going to kill Ayatmata still, though, right? We're not going to let her get away with this. Distracting from that, though, Andon steps up to the family and says, hey, y'all, I've been a great doctor. I've been a pretty good gangster. I'd like to pursue a third career because I'm an incredibly impressive person, and I'd like to pursue politics. So I'm going to take off my jade again and run for office. And he gets the blessing of everyone in the family. Hilo makes it known that he wants Nico to take over his pillar once he's done. And after this, Hilo takes Lot aside, who's the Horn now, and tells him, like, hey, man, I still need you to kill Ayatmata, though, right? We're going to do that. Yeah, for sure? Okay, yeah, don't trust her. I mean, she's definitely going to try to do some stuff. You think she's just going away? No, murder her, but Lot, you're the guy to do it. Cool. And so the meeting finally happens, where Nico and the new pillar of the Mountain Clan, with Hilo and Shay and a few people from the Mountain Clan, arrive at a monastery with some priests and stuff around to make sure everyone's chill, to hash out the finite details of a full-on like truce between the clans, where they're even going to exchange blades, which is like a total, there can be no violence between our clans until we come back together and unexchange blades. It's like a real solid treaty there. And underneath the table while this is happening, Hilo being Hilo sends a text message to Lot like, now do it, because they found out where Ayatmata is being held. And so we cut to Lot swarming a townhouse. It only has like 2 guards outside of it because the Mountain Clan kind of tired of this woman, and they kill the 2 guards outside. That's risky. I would have personally just incapacitated them, but okay. This is clan business still. They kick open the front door. There's no traps. All right, and Lot's about to go in, and he's grabbed. Lot sends inside the house, and Lot does. No one's in the house wearing jade, and Ayatmata wears more jade than any other woman in Kekan. Oh no. And they go back to one of the guys who's still bleeding out in the ground, and Lot puts his foot on his stomach, and he's like, where is she? And the guy says, there's a tunnel from the house, so she escaped through it. And Lot, okay, text Hilo now, because we're in the texting age now. And Hilo at this meeting gets a text, Ayatmata escaped, there was a tunnel, and there's no way Ayatmata would let these peace talks go and not take her final shot if she was going to take them, because she could take out everyone who's between her and her throne again. The Kobans are here. The No Peak heads are here. Everyone kind of starts feeling that Hilo's Jade aura is shifting, and they're like, hey man, what's wrong? And he's like, nothing. It's just really emotional for me to, you know, have this peace coming about. Who is going to try and kill me? And that is when Hilo pulls a gun, and as you can see here, takes aim, because there are some people across the table from him that he just can't bring himself to trust. Is it the heir that Ayatmata had handpicked? The other Kobans who are a crazy family? Or is it the priest who's bringing up a machine gun from underneath his robes? It's the priest who's bringing up a machine gun from underneath his robes. And Hilo shoots and unloads on some of the priests, but there's multiple of them that just start shooting machine gun fire. Oh my God, at the fully brought together heads of the clans. And machine gun fire is really hard to deflect, especially when you are surprised and Shay's not even wearing jade. And you see this heartbeat going out here. Oh boy. Someone within the Koban family is hit. But more importantly, Shay sees Hilo drop. And while he did open fire, that made him a target. And he's been hit and they jump to him, trying to immediately heal him, and he just says, stop, stop, it hurts, stop. I got hit in the spine. He can't feel below a certain point. And he's just, bring me home. And they're like, no, we're going to take you to a hospital. He goes, bring me home. Okay. They load him in a car and they bring him back home. And, oh my God. Andon came downstairs. His eyes were ringed with exhaustion, and he looked pale and aged. I've done all I can. I stopped the bleeding. I put him on an IV line, stabilized his temperature and blood pressure for now. He's loaded with painkillers. Andon rubbed a hand over his face, then looked up at the family, tearful. All it buys him is a few more hours. Maybe the rest of the night. A bullet went through his spine, and the others, they tore up his insides. He's conscious right now, but it might not be for long. Shay went up to see her brother. Wynn and Nico were on either side of his bed. Gauze and sheets covered Hilo's torso. The jade studs across his bare collarbone stood out stark against unnaturally pale skin. When Shay touched Hilo's shoulder, she nearly drew back at the shocking change in his jade aura. The smooth, bright river was a dim trickle. His eyes were open and focused, however, and he said to his wife and nephew, "Let me talk to my weatherman. Alone. Just for a minute." After Wynn and Nico had stepped out of the room, Shay crouched down near the head of the bed. 1,000 things came into her throat, and it closed completely. The pillar asked, "Is Otto alive?" She nodded and told him everything she knew. I whispered all of our names. She only resigned and handed power over the Kobans to mislead them, to mislead me. A weak smile crawled up Hilo's face. But she failed. She's done. That was her last shot, and she got me in the end. But she didn't get us. That's what's important. He licked his lips. His eyes were glassy but bright, and he turned them on her with insistence. Shay, you have better help Nico. You have to make him better, a better pillar, a better person. Help him the way you help me. You know that I will, Shay said. Hilo closed his eyes. Shay pressed her hand over his heart and listened to his labored breathing. He asked her, "Is there anything you want me to say to Lon?" Shay bowed her head over him. "Please don't talk like this, Hilo," she whispered. "I can't handle it. I can't stand to think I'll be the last one left." "You're not." A noise rose from outside. Shay did not at first recognize it as the rumble of a large crowd. She went to the window and drew back the curtain. Lot Jin had opened the gates of the Kaul estate and let in the clan's Greenbones. Hundreds of them were standing in the driveway. Shay saw the entire Juin family, Hammy, Tuma, and his son Yasu, and mate Cam. She saw Turin Bin and the Luckbringers from her office standing outside, Vin, the sniper, and Hijo, the first fist of the White Rats. She saw her own husband and daughter, Woon's arm around Tia's shoulders, both of them looking up at Lot Jin, who stood on top of the Duchess Imperia in front of the house. When the horn raised his arms, all the clan's warriors shouted, and the sound of their combined voices thundered, "The clan is our blood, and the pillar is its master." The crowd stayed for the rest of the night. Every once in a while, their voices rose up in spontaneous chorus, proclaiming their allegiance. Wynn and Nico and Andon came back into the room, and Hilo said, "Stop looking so goddamn glum, everyone. Andy did a great job. Doesn't even hurt anymore." He talked with them a while, and he dictated a letter to Shay for their mother, insisting that they shouldn't wake the frail old woman, only to put her through more pain. He joked that it was true, the closer you got to the afterlife, the more you believed in it. And personally, he couldn't wait to see Rue again. He reminded them of all the times they persevered despite the odds, and all the things they'd done. "I'm lucky. Really." He said he would try to hang on until Gia got home. But at some point, he slipped into unconsciousness with Wynn holding his hand. The rest of the family left the two of them together in the end. Shay sat with Andon, her head on his shoulder, gripping his left hand, both of them using his jade, Shay unflinchingly for the first time in years, to keep Hilo in their perception as long as they could. In the early hours of the morning, as dawn broke over the skyline of Janloon, Shay felt her brother's irrepressible jade aura fade out of her mind. Hours later, Wynn emerged from the bedroom, dressed in white from head to toe. She said nothing but went into the garden where she had been married and sat under the cherry tree in the courtyard to mourn from the bottom of her soul. Hilo has finally reached his full character arc where he started as the hot-headed warrior, but he died saving his family. When word finally reaches Hilo's daughter Gia, she, of course, flees back home and wants to inflict violence and retaliation. And again, we get another moment from Fonda Lee where we see the path forward back to violence. The No Peak clan could crush the Mountain clan right now. Easily. What? Generations are healing. And she's told no. She's commanded no. And despite her running off, there's guards sent to make sure she doesn't do anything. She instead just grieves the loss of her father. A few days later, the head of the Mountain clan, Ayatmata's heir, shows up and starts just talking to Nico like a human being. They just start having a conversation. And they go out to the Kaul estate, the yard. They start walking around together, just chatting, trying to ease things, cool it down. And Shay is watching this. Well, I'll let the clan wars end officially with Shay's words. Seeing the two pillars standing together, lines already stamped across their young features, Shay tilted her face toward the sun, closing her eyes for a moment against the burning tightness in her chest. Sadness and pity jumbled with pride and hope. She wasn't done yet. She had to help Nico, as she'd promised she would. But with that final step, she could lay down the burden she and her brothers had carried across a canyon that had so often seemed impassable. Hilo, Lan, Shay whispered in her mind. Can you see this from wherever you are? We did it at last. We kept our clan, we made it stronger, and passed it on. I miss you both. You are probably still sitting there, though, wondering, where did that little old bitch end up? Well, the Mountain clan took her, put her in a prison now, and eventually says they're going to hand her over to the No Peak clan, the Kaul family, because it's just the only somewhat near justice level thing they can do. So they hand her over, and she's put in a terrible little apartment with some guards on her, and Ayatmata is kind of weirded out. Eventually, Andon comes to see her, and Ayatmata keeps trying to make it some kind of warrior's thing where she's saying, oh, my nephew couldn't kill me himself, so he handed me to the Kauls. And Andon just kind of dismisses that and goes, no, he just wants nothing to do with you. And she's just, well, then Shay or someone within the Kaul family couldn't come, and it's just, no, they're done with you. And she says, well, it's you, Andon, then, who's come to kill me. No, you're exiled. We're going to send you to a very remote, terrible village where there's nothing to do. We're going to leave you there under guard, and you're going to die, miserable and alone, because killing you would make you a martyr, or, I don't know, just, no. You're going to die. Horrible and alone. And Andon notes that she finally just looks old and frail. She's in the same state Sen was. And the book ends with Andon going from this apartment into a cab, where an Ibuki boy is the driver. Not a boy, a grown man now, who starts telling him about how, yeah, back in the day, he was beaten up by the Make brothers, and yeah, it's that boy. Andon has no idea, though, but he's dropped off by that cab at a great restaurant with some wonderful soup to have lunch with his family. And that's the end of the Greenbone Saga. I personally believe the Greenbone Saga is without competition in terms of being the crown jewel of urban fantasy. I think its world building is immaculate, its character work is inspired, and its theming is nearly unparalleled within the subgenre, maybe just within the fantasy genre. It's one of the best series I've ever consumed. I wanted to make it the second series I summarized just because it's had such an important impact on me as a reader in terms of understanding not only how outstanding fantastical elements can be used for rather overt metaphors, but also commentary on the deeper human issues within ourselves that we grapple with, that sometimes you can't even put into words in terms of learning to cope with pain and trauma, turning the other cheek, which the Kaul family had to do twice here in the end. But that's important. We have to see that growth and change stays and is permanent and is not a one-time thing. As we get older, we need to learn how to fight smarter and with more compassion, but just as hard. We cannot undo our actions in life. It is impossible, no matter how violently we would like to. But we can always start doing better, but we'll never do it perfectly. I can sit here and pontificate for an hour about how much I love Andon for his personality, his relationships. I admire Shay for her ability to keep a cool head and overcome all these political maneuverings, even though she stepped into a life she did not want to bear the mantle of. And I can even get in how the antagonists in some ways have admirable qualities that make their ambition feel all the more dangerous. But encapsulating the brilliance of the Greenbone Saga does come down to Hilo. Someone who you wouldn't expect to have been the protagonist when you meet the first main character of the series, Lon. Because the tragedy of Hilo is that he does learn and sees his mistakes, and the pain is all the more vivid because of it. Handling said pain could have broken him, but instead he was man enough to, despite having to internalize and realize all that he'd done wrong, decided to start doing better. And it was a slow, painful process throughout the series. I mean, in book 2, he still kills a mom, but he becomes filled with regret without losing his ambition. He comes close, but because of the love and support around him, and it's much better paced in the books than I could ever communicate in this summary, he becomes what by the end of the books I would call a good man. And the city itself turns up at the end of his life, letting him know and his family know they appreciate the legend he's become and the example he set going forward. The Greenbone Saga is a story of how pain, crime, and corruption can be this whirlpool of desolation and pain, but heart and love can pull people out of it. This family lost their brothers, their sons, their fathers, so much, but they still wanted to make sure the world was better for their kids. A better world for their kids became more important than hollow vengeance. And Andon is the final voice that ushers that evil off, not with a bang or an execution, but a dismissal. Thank you everyone for going on this journey with me. Like and subscribe if you have not already, and hit the Patreon if you want to support what I do here. The next series that's going to get this treatment, well, that's